Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had an Overpowered Creation Quirk? For the League. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was 5 years old when his quirk manifested. He was watching All Might videos on his computer, like always, when he suddenly had a craving for a bologna sandwich. He had no idea why he was craving a bologna sandwich. He had literally never even had a bologna sandwich before, but he needed one right now. As he was imagining that bologna sandwich, bread, with bologna. Maya, that's what a bologna sandwich is. He began to feel this weird tingle on the top of his head. Though he couldn't see it himself, since he didn't have eyes on the top of his head, though that could have been an interesting quirk. Useless, but interesting, his hair was glowing. Literally glowing. He reached up into the green mop on his head and pulled out something. It was a bologna sandwich. Now, though little 5-year-old Midoriya was smart, he was still a 5-year-old. So when he pulled food out of his hair, food he had no memory of putting there, he didn't think anything of it. He just shrugged and started eating. His mother, Izuku Midoriya, on the other hand, was an adult, with adult logic, and therefore was very concerned when she came in to find her child eating a random sandwich. A sandwich that she hadn't made or seen him come out to make himself. Sweetie. Gosh, what kind of sandwich even was that? Where'd you get that sandwich? Was that bologna? Where the heck did he even find bologna? Izuku never bought bologna, she always thought it tasted like feet. Izuku looked over his shoulder at her. I guff it from Hugh. He answered with a full mouth. Izuku sighed. Finish chewing and then repeat that please. Izuku swallowed then repeated his answer. I got it from my hair. Oh okay, hang on, did you say your hair? Izuku nodded. Sweetie. Izuku dragged her hand down her face. Why was there a sandwich in your hair? Izuku shrugged. I dunno. Did you not put it there? Izuku shook his head. Izuku blinked. Have children, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Then where did it come from? She sighed. Why was her child like this? She loved him, of course. But Mitsuki's boy never pulled sandwiches out of his hair. He just exploded stuff. Izuku looked stumped. Where did that sandwich come from? Izuku sighed and gently placed a hand on her son's shoulder. Do you remember what you were doing before the sandwich appeared? Izuku's eyes lit up. Oh, I was thinking about how much I wanted a bologna sandwich. Izuku giggled softly at the face he was making. He was so focused. And then my head felt all tingly, and when I reached up, boom. Izuku jumped up and made a boom motion. There was a sandwich. Izuku thought for a moment, maybe it's your quirk? Izuku's eyebrows furrowed. A quirk that just lets me make sandwiches? That doesn't sound very helpful for a hero. Izuku laughed. No, it doesn't, but maybe it's not just sandwiches. My grandmother had a quirk that let her make certain objects in her hands when she thought of them. Maybe it's like that. Izuku smiled softly at the memory. She always loved visiting her grandmother. Working with her in the garden, planting impossible plants like singing sunflowers and bright blue carrots. She used to watch in awe as tiny origami swans appeared in the older woman's worn, dirt-stained hands and took off flying through the air. It was pure magic. Izuku thought for a moment. Making objects out of thin air? That would be a really cool quirk for heroics. It would. Now, let's try something, Izuku said, bringing Izuku's attention back to her. I want you to think of something. Like a... She looked around the room for something to use as her example. No, not that. Not that either. Wait, that would be perfect. A paper swan. Izuku scrunched his nose. A swan? Why? Izuku smiled. It was one of her favorite things to make. Just imagine it in your mind like you did the sandwich, and then once you feel that tingly feeling you felt before, reach in and see if the swan is there. Izuku nodded and did as she said. A swan? A paper swan. It'll be white, with All Might's face on it. Yeah. A swan with All Might's super cool face on it. Izuku started to feel that tingly feeling again, and he opened his eyes. His mom was sitting there staring at him. No, wait, she was looking at his hair. But what was so cool about Each my all might it was glowing. Izuku's jaw dropped when he looked over at the mirror. He couldn't believe it. This had to be a quirk. He suddenly remembered what he was supposed to be doing. He reached in and felt around. Come on. It's gotta be in there somewhere. There it is. Izuku pulled out a single swan. He really shouldn't have put the #1 hero's face on it. It's kinda creepy. And it was exactly how he imagined it. White, made of paper and with All Might's face on it. He looked up at his mother who was beaming at him, seemingly not surprised by the mighting. She wrapped her arms around him and squeezed. My baby got his quirk. She squealed, oh, I'm so proud of you. Come on, go get your shoes. We're going to the quirk doctor and have them check you out. What do you think you'll name it? Izuku thought for a moment, then looked up to his mom and grinned. Hair of mysteries. Izuku went to school the next day practically vibrating with excitement. He had a quirk now. Just like Kaken and the rest of his classmates. He made it to his pre-K classroom and glanced around. Now where was that dandelion-haired boy? Izuku looked all around the room. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a small explosion. Found him. Izuku grinned and ran up to his spiky-haired friend. Kaken. Kaken. Guess what? Crimson eyes whirled around to meet green. What do you want, Deku? Izuku frowned a little at that. Deku meant useless, but Izuku wasn't useless. He had a quirk now. Sure, it had taken a few months, but he had it now. Now wasn't the time to focus on nicknames. He had to tell Kaken about his new quirk. I got my quirk. Izuku beamed. Really? Kaken's eyes gleamed and tiny explosions popped in his palms in excitement. Took you long enough. So what is it? Is it fire breathing like we guessed? Or telekinesis like Auntie? Izuku giggled and shook his head. Nope. Bakugo frowned. Well, what is it then? It's a creation quirk. Kaken ped his head to the left. Creation? That's not like Auntie's quirk or your dad's. Yeah, my mom said my great-grandma had a creation quirk and that's who I probably got it from. Kaken nodded. So what does it do? Izuku held up a finger pointed up to his hair before he closed his eyes and imagined something. Bakugo stared in awe at Izuku's glowing hair. What was he gonna do next? Izuku reached in and pulled out a bouncy ball? It takes my energy and turns it into whatever I can think of. Except for living people and animals. Bakugo glared at him. He couldn't believe that he had gotten that excited over a stupid bouncy ball. Tease, that's stupid, Deku, he grumbled, rolling his eyes. Izuku blinked. But I can make anything I want. Bakugo growled. Well, my quirk is still cooler than some stupid bouncy ball. Kaken, I can make anything. I could make a freaking bomb. Bakugo clenched his fists. Doesn't matter. My explosions are better. Izuku stared blankly. He took a deep breath, and his hair began to glow again. What? Are you gonna go make another ball or something? Izuku reached in and, without breaking eye contact, pulled out a giant Nerf gun. Bakugo's sweat dropped. What? What are you gonna do with that, Deku? Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo's eyes went wide. Deku never called him his actual name. Only Kaken. I'm going to give you to count of 3 to apologize before I shoot you with this Nerf gun. You wouldn't, Bakugo sneered. 1. Bakugo wasn't scared. Nah, he's super strong. Why would he be scared of stupid, useless Deku with his Nerf gun and stupid creation quirk? 2. It's not like Deku is gonna actually shoot him. He's too nice for that. Bakugo has nothing to worry about. 3. Izuku pulled back the loading thing and placed his finger on the trigger. I gave you a chance to surrender, but you didn't take it. Now you must face the wrath of Bruiser. Bruiser? Why'd he name it? Ouch. A headshot. Gah. Deku hit him in the stomach too. And it FING hurt. W. Stop. Not till you apologize. Fucking sorry. Your quirk is cool. Izuku lowered the gun and grinned. Thank you, Kaken. I forgive you. Smiley face. Bakugo froze. How did you say that out loud? Say what? The smiley face. What smiley face, winky face? Bakugo shuddered. You know what? I'm done. You're FING terrifying. Oh, why would you think that, D? Because you FING are. Now can your quirk make an ice pack? That gun of yours hurts. Language. But yeah, here. Thanks. You're welcome. And I know the gun hurts, that's why I named it. Bruiser. Yeah. Duh. Can you make me one? Sure, Kaken. Duh. Once you've earned it, of course. Of course. Language. You're all third years, so it's time to start thinking about your futures. I could start handing out your career aptitude tests. The teacher pushed a pile of papers, a pile Izuku assumed were the tests they were talking about, onto the floor. What a mess. He mumbled, much too quiet for anyone to hear. But why bother when we already know you're all going to go for the hero path? Who did this teacher think they were? Not everyone wanted to be a hero. Sure, it might be a lot of people's dream job, but Izuku knew that at least 2 of his classmates didn't want it. The extra Bakugu, affectionately nicknamed Fingers, wanted to be a mechanic, and Long Neck Guy was going to be a zoologist. The whole class, excluding Bakugu, Izuku, and the people who didn't want to be heroes, erupted into cheers and quirk use. Izuku sighed. He was all for supporting people's dreams, but did these people really think their quirks were going to be useful in heroics? The guy with the rock skin and a few others might have a chance, but how in the world would being able to stretch your eyes out of their sockets help with being a hero? It's obvious they're only hoping for fame, not to save people, but even that's basically impossible in this society. As much as he wishes it wasn't, heroics is a perf-quirk-dominated industry. It's difficult for anyone with a weak, mental, or villainous quirk to even get into a hero school, let alone the top. Yes, you all have such amazing quirks. But remember, no quirk use in public. The teacher half scolded with a wink. Izuku rolled his eyes. Public quirk use was illegal, but apparently their teachers didn't care. One of these days, someone was going to get arrested. Please, don't lump all of us together. Bakuga boomed. His voice, not his quirk. He knew Izuku would actually rip off his hands if he tried to use his quirk in class again. You can't get into UA with a record full of illegal quirk usage. Me and Deku are the only ones who'll actually become pros. These guys will just end up as sidekicks for some D-lister. The rest of class glared at Bakuga, offended. Izuku held back a snicker. Oh right. You and Midoriya are going to be trying out for UA, right? What? That's the top hero school in the country. One of their classmates exclaimed. It only has a 2% acceptance rate. Someone else squawked. I know. And me and Deku are gonna get in 'cause we're the best. Calm it down with the god complex, Kaken. Izuku chuckled as he began to put his books away into his bag. He wasn't supposed to be packing up yet, but the teachers tended to let the students with strong quirks do as they wished. It was unfair, and neither Bakugu nor Izuku really liked it, but it did have its perks. Yes, we are intelligent, strong, and have a good handle on our quirks, but we still need to work hard to get into UA. He glanced at Bakuga's desk and nodded in approval. No burn marks. Good job not using your quirk like the rest though, Kaken. Can't get into UA with a bunch of public quirk use charges on your record, he said with a baby-eating grin that sent shivers down the spines of his teacher and classmates. Everyone except for Bakugu. He had been dealing with Izuku's scariness his whole life. Poor Bakugu. The bell rang and the class swiftly packed up all their stuff and scurried out, not wanting to be around Izuku and his unhinged self. Izuku giggled. I love scaring them. Bakugu snorted. Yeah, it's pretty fun, though it's not very heroic, is it? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Says you, Mr. I bully people with weaker quirks? Shut up. I stopped doing that years ago. Only because I threatened to bring out a real gun instead of the Nerf I usually use. I would have stopped on my own. He huffed as he shoved his own things away. No, you wouldn't have. Yes, I would. Actually, no. You're right. Bakugu sighed. I probably wouldn't have. Izuku gave him a smug smile and finished packing all his things up. So, you want to walk home together? Izuku asked. Bakugo shook his head. Can't. I need to stop by the library. More romance manga? Bakugo blushed and grumbled a response. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Izuku said with a sheet-eating grin. Can you repeat that, Kaken? I said yes. Wow, no need to yell, bro. I'm right here, but Kogu stuck his tongue out. Izuku glanced up at the clock. You should probably go. Library closes at 5 and it's already 4:15. But Kogu jumped up, sheet, and then sprinted off. See you later, Kaken. Izuku laughed. He picked up his yellow backpack, slid it on, and made his way out the door. Izuku usually liked the walk home. It gave him time to just think about the day and new things to create, without his mother showing up every 5 minutes to make sure he wasn't burning the house down again. It was a small fire and it only happened once. Why couldn't she just let it go? Anyway, his walk home from school was usually enjoyable, but this was not a usual day apparently, and the universe wanted to murder him. He was under a bridge, wondering whether or not he could use his quirk to make hero merch, or if that would be illegal since he wasn't paying the heroes for using their image. As long as he didn't sell it, it'd probably be okay. Izuku was pulled from his thoughts by a manhole cover shooting up into the air. A giant green slime thing slithered out. That's actually a pretty interesting quirk. Gross, but interesting. Oh look. The slime thing locked eyes with him, a medium-sized skin suit. Perfect. This'll be a great way to hide from that big oaf. Then it started coming toward him. Oh hell no. Get your slimy butt away from me. Izuku shrieked and started walking backwards. Sorry kid. I just need to force myself into you and take over your body. It'll only hurt for a second. No. You were just in the sewers. He screeched. You are not coming anywhere near me. Stop moving, kid, and let me inside you. No. First of all, I'm a minor. And second, you haven't even taken me to dinner yet. Izuku flipped his hair. I'm a third date kind of person. The slime growled, unamused, and continued coming, degree, for him. If Izuku wasn't mentally exhausted from the hellhole that was school, he probably would have thought to create something to trap the slime guy, but at this time he was too focused on not getting murdered. Later on he'd regret not capturing him himself when he had the chance. FORESHADOWING. Finally, after 5 minutes of Izuku and the slime dude playing a little game of cat and mouse, someone showed up. A hero? I am here. Oh great, Izuku grumbled. See, unlike literally everyone else in Japan, Izuku Midoriya was not a fan of the #1 hero. He used to be when he was little. He created a lot of All Might things when he was first testing his quirk out, but once he learned about all of the corruption in the hero society, he realized how overrated the heroes were. Especially All Might and the rest of the top, but he was saving his life right now, so Izuku really couldn't complain. Not yet at least. All Might used his Detroit Smash on the criminal, Dimon, that was kind of overkill, but at least he didn't hit him, and then shoved him into a couple of empty bottles. Thank you for helping keep that villain busy, citizen. The large, rabbit-looking man boomed. Seriously, why did he do his hair like that? The city's sewer system is very difficult to navigate, Izuku blinked. All Might began to sweat. Why is this citizen not fanboying like the rest? After a moment, Izuku finally spoke. Hey, Mr. All Might? Can I ask a quick question? Ask away, citizen. I have plenty of time. He didn't actually have much time, but he couldn't let this civilian know that. Japan would be in shambles if news of his condition was made public. Chill it with this citizen. Name's Midoriya? Wow, this dude really was annoying as hell. Anyway, I wanted to know what you think makes a hero. All Might grinned. That was an easy question. A hero is someone who has a strong desire to help others, no matter who they are, and acts on it. Izuku nodded. That was exactly how he defined a true hero too. He just had one other question. One that could tell him a lot about what kind of person the hero was. One more question. Do you think a quirkless person could be a hero? It was a good question. Izuku's grandfather was quirkless. Izuku could have been too. All Might's face fell. Pro heroes are always risking their lives. Even ones with strong quirks like me struggle against villains, so no, I do not believe that someone without a quirk can be a hero. Izuku nodded, exactly the answer he expected. So you're a quirkist? All Might paled and tried to correct himself. I'm just saying dash. And a hypocrite with that whole anyone can be a hero stuff. Izuku shook his head. TSK, should have known, all heroes are fakes, even the number one. Glad I'm not a quirkless kid who idolized you, that would have crushed me. All Might froze. You're not quirkless? Nope. Izuku popped the P. I have a pretty snazzy creation quirk. Did you think I was? All Might opened his mouth but was cut off by a gasp from Izuku. You did. You thought I was quirkless and decided that it was a good idea to crush my dreams of being a hero? Dude, not cool. Not cool. Izuku pulled out a hoverboard and rode off, leaving All Might standing under a bridge stunned. All Might shook his head and took off to go turn the villain into the police. That was flaw. Though, young Midoriya isn't completely wrong, it was pretty hypocritical of me, but I'm not a quirkist. I was just trying to protect him. He reached his hand down to grab the bottle of slime, only to find that there was nothing there. Sheet, I must have dropped it while I was flying. Izuku laughed quietly to himself as he checked off an item on his bucket list. Seal LMIGHTOUTONHISSHIT. Didn't think I'd be crossing that one off anytime soon, but I'm not complaining, he mumbled to himself with a smirk on his face and put the notebook in his hair. All Might really needed that. Well, to be honest, all the top 10 heroes needed to be knocked down a peg. Except for Hawks. He already had the hero commission to do that. Everyone in the rest of the industry thought themselves to be above the law. Gods. Their egos were bigger than empty ladies and no one was calling them out on it. Well, if no one else was gonna do it, then it was up to Izuku. He grabbed his notebook back out and quickly added another bullet point. Have a little talk with the other heroes. Boom. PSW. Pop. Boom. Izuku's head shot up from the notebook. Those are Kaken's explosions. He gasped and ran off in the direction of the noise. He spent the last 2 years trying to control Kaken's urge to explode everything, so he didn't end up getting charged with illegal quirk usage. He knew that if Kaken was using his quirk right now, it was for a good reason. Otherwise, he was going to smack him and take away his hero merch for a month. Yes, he is aware that Kaken is older than him. That does not mean he can't act like a mother sometimes. When he made it to the scene, he saw red. Last time I trust but might with anything, he scoffed. There was Kaken, being suffocated by the slime villain that almost got Izuku earlier. The villain that but might captured and was supposed to bring into the police, though obviously he's too incompetent to do even something as simple as that. Izuku looked over at the heroes. Why the hell were they just standing there when a kid was dying? Oh, we don't have the right quirks, Izuku growled. Quirks are tools that can help you, not something you should completely rely on. They went to hero schools, right? Shouldn't they have learned how to take down villains without their quirks? Looks like I've got more heroes to chew out, but first, I have to save Kaken. Izuku's hair glowed an electric green, though no one noticed since they were too focused on the dying child in front of them. Man, this society was hella messed up. Who just watches a child getting drowned in slime? He reached in, pulled out his object, and ran to his blonde friend. Oh, wait, what are you doing? Someone, Death Arms maybe, called out, but Izuku wasn't listening. He was too concentrated on the fearful red eyes of Kaken. Bakugo frees his mouth for a moment, takes a deep breath and rasps, "Help me." Before his mouth was covered back up with slime. Izuku's jaw dropped slightly. You see, the Bakugo of this world might not be a bully, but he still has that "I don't need anyone's help" attitude and an ego that rivals that of Endeavor's, which Izuku has been trying to help with since Japan does not need another Endeavor. So for him to actually ask for help? Serious shit. Once Izuku was close enough to the slime guy, he held out the object and turned it on. The object was a high-powered vacuum that only SCK'd up slime people, because Izuku definitely doesn't want to SCK his friend up with the slime guy. The vacuum pulled the slime villain away from Kaken and into the canister. I'm gonna fucking dash. The slime villain's screeching was cut off once his mouth was set up. Once the slime was completely vacuumed up, Izuku turned the vacuum off and handed it to Kamui Woods, who was standing there, mouth open in shock. Close your mouth, Driftwood. You'll catch flies. Izuku said, giving him his infamous baby-eating grin. Kamui shuddered. Izuku turned back and ran over to his best friend. How are you feeling, Kaken? Are you able to breathe right? Izuku asked worryingly as he pulled him up into a sitting position. Do you need me to make you something? No, I'm fine, he croaked. Already threw up all of that nasty slime sheet. Well, not literal sheet, luckily, Kaken snorted. Well, he must be mostly fine if he's able to crack jokes right now. Izuku was gonna have to tell him, wasn't he? This may be a bad time to tell you, but, fat slangui wasn't these sowers before Hegatoyu? Slow down, nerd, Bakugu huffed in amusement. Or pain. It might have been pain. I can't understand you when you mumble like that. Izuku sighed. I said the slime guy was in the sewers before he got to you. Bakugu sat up straight. Wait, are you serious? Izuku grimaced. Yep. No. You're lying. Kaken, you know I don't lie. Bakugu went green. I had sewer gunk in my mouth. Izuku nodded. Sadly, yes. Bakugu blinked. Excuse me for a second. Izuku turned away as Bakugu went and threw up the rest of his lunch. And breakfast. And probably last night's dinner. The heroes decided that this was a good time to come over. That was really dangerous, kid. You could have gotten hurt. Well, I wasn't just gonna let my best friend die. Izuku crossed his arms. We heroes had it handled, Death Arms growled. Izuku glared. No offense, and by that I mean full offense. Bakugu snorted at that, then went back to throwing up his guts as a paramedic patted him lightly on the back. You did not have it handled at all, Kamui Woods gawked at him. Probably wondering what kind of kid would talk to a hero like that. You were just standing there while a kid drowned in sewer slime. What kind of hero is that? We were waiting for someone with a compatible quirk to show up. Empty Lady exclaimed defensively. Izuku sighed. Miss, you only debuted earlier today, so I'm not surprised by your reliance on your quirk, but these guys, excluding you and Kamui, Izuku motioned towards the other heroes, have been around for at least 2-3 years. They should know how to deal with situations that their quirks aren't suitable for, and what to focus on first. For example, Backdraft was focused on putting out the fires, when he should have been focused on the villain. But the buildings were burning. The firefighting hero argued. True, however, they were empty. No one was going to be burned alive there. And if you really cared about the building, you had saved the kid who was making the fires by, I don't know, diluting the slime dude or something. You have to stop the problem at the source. Backdraft opened his mouth to argue, then closed it, realizing that he was right. You call yourselves heroes, and yet you stand around and watch an innocent citizen in trouble. Just because you don't know how to apply your quirks in the situation, he shook his head and sked, you rely too much on your quirks. You treat them as if they are the solution to every problem, but they aren't. You believe that quirks are what make a hero, but they aren't. Quirks are just tools, meant to aid you in your work. You are what's wrong with this society. He gave the heroes a look so hateful, it shook them and everyone watching to their cores. Do better, he hissed. Then suddenly, the intensity melted away and a bright grin replaced the bitter scowl previously on his face. Anyway, I hope you all have a wonderful day. He turned around to face the news camera behind him and waved, bye. Then walked back over to Bakugu, leaving all the heroes and people there, or watching at home, quaking in their boots. Izuku looked at the paramedic who was checking Kaken over. Is he okay? The paramedic gave him a shaky thumbs up and scurried off. Izuku snorted. He really scared them, huh? Izuku held out his hand. Need some help up? Bakugu grabbed Izuku with one hand and used the other to push himself up off of the ground. Did you really have to scare all the heroes? They're going to have nightmares about the broccoli kid from hell. Kamui Woods is crying. Izuku shrugged. I mean, they deserved it. They weren't doing their job. He walked over and grabbed Bakugu's bag from the alley he had been in. It's covered in sewer slime, he mumbled and grabbed Bakugu's arm. Izuku glanced over at the heroes. Oh wow, he really is crying. Are those wood chips? He cries wood chips. Huh, looks like it. Izuku pulled out his notebook and quickly wrote that down. I bet that hurts. Unless his eyes have some sort of other mutation that helps with it. He trailed off into a mumble storm. Bakugo chuckled, then looked over at the news crew. Hey, you do know you were on camera, right? Izuku nodded without looking away from his notebook. And you know that probably means that the hag and auntie probably saw it, right? Izuku froze. Sheet. Bakugo snorted. Yep. Well, we better get going before they get mad at me for making another hero cry. They're gonna do that anyway, but it'll be pretty funny. I mean, did you see Auntie's face when you got walked home by a crying hawks? Izuku tucked the notebook away. For the last time, I didn't do anything to him. I just explained to a group of fans that his wings are sensitive and not to touch them. Sir. It's true. Izuku insisted. They backed off and the next thing I knew, the number 3 hero was flying me to KFC while sobbing uncontrollably. Bakugo snorted. Well, either way, it freaked Auntie Ink out to the point that she took away your hair privileges for a week. True, but because of that I learned how to create using other body hair. But you also have a photo in the yearbook of you wearing 4 shower caps. I thought you agreed to never mention that again, Izuku whined, leaning towards Bakugo. He sniffed and gagged. The F dash. Izuku crickled his nose and moved away. You smell like sewer water. Well, no sheet. No, there's definitely sheet, Izuku deadpanned. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Shut up. No one wants to hear your cringy wordplay, nerd. Izuku gasped. How dare you? It's not cringy. Auntie loves it. The hag also loves eating blocks of fondant on its own while listening to that pre-Quirk beaver dude's music. The bar isn't set very high. It's Bieber, Kakin. Doesn't change the fact that he sounds like sheet. The 2 boys pushed through the crowd, bickering as they made their way home. Somewhere in the crowd, a skinny blonde man with clothes 4 sizes too big watched with a sparkle in his eye. I've found my successor. Izuku and Bakugo were having a wonderful walk home, making fun of pro heroes, like you do, but it didn't last long because once again, the universe hated Izuku. You know, sometimes he felt like the main character in a shitty fanfiction. But that definitely wasn't true. This was real life, not a story. Somewhere on the other side of the 4th wall, the author sneezed. I mean, I'm not wrong. Kamui Woods is really just a glorified piece of driftwood. Deku Bakugo wheezed. Am I wrong though? I mean no, but I would describe him as more of a dash. Sadly, Bakugo never got to finish since their conversation was cut short by the one and only but Might popping out from a side road. All Might. Bakugo's eyes shined in excitement. I am her. All Might began to steam, coughed up blood and somehow became a living scarecrow. Well, mostly living. He did just cough up blood. Bakugo looked at the hero in horror while Izuku just raised an eyebrow. What do you want but Might? Bakugo gaped at his friend. Nerd. That's All Might. I'm aware. I mean, how could he not? The man is 7 feet tall and has bright yellow hair he styles into bunny ears. Who else looks like that? Even in this deflated form he's still tall as F dash. He's also the reason you almost died, and I want to know why he's here. Bakugo's eyes went wide. What? Yep. You were hurt because this doofus can't keep track of a villain. All Might winced at the lack of admiration in Midoriya's voice. Everyone else worshipped and adored him, even most villains. Why was this boy different? All Might looked away from the boys. I apologize. The bottle fell out of my pocket while I was flying. Sorry doesn't change anything, Midoriya jeered. Kakin almost died. All Might looked down at the ground in shame. I know, and I regret my mistake. Izuku responded with a disgruntled, I use big words, laughing face, huff. The 3 stood there silently. Izuku shooting daggers at the ashamed symbol of peace as Bakugo just stared, extremely confused. I mean, I'd be confused too if my best friend just told me my favorite hero was the reason I had sewer sludge in my mouth. After a minute or so of silence, All Might looked up. So, Izuku blinked impatiently. What? Aren't you going to ask about why I look like this? Izuku shrugged. I wasn't going to, but I'm guessing you're gonna tell me. All Might rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. He glanced down at Izuku, who was making a go-on motion, and pulled up his shirt to show off his injury. Izuku and Bakugo winced. That looked pretty painful. I got this injury in a fight 5 years ago. I lost my stomach and left lung dash. So, was that the fight with Toxic Chainsaw, or? Bakugo asked, excited to finally use his fanboy knowledge. All Might shook his head with a smile. No, this fight was one that was never publicized. You know your stuff though, young? Bakugo, he answered, like an idiot. Seriously, why did both of these kids just give their last names to this man? You don't know what he wants. Bakugo, All Might repeated with a nod. Are you planning on going into heroics? Bakugo grinned. Yeah, I'm gonna try out for UA. All Might gave a nod of approval. UA is a great school. Say, would you be interested in becoming my SUC dash? Wait. Izuku interrupted, thanking God, words finally processing. You lost your what? All Might turned back to Izuku. My stomach and left lung, young Midoriya. Izuku ran his hand down his face. No offense, but... Might dash. All me dash. But how the hell are you still active with an injury as serious as that? All Might sighed. Well, my injury has affected the amount I can work now. It's down to 3 hours right now, but Japan needs its symbol of peace, so dash. But you're so injured. Injuries like this come with the job, my boy dash. No they effing don't. Izuku barked out a laugh. You don't hear about heroes losing their freaking stomach all the time. Well dash. And when a hero does get seriously injured, they retire. Why didn't you retire? I'm the symbol of peace. If I was to retire, Japan would be in shambles. You might be the symbol of peace, but you're still a person, Bakugo mumbled. Yeah, what he said. But dash. Plus, if Japan falls apart from losing a single hero, we've got some bigger problems. Bakugo nodded. All Might was silent for a moment, seemingly considering their words, before he shook his head. No, I cannot. Your choice, Bunnyman, Izuku shrugged. Anyway, now that you've revealed your super secret injury, you gonna tell us why you're following us home? Right, I nearly forgot. Izuku rolled his eyes. I saw you save young Bakugo from the slime villain. Yep, I did that. You come to chew me out like the other heroes? Oh no, not at all. You see, your actions during that attack and our conversation earlier have inspired me. Bakugo turned to Midoriya, confused. You had a conversation with All Might earlier? Izuku ignored Bakugo, inspired. Don't ignore me. Yes. All Might nodded energetically, also ignoring Bakugo. You see, I preach this idea of true heroes, and yet, I don't follow them myself. I let my injury dash. Your very serious injury, Izuku reminded. Control me. And risked lives because of it. Like your own, Izuku mumbled under his breath. All Might looked into Izuku's eyes, got into his strong form, and with an All Might-style grin went. My boy, you are the true hero here. Yeah, I know, Bakugo and All Might choked. I thought you might have been a little more excited to hear that from me. I mean, I'm sure other people would be, but I don't really like you. All Might deflated again. You can't just? You can't? You dash. What? It's the truth. Izuku turned back to Small Might. Anyway, as interesting as this is, you still haven't told me why you're here. I saved my friend and inspired you. What does that have to do with you trying to stalk me? I'm not Dash. Answer. All Might cleared his throat, right? You see, because of my injury, I need a successor Dash. Nope. Izuku grabbed Bakugo and dragged him along. All Might ran after them. Wait, you didn't let me finish. I heard enough, Small Might. All me Dash. Shut it. I am not becoming the successor to Tinkerbell on steroids. That's a new one, Bakugo snorted. But Dash. No. But, young Midoriya, I can give you my quirk. Izuku and Bakugo stopped and spun around to look at All Might. What? All Might finally caught up to them. Man? It's hard to run with only one lung. He panted. What did you say about your quirk? I said. Huff that I can give you my quirk. That's not possible. Quirks are inherited, they can't just be given away like a trading card, little bunny foo-foo. Izuku crossed his arms. Mine can. I promise. What's it called? One for all. Izuku squinted in thought. Now where had he heard that name before? It's been around since the dawn of Quirks. I'm the 8th holder. Izuku looked up at All Might. And how exactly is it passed on? DNA. I'm calling the police. All Might almost fell over. Why? But Might dash. All dash. Shut it. You followed us on our way home to offer us a quirk. Yes. All Might nodded hesitantly. A quirk passed on through DNA. All Might nodded again. Where exactly was Midoriya going with this? So you followed 2 minors on their way home to offer your DNA? All Might started nodding, then froze. His face turned bright red. No. It's not like that. I just meant like a hair or something dash. Ivy what? A hair? The 2 boys looked at All Might in disgust. That's nasty. Well, I could always give you a fingernail clipping, All Might offered hesitantly, or dash. Izuku face-palmed. Please stop. I am done with your sheet, Mr. America. He pulled a phone out of his hair. What are you doing, my boy? First of all, I'm not your boy. Second of all, I'm doing what I said I'd do. I'm calling the police. All Might's eyes went wide with panic. You're what? Izuku held up a finger to shush but Might. The phone rang a few times before the person on the other line picked up. Detective Tsukachi. Who's calling? All Might stared at Midoriya. How did he have Naomesa's phone number? Hiya, detective. You're on speaker. A sigh was heard over the phone. Midoriya. Wonderful. On my 1 day off of the year too. Hey, that's no one's fault but your own, Suki. You write your own schedule. True. Anyway, why are you calling me? I swear to God, if you got kidnapped again dash. All Might blinked. Again? Did young Midoriya get kidnapped often? Oh no. I didn't get kidnapped. Don't worry. Well, that's good. What's the problem then? All Might stalking me. What? I apparently inspired him, and he decided to start stalking me and Kaken to offer his DNA. The detective was so silent that for a moment, they all wondered if he had hung up. It wouldn't be the first time it happened. Suki? You there dash. Put All Might on the phone. Anything for you, Suki. Izuku handed the phone to All Might with a sheet-eating grin. All Might reluctantly took the phone, turned off the speaker and put the phone up to his ear. Hello, Naomesa dash. All Might went rigid. Izuku's smile grew. Bakugo glanced over at Izuku. He looks kinda scared. Yeah, I bet Suki-san is angry at him. But because he followed us. Partly, but I'm also pretty sure he knows about Mr. America's secrets, and knows that he was trying to pass his quirk on to me and make me stronger. Why would that be a bad thing, nerd? Izuku turned and raised an eyebrow at Bakugo. Kaken. I get kidnapped and involved in other crimes multiple times a month because of my quirk. What do you think would happen if my god quirk got even stronger? That makes sense. I understand, Naomesa. All Might stuttered, drawing Izuku and Bakugo's attention back. I'll hand you back to young Midoriya now. All Might offered the phone back with a shaky hand, and Izuku gladly took it. Thank you, detective. No problem, kid. I gotta go now, but call me if he starts bothering you again. Got it. And kid? Yes, Suki? Don't you dare accept his quirk. Wasn't planning on it, Suki. I despise the guy. I know, just wanted to make sure. If he asks again, or tries to force it on you, I will gladly tear his other lung out. Izuku laughed and All Might shuddered. Thanks, Suki. Talk to you soon. Not too soon, please. I'm going to go gray. Izuku snorted. Bye. Bye. Izuku clicked the end call button, then turned to All Might with a scowl. You better leave us alone now. I had to interrupt my favorite detective's only day off for you. I apologize, my dash. Not your boy. Now, he turned around and dragged Bakugo with him again. We'll be leaving. Wait, nerd. I wanted an autograph. Izuku looked back and blinked at him. Bakugo's sweat dropped. But I guess I don't need it, he chuckled nervously. All Might watched as the boys departed. Only 14 and already has connections with the police. He turned down the side road he had jumped out at Midoriya and Bakugo from. I know Naomasa doesn't want me to, but that boy would be a wonderful successor. Suddenly, he had an idea. Maybe Naomasa doesn't need to know. He pulled out his phone and clicked on a contact. Hello, Netsu. Is that teaching job still open? All Might grinned. If young Midoriya wouldn't agree to take one for all, then All Might would just have to force it on him. Kaken, the entrance exam is in 10 months. Bakugo opened up a bag of cheddar sour cream chips, releasing the pungent stench into the air. I know, Deku. We need to train. Izuku wrinkled his nose. Not eat pieces chips? Bakugo gasped. How dare you, my chips are delicious. They smell like piss and dash. He looked over at Bakugo and blinked. What? Are you eating those with chopsticks? Bakugo looked at the chopsticks in his hand and then back at Izuku. No, I'm just holding them for the thrill. Yes, I'm eating them with chopsticks. Why? My sweat makes them taste weird. Izuku face-bombed. Why don't you just wash your hands? Or wear gloves? Too much work. Bakugo shrugged, picked up another PSS chip and ate it. Izuku sighed and smacked his head down onto the coffee table. Careful, Tud. The hag will kill me if we scratch up her coffee table. She just got it replaced from when you broke it during our last sleepover. Izuku lifted his head off the table and glared. Bakugo's eyes went wide. He messed up. When I broke it? Excuse me, but who was it that threw me at the table in the first place? Bakugo pursed his lips. He had 3 choices. 1. Stay still and wait for Deku to murder him. 2. Get up and hope he can run faster and longer than Deku. Which will probably never work. Deku was made of pure energy. He could sprint for hours and still have enough energy to make a dozen tanks. Changing the subject. 3. Attempt to change the subject and hope Izuku forgets about murdering him. Kaken. You were saying something about training, right? Training. If this didn't work, he wouldn't be around long enough to even take the entrance exam. Izuku's mood immediately brightened. Oh yeah. Bakugo let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like he'd get to live for now. We need to figure out how we're going to train for the entrance exam. Bakugo raised an eyebrow. But we've been training for at least 2 years already. Isn't it enough to just continue that? Kaken. We're talking about UA here. Only 2% of applicants make it in. If we want to get in, we need to be the best of the best. Bakugo nodded. Okay, makes sense. How are we gonna do that? Izuku grinned. I have the perfect plan. This is your perfect plan? A trash beach? Izuku surveyed the area in front of them. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. A once beautiful public beach, one that his and Bakugo's mothers frequented when they were their age, was now a junkyard. We're going to clean this entire beach as training. Bakugo's eyes bulged and his jaw dropped. We're what? We're gonna clean it up, Kaken. Bakugo pulled on his hair. Why did he ever befriend this madman? Don't pull on your hair, Kaken. Izuku untangled his hands from his hair and waggled his finger in front of Bakugo. Bakugo sighed. Deku, no offense, but why the F would we clean this beach? Izuku pulled out 2 pairs of work gloves and threw one to Bakugo. Because it'll help us gain strength, let us practice our quirks, and he pulled the left glove on and then the right. It's community service, which is always good. Plus, we can also sell the scrap metal for some extra cash if we need. Bakugo looked down at the gloves in his hands. Judging by the lack of seams, they were made using Izuku's quirk. He never bothered with seams or screws. Why add them if the creation didn't need them to work? Did you make these so they'd work with my quirk? Izuku smiled and nodded. Yep. The explosions can pass through them without damaging the fabric, but needles and other sharp stuff can't. Bakugo always did like using his quirk. And this isn't illegal? Not any more than our usual adventures. The green-haired demon child grinned. How comforting. And this won't get us thrown in jail? Izuku shook his head. Nope. As long as we don't try murder someone or something. Bakugo snorted. Yeah, we're definitely not gonna do that. Definitely not. Izuku laughed. Why would we ever do that? On the other side of the screen, the author began to sweat. Yeah, why would they do that? Deletes a paragraph, heh. Bakugo sighed. Let's get started, I guess. Izuku beamed. I knew you'd agree, Kaken. The boys walked down onto the beach to one of the smaller piles of trash and started separating the objects. This goes in the good condition pile, right? I don't know, Kaken. Whatever you dash. Izuku stared at the object in Bakugo's hand. Kaken. Is that an All Might head on a Barbie doll's body? Maybe. Did you do that? Bakugo held back a snicker. Nope. Definitely not. But isn't it beautiful? Izuku blinked. Kaken. Do you want me to get the nerf? Bakugo paled. Not the nerf. And oh, please spare me. Why should I? Please, he begged. I have a family and a son. Izuku raised an eyebrow. A son? Bakugo's head bobbed. Yes, yes. He's my pride and joy. What is his name? His name is Deez. Deez wa dash. Izuku froze. Bakugo's eyes gleamed. No. No, Kaken. Don't you freaking dare dash. DZ and you. Izuku tackled Bakugo to the ground. Motherfucker. You mother f fucker. Deku, please, I'm sorry. Ah, young Midoriya. Young Bakugo. It's nice to see you again. The boys immediately stopped to look up at Small Might. He was, once again, wearing clothes that were at least 3 sizes too big and had a stupid grin on. Hello, but Might. All Might held back a sigh at the nickname and plastered on a big smile. I wasn't expecting to see you boys here. I was just going for a run when I saw someone on the beach and wanted to check it out. He chuckled. I didn't expect it to be you too. You checked it out, now you can go back to your run? He rolled his eyes. Did he really expect them to buy that lame excuse? He was obviously stalking them. Oh yeah, I should do that. But Izuku wanted to smack his head into a wall. Of course there was a but. I could stay instead and help you boys with the beach cleanup. What do you say? All Might watched the boys in anticipation as they whispered to each other. They were totally going to say yes. Midoriya might not like him, but young Bakugo was obviously a huge fan, and what kind of fan would pass up a chance to train with the #1 hero? After a few more moments of whispering, the boys gave each other a nod and turned back to the symbol of peace. Izuku opened his mouth. Here it is, here it is. This is where he'll say yes. Then I'll offer the quirk and... No. Oh, it's not trouble at a... W, what did you say? Izuku crossed his arms. I said no, Cornk. Biba dash. No, he repeated for the 3rd time. Geez, this guy really would not stop. I don't want your help. But, young Midoriya, I'm the #1 hero. I can dash. I don't care, Skelly. He threw the barb, Might doll it but Might. The hero looked down at the doll in his hand and blinked. I don't like you, and I don't want your help or quirk. All Might sighed, tucking the barb Might doll into his pocket. Oh God. Was he gonna put it on some sort of shrine or something? Very well, my boy. I will leave you be, Izuku sighed in relief. Finally. But first, you should stay hydrated. He handed Izuku a bottle of water. Drink up. Izuku glared down at the bottle. He turned the lid and sighed. Just as he expected. But Might. Weiss, my boy? The seal is broken. Oh, really? I had no idea. Izuku looked up at the man in annoyance. God, he was a terrible liar. His face was flushed, he was looking all over the place and sweating more than Kaken on a summer day. And his quirk literally made him sweat more. All Might was just a creep who wanted to force his DNA on a teenage boy. Izuku pressed the bottle back into All Might's hands. Here, you can have this. I can make my own water bottles. Without creepy old dudes spit in them. I apologize, why young Midoriya? B, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Again with that stutter. Was he trying to imitate Wattpad YN or something? Sure. And Endeavor is a good hero. I thought we agreed that he was trash. Bakugo face palmed. That's the point, nerd. Oh. Bakugo turned back to All Might. Now if old man? All Might squawked. I am not old. Yes you are. Now begone he. All Might stomped off, muttering something about a nana and kids respecting their elders and other boomers sheet under his breath. Izuku sighed. Dad was right, that guy really is annoying. Bakugo pet his head. Your dad? Izuku nodded and went back to sorting the trash. Yeah, my dad always hated the dude. Used to tell me all about how he was a thief, and how badly he wanted to chop his hair off and rip out his organs. Wow, that's a lot. I know. He went missing 5 years ago, but I bet if he was around he'd be super stoked to hear about but Might's injury. Izuku nodded. Yeah, if I ever find the guy who gave Mr. Scarecrow his injury, I'll thank them on the behalf of my father. Bakugo snorted. Izuku picked up a toy out of the garage pile. It was an All Might figurine. Of course. Well, at least it had its actual body. Wonderful, he mumbled under his breath, then popped the head off and threw it as far as he could. Well, at least real, but Might isn't bothering us anymore. In the vestige world. 7th? Are you sure we can't murder 8th? The previous users of One for All watched over at All Might in horror as he researched different ways to pass his DNA onto Midoriya. Yeah, he's being really creepy. I already said you can't murder my successor. And he is not creepy. He's a 50-something-year-old man who's obsessing over a 14-year-old boy. I'd say that's pretty creepy. Nana waved third off. He's not creepy, it's just a phase. It's just a phase. First leaned over to 5th. Seems like she's trying to convince herself more than us. That poor bush-haired kid, 4th sighed. What is the 8th even doing? Apparently trying to go to jail. 2nd pointed at All Might's computer screen. I mean, what the F kind of pedophilic sheet is this? How to get little boys to ingest my DNA? What the F is wrong with your successor, Nana? I get that he thinks this kid would be a good 9th, but, like, they already refused it. Why is he still trying to get the broccoli to take it? Cha! The vestiges turned their focus back to All Might. I can't believe I was so stupid. Me neither. Nana elbowed first in the ribs, though it didn't really hurt since they were very dead already. Has he finally realized that what he's trying to do is incredibly stupid? And disgusting? And probably illegal? Oh, I hope so. I don't know how much more of this forcing DNA stuff I can watch. 4th huffed. Nana shushed. I want to hear Toshinori's idea. He grinned at the Barb Might doll in his hands as he paced back and forth. All I have to do is cough up my blood directly in his mouth and dash. The vestiges gagged. What was that about your successor not being creepy, 7th? Nana dragged a hand down her face and sighed. That's it. I tried to give Toshinori a chance. Tried to ignore his obsession with this kid. But I can't do this anymore. She looked up at her predecessors. We need to break out of the void so I can beach slap this idiot. Unfortunately for Izuku, All Might was determined to pass his quirk on to him. During the first 5 months that the boys were cleaning, they were visited by the symbol of peace about 25 or 26 times, and he would try to force his DNA into Izuku at least once every time. He tried DNA water 5 times. 3 spit, 2 blood. He tried to force a hair down his throat twice. Tried to get him to lick his arm 3 times. Attempted to cough blood into his mouth once. Tried forcing a variety of different foods into him at least a dozen times. Though most of them probably wouldn't have passed the quirk since heat denatures DNA, but don't tell the idiot that. After the 25th time of having to threaten to call Tsukachi, Izuku decided he wasn't going to play nice anymore. Throwing balloons full of paint and eggs at All Might obviously wasn't working. If he wanted to get the creep to stop, he was going to have to scare him well. Hey Kaken. 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 Izuku threw a shoe at Bakugo. Don't throw sheet at me. The last thing you threw had a faint cockroach in it. Izuku shrugged. At least it wasn't a rat. Bakugo shuddered. Anyway, do you think I should get a haircut or keep growing my hair out? Bakugo put down the broken toaster he was holding and turned to the greenette. You seriously threw a shoe at me just to ask that? Izuku picked up a microwave and put it with the other broken appliances. What? It's important. He fluffed his hair a little. He usually kept it around chin length, but right now it was about mid-neck. I've been thinking about growing it out to at least shoulder length for my quirk, but I don't know if it would look any good. Well, I think it'd look fine. Plus, if it helps your quirk, who gives a F about how it looks? Izuku hummed. maybe he would keep it. Now come help me lift this dresser. Izuku started walking over to Bakugo, but of course he never gets a FING break. Hello again, boys. Izuku Midoriya's least favorite buff man boomed from behind him. Izuku rolled his eyes so hard he was pretty sure he saw his brain, then turned around to meet those creepy eyes. Even after 5 months, Izuku still hadn't asked about his eyes. He didn't want to speak to the idiot any more than he had to, but he was still curious. What even happened to them? Why were they black? Was it a side effect from his injury? Did he try to do one of those makeup tutorials and fill his eyes with eyeliner? Kaken did that once and started sobbing. But that wouldn't make sense for that to be it, since he's had the black eyes thing for years and he probably doesn't stab his eyes with eyeliner every day. I see you're making a lot of progress on the beach. All Might beamed, pulling Izuku from his thoughts. This is a wonderful thing you boys are doing. Huff, but Might. No one likes you. All Might's smile faltered. Hey, how have you been, young Midoriya? Izuku raised an eyebrow. I was doing great till you showed up, Scarecrow. What do you want this time? All Might opened his mouth, and Izuku interrupted him before he could say anything. What are you gonna try to force on me this time? You gonna sneeze in my mouth? Vomit? Sweat? No, of course not. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Bullshit. I just wanted to see how you boys were doing on the beach cleaning and offer my truck if you need anything big brought to the dump. We told you last time that Kaken's mom already had that handled. She comes and the end of the week with her truck. We still don't need yours. Oh, I must have forgotten. Well, now you know. That means you can leave now. All Might looked at Izuku, eyes slightly panicked. But there's so many big things here. Don't you need some help? Izuku knit his eyebrows together. But Might, we're training. We'll get to the bigger things on our own once we're strong enough. We've told you that before too. But dash. No buts, now get the F out and don't come back. All Might sighed. Very well, but first, he pulled a plate of cookies out of who knows where. Seriously, where did he get them from? He has 0 pockets and no creation quirk of any type. Would you boys like a cookie? They're chocolate chip. My mentor's secret recipe. Somewhere in the void, Nana was screaming. Those actually were her secret recipe. How dare Toshinori use her recipe, then F spit on? The cookies? Izuku looked up into All Might's eyes and blinked. The Scarecrow man began to sweat. But Might, Izuku sighed. This man was really testing his patience. Did you really think that'd work? All Might looked away guiltily. But Might, tell me why you think I'd accept baked goods from a man who's already tried to get me to eat other foods with his DNA in them. Well, kids love cookies so We're teenagers, not FING 3-year-olds. Izuku pulled a hand down his face. This better not become a frequent interaction. You already spit in water bottles and put your hair in a lasagna. For all I know, these chocolate chips are actually your sheet. They're not, I promise. I don't care. I'm not eating them. Now leave. But Izuku reached into his hair and pulled out a Nerf. Or else I will shoot you with this. Bakugo froze and turned to All Might. You need to run. That's just a Nerf gun, young Bakugo, he laughed, waving Bakugo off. I'm a pro hero, a little styrofoam bullet won't hurt me. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Oh, but this isn't a regular Nerf gun, he chuckled as he stroked the bright green plastic. This one is much more powerful. He aimed it at a refrigerator a few feet away from them. The bullet lodged itself into the fridge, beeped, and then exploded. All Might and Bakugo looked over at Izuku in fear. What was that? Since when was your Nerf that powerful, Deku? Izuku cradled the gun in his arms and grinned. I've been doing some brainstorming and realized that there were so many other things I could do with my power. Self-destructing Nerf bullets were just one of the ideas I came up with. He looked up at the symbol of peace. You should probably leave, All Might, Bakugo whispered. The last time Izuku had a look like that on his face, he nearly killed one of their classmates. The kids survived the injuries, but they were so scared that they ended up moving to America. Unless you're interested in becoming my test subject. All Might's eyes widened in panic. Getting murdered by a child with a Nerf gun wasn't on his schedule today. He slowly backed away. then as soon as he was far enough away, he turned around and booked it. And don't come back. Or else I'll have to use some of my more interesting objects, Izuku called. Once he was sure All Might was gone, he went over to clean up the pieces of the fridge he exploded. To be honest, exploding the refrigerator probably made moving it easier. Bakugo hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow and help out. Do you think he'll come back? Bakugo asked after a few moments of silence. Izuku chuckled, he better not, or Japan is going to lose its symbol of peace prematurely. I'm going about this all wrong, All Might mumbled as he stared at the whiteboard in front of him. If I want to give him the quirk, I have to do it when he's not expecting it. If I try to give him something edible, he won't take it, because he knows what I'm trying to do. That means I need to sneak it into something without his knowledge. But I can't do that on the beach, because he's keeping an eye out for me. He tapped his marker on the board. But where else would I easily be able to get to something he's eating or drinking? I could follow him home to find out where he lives, but he might call the police. I can't get into his middle school because it'd be incredibly suspicious for the #1 hero to drop by a random middle school just to talk to a specific child. He froze, then a smile crept across his face. Of course. He wrote something onto the board in big letters. How could I forget? They're trying out for UA. And with quirks like those, they'll definitely get in. He chuckled under his breath. Perfect, he whispered. All I need to do is wait a few months, and I'll have my successor. His quiet chuckles slowly morphed into deranged giggling. Oh, Nana, if only you could see me now. Nana watched from the void with a grimace. She turned back to her predecessors. He's worse off than I thought. Izuku looked up at the giant, vaguely shaped building in front of him and beamed. This was it. This is what he had trained for. The hero school he had dreamed of attending ever since he was little. Back then it was because All Might went to it, but even after he stopped liking that walking Colgate advertisement, he still wanted to learn to be a hero here. The best hero school in all of Japan. And now that dream was about to come true. Well, once he passed the entrance exam, that is. Izuku pulled his hair into a ponytail and glanced over at his best friend. You nervous, Kaken? Bakugo wiped his sweaty hands on a napkin in his pocket. Me? Nervous? Pisish never. Izuku rolled his eyes. Sure, and you're sweating bullets because? It's hot. Izuku blinked and opened the weather app on his phone. Kaken, it's 60 degrees, Fahrenheit. I'm an Amurician. Hamburger French fries cup with straw pistol, and windy. Bakugo whipped his head to look at Izuku. Hot, he hissed. Izuku waved one hand in front of his nose and pushed Bakugo away with the other. Your breath fing stinks, man. Have a mint. He reached into his glowing hair, pulled out a single mint, wrapped of course. No one wants a hairy mint, and held it out to Bakugo. Bakugo glared down at the mint like it killed his puppy. It didn't. Sparky got ran over. Moved to old man Jenkins' farm. Yep, the dog went to a farm, definitely didn't die. It's one of those extra minty, spicy ones. Izuku sing-songed and waved the mint in front of Bakugo's face. Bakugo snatched the mint and popped it in his mouth. Izuku squinted at him. You know there was plastic around that, right? Bakugo grabbed Izuku's hand, spit the wrapper in it and closed his hand, maintaining eye contact the whole time. Izuku looked down at the spit-covered plastic, then back at Bakugo in disgust. Ayo, what the F dash? Bakugo just stared blankly at him and continued walking. Take your F. Spitbeak. You see, even though he's sassier, stronger, and more of a crackhead than Canon Izuku, this Izuku was still cursed with the Izuku Midoriya-style bad luck. Izuku somehow managed to walk into the only rock sticking up on the whole path, and was now about to have his first kiss stolen by the dirty but concrete of Yue. Romantic. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Kaken. Guess I'll never have the chance to prove I'm more than a piece of trash. Man, I've been falling for a long time now. Bakugo started cackling and Izuku realized he wasn't moving. Ha! Was this some sort of new quirk? Did he make an invisible box or something to stop himself? Oh, sorry, I used my quirk on you. I just didn't want you to fall and break your nose before the exam. A feminine voice called from behind him. He whipped his head around to see a brunette girl behind him. She had big brown eyes and a permanent blush. She kind of reminded him of an old video game character. Oh, thank you. He stuttered out. Dang it, he thought he got rid of that. Must just be his nerves. The girl put her hands together. Release. And Izuku fell down on his knees. Oops. I should have warned you before I released my quirk. Izuku looked up at the girl with stars in his eyes. Your quirk is so cool. He squealed and reached into his hair for a notebook and pen. It seems to have something to do with gravity, maybe nullification. But it also could have something to do with momentum, since you were able to stop me from falling. Izuku froze and flushed. Bakugo stood behind him, doubled over, struggling to breathe through his hysterical laughter. The girl was staring at him with wide eyes. That was a lot. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Yeah, I'm sorry. Great, now this girl with the cool quirk was gonna think he was weird. This is why he never talked to anyone his age other than Kaken. It was cool though. You must have some sort of analysis quirk. Izuku somehow managed to turn even pinker, and Bakugo was now on the ground, laughing like a FNG maniac. Way to go, Kaken. Now everyone is going to think they're insane. I mean they are, but they don't need everyone to know that right now. Oh, and oh, I actually have a creation quirk. I just really like quirks. Oh really? Yeah, quirks are just so cool. Like did you know Dash? Luckily, Bakugo finally pulled himself together and dragged Izuku away by the collar of his blazer before he could drown the girl in his weird quirk fun facts. Oh, well I guess I'll talk to you later. Yeah, I guess so. Izuku's eyes went wide. Wait, I never got your name. But the girl was too far away now and busy talking to someone else. Bakugo let go of Izuku's collar and the greenette fell into step beside him. Wow, nerd. You're terrible at social interaction. You didn't even get her name. Shut up. Izuku elbowed him in the ribs. It's not my fault, okay? The only social interaction I've really had in the last 10 months was with you, Mom, Auntie, our teacher, and but might. Social interaction is overrated. Izuku exhaled through his nose in amusement. True. Bakugo turned to Izuku. Hey, it's been a while since we saw All Might. Izuku grinned. Yep, and I've never been happier. Bakugo played with the buttons on his uniform worriedly. You don't think he's planning something, do you? Izuku looked into Bakugo's eyes for a moment, then laughed. Of course not. That idiot doesn't have enough brain cells to make a plan that'll actually work. Somewhere in the home of Yagi Tashinori sat a pile of notebooks filled with hundreds of well-thought-out plans on how to make Midoriya his successor. But what if Dash? Izuku put a finger in front of Bakugo's mouth. Shoo. He's not planning anything, I'm sure of it. Now come on, we're gonna be late for the practical test. Bakugo sighed and followed, still worried. Izuku was strong and smart, but this was the #1 hero they were talking about. What's gonna happen when All Might's time gets shorter and he gets more serious about making Izuku his successor? Would the greenette be able to protect himself, or was he going to end up being force-fed DNA and getting a quirk he didn't want? Bakugo huffed. How did the nerd always get himself into situations like this? Hello little listeners. Welcome to the practical portion of the entrance exam. Izuku grinned. Present Mike was one of the few heroes he could actually stand. He might be loud, but at least he actually cared about people and did his job right. Plus, his radio show was awesome. I'm here to explain the rules of the practical. Now, tell me little listeners, are you ready? Yeah. Izuku lowered his fist when he realized no one else was responding. What? You guys were just gonna leave him hanging? Present Mike chuckled. Thanks little listener. Now here's how this test is gonna go. After this presentation, you'll each head to your assigned testing location. Izuku looked down at his card, and then frowned. We're in different locations, Bakugo mumbled, slightly upset. They probably did that on purpose so students of the same middle schools can't work together, Izuku whispered back. Each site is filled with 3 types of faux villains that you need to disable to get villain points. You'll receive 1, 2, or 3 points from each villain you disable, depending on their difficulty. I wonder how they'll be keeping track of who disabled which robot. Me and the other staff members will be watching on the cameras to keep track of the points. Well, That answers your question, nerd. Izuku hummed and grabbed out a hairbrush. Bakugo glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. What? I'm gonna be in camera. I have to look presentable. Bakugo snorted and shook his head. A preppy-looking boy stood up. Excuse me, Mr. Present Mike? I have a question. Then he went on without even waiting for Present Mike to respond. What an a-hole. Izuku really hoped he wasn't going to be on the same testing ground as him. On this sheet there are 4 robots listed. An error as blatant as this, if it is one, is highly unbecoming for Japan's top academy. Izuku rolled his eyes. Maybe if you waited a moment he would have explained it, he mumbled under his breath. The boy turned around to face Izuku. And you with the messy hair. You should be listening and preparing yourself for the test, not brushing your hair. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Who did the speech think he was? The president of the auditorium? I know you did not just insult my hair. Listen here, rich boy, I am listening and preparing myself. My hair is a part of my quirk, and if you'd like, I can demonstrate it. He reached into his hair, pulled out a stick and threw it at him. See? I pulled a stick out of my hair. Cool, right? Now if only I could do the same with the one in your butt. Gasps filled the auditorium and the rich boy sputtered. Bakugo was covering his mouth with his hand, trying to hide his laughter. Your behavior is inappropriate for someone wishing to become a hero. Izuku blinked. You must not be seeing the same pro heroes as I have because 80% of them are assholes just like me. Now sit down and shush so Present Mike, one of the few good ones, can answer your question. You know, the one that probably would have been answered if you had just shut up and waited for him to finish. The rich boy opened his mouth to say something, then sat down instead. Finally, Izuku muttered. He really hoped this kid didn't end up in the same testing location as him. Present Mike tried and failed to cover his laugh with a cough. Thank you for the cough question. Examinee 7? Examinee 7111. He cleared his throat. You don't need to worry about that one. That's the 0-pointer. There's no point bothering with that one. You won't get any villain points. The rich boy gave a nod of understanding. Izuku scrunched his nose in thought. Present Mike specified that they wouldn't get any villain points. Did that mean that there were other types of points? Are there any more questions? Present Mike scanned the room for any hands. Okay. Well, if no one has any questions then you can load yourselves onto the buses. Make sure to check which side it's going to before you board. Izuku put his hairbrush away and stood up. Good luck, Kaken. Bakugo stood up and smirked. Pete, I don't need luck. I'm too amazing for UA to pass up. Izuku rolled his eyes. Just don't hurt anyone. I think you need to be told that more than me. Izuku gasped in mock offense. How dare you? I would never hurt an innocent person. Bakugo made a face. You said that last time, remember? The haunted house incident. That was not my fault. How was I supposed to know that throwing a real dead body at someone would give them a heart attack? I don't know, maybe because it's common sense? Izuku scoffed. It's not my fault that they didn't believe me when I said that it was ultra-realistic. You can't blame them, Deku. Most people don't expect real dead bodies, especially their own, to be thrown at them in a haunted house. Well, most people don't have my wonderful quirk either, okay? He fluffed his hair. I'm just built different. Bakugo face-bombed. Just promise me you won't hurt any of the other participants. I promise. Hurting other participants on purpose is against the rules. I don't want to be disqualified. But, you know, if one of my exploding Nerf bullets goes off course and accidentally hits Rich Boy Dash. You. Fine. But I won't hurt anyone. Not even Rich Boy. Good. The pair walked off and out the door to get to the buses. A boy with purple gravity-defying hair who had been sat behind them was frozen in horror. What the F? Izuku took a deep breath and looked up at the gates of the mock city. It was huge. It has one hell of a budget, he mumbled under his breath, suddenly feeling a little queasy. He might have a strong quirk, but that didn't mean he wasn't still pretty nervous. This was UA. They were known to have an extremely low acceptance rate. If he wants to get in, he has to be the best of the best. He scanned the crowd for anyone he knew. There wasn't anyone from his middle school, not surprising, none of them really had the drive. and no one he'd seen while he was out. There was a boy with purple hair and eye bags that would put Eraserhead to shame, but he seemed too nervous for conversation right now, so Izuku decided to leave him alone. Good plan because the purple boy was still recovering from what he had overheard earlier. As he scanned the group, he saw someone he recognized. Nice girl. Great. Now he could get her name. He started to make his way over to her when a large hand was placed on his shoulder. Excuse me. That girl seems to be doing some sort of meditation. Are you trying to distract her? Izuku's eyes narrowed. Rich boy. Of course he got put in the same location as him. The greenette whirled around to stare him down, but instead of being face to face it was more of a face to pecs thing. He hadn't seemed this tall from across the auditorium. I hate tall people, he cursed, then looked up. Izuku was 5 feet 2 inches, which made him an inch shorter than his mom. He was really hoping for another growth spurt soon, but the unassuming exterior did make his chaoticness that much more surprising to others. He looks like an innocent little green bean and then boom, Nerf gun in your face. But this dude was way taller than him. There had to be at least an 8 or 9 inch difference. That type of language is inappropriate. Izuku rolled his eyes. Blah blah blah, put a sock in it, rich boy. Rich boy huffed indignantly. How can someone as rude as you hope to be a hero? Oh, I'm not rude, I just don't like you. The boy's eye twitched in annoyance. Oh my, was Izuku making the rich boy angry? Oh noes. What's he gonna do? COWI to mommy and daddy about it? Well, if you wish to become a hero, you must learn to be polite and work together with people you don't like. I mean, do I? Endeavor seems to be doing just fine ignoring and being hostile towards the people he doesn't like. He hummed. Actually, maybe I should get better at that. I don't want to be anything like that dumpster fire. Rich boy sputtered. That's the number 2 hero you're talking about. You must respect him. Izuku snorted. Huh, no. Him? Respect Endeavor? He would eat but Might's hair before he respected that flaming pile of sheet. That man is a piece of sheet. Almost as bad as but Might. Rich boy's jaw dropped. All Might is the number 1 hero. The symbol of peace. He's what holds our hero society together. What could he have done to deserve that insulting nickname? Izuku raised an eyebrow. You really want to know? Yes, I do. Are you sure? Rich boy nodded hesitantly. Yes. Izuku stared at him for a moment, then shrugged. He needed someone new to vent to anyway. Well, okay, it all started when Begin. Izuku and Rich boy's heads both shot up. Huh? What? What are you waiting for, little listeners? There's no countdowns in real life. Go, go, go. Izuku's went wide. Rich boy sped right past him, leaving a cloud of dust in his place. Great. Now he couldn't vent out his but Might issues and give this rich boy second-hand trauma. Izuku coughed. I didn't get rich boy's name either. I really SCK at this whole making new friends thing. He reached into his glowing hair and ran through the gate. I can worry about my lack of social skills later. I need to pass this test right now. He scanned the area, looking for robots he could fight, but it seemed like everyone was already taking care of these ones. Guess I'll just have to go a little deeper into the city, he mumbled and pulled out his weapon, smiling at the familiar weight in his hand. His baby. His child. The only thing he loved and cared about more than his mom and Kaken. His Nerf. He raced past dozens of other examinees, trying to stay out of the way and not start fanboying over their quirks. It was difficult, but he just didn't have time right now. I'll have plenty of quirks to fawn over once I get in. He found a pair of robots. 1 3-pointer and 1 2-pointer. He aimed at the 3-pointer and hit it with the old explosive Nerf bullet, taking it out in one shot. Wow, explosive bullets are amazing, he breathed. Then he quickly went and hit the 2-pointer, easily taking it out as well. I bet Snipe would be proud, he laughed and ran off to find another robot. He had just taken out 2 3-pointers, 4 1-pointers, finished off another 2-pointer and given a French boy with a laser. Belly button some ginger ale. Poor dude's quirk messed with his stomach when he saw something out of the corner of his eye. He turned and saw a red-haired boy and a pair of 2-pointers. He was so focused on the first robot that he didn't notice the second coming up behind him. Izuku had to help him out. The boy seemed to have some sort of hardening quirk, but he wasn't sure if it affected his whole body at once or only parts. He wasn't about to chance someone getting injured because he made an incorrect assumption about their quirk. Izuku's eyes narrowed in thought. Now what would be a good object for this? Of course. Izuku pulled out a giant sticky hand, winded it up like a lasso and threw it. Vinny, hit her with the sticky hand. He quietly quoted the Tumblr post under his breath. Tumblr. His favorite pre-Quirk social media site. It stuck to the metal with a smack. He quickly ran around the robot, wrapping it up in the sticky jelly plastic, then threw it just for good measure. Izuku watched as the robot flew through the air, out of his foe city and into the next one over with a crash. Might have overdone that. In the next city over, Bakugo was working on racking up the villain points. Bam bam. 2 points. Boom. Now it's 5. PW bang. 7. He was fighting another 3-pointer when he heard a crash behind him. One so loud that if his ears didn't have a mutation to deal with his explosions, it probably would have really hurt. He finished off the 3-pointer and turned around, expecting there to be another robot for him to explode to bits. What he wasn't expecting was to find a 2-pointer that was reduced to mostly rubble already. He raised an eyebrow. Had someone destroyed that behind him while he was busy with the 3-pointer? He squinted at the robot a little, before he noticed something. It was wrapped in a giant sticky hand. It really was huge. It looked a lot like the one that Deku had used to move that old car on the beach. Bakugo face-bombed. Of course. I hope that didn't land on anyone, Izuku hummed, and looked over at the boy who he had saved. Whoa dude. That was super manly. Izuku flushed a bit. Oh, it was nothing. Wow, it felt great to get compliments from someone other than his kiss but teachers and classmates. Nothing? You just threw that robot out of the city. And was that a giant sticky hand? Izuku nodded. I've never seen anything as cool as that before. Izuku's blush deepened. Did someone have a fire quirk or something? It was getting really hot out here. Thanks. I'm sure we'll both see lots of cool stuff when we get into the hero course. The boys went wide. Oh yeah. I forgot we were in the middle of a test. See you later, bro. Izuku laughed and waved goodbye before he went off to get more points. That dude seems pretty cool. Maybe we'll become friends. Izuku froze and groaned. I didn't get his name either. What was that? Nedzu chuckled quietly as he watched the cameras. I believe that was one of those sticky hand toys. But it was giant. We would have noticed if he brought that in. Hey, isn't that the kid with the gun from earlier? Snipe smirked under his mask. Yup, I reckon it is. I recognize that big ol' mop of hair from earlier, he said with a hearty chuckle. Who, that kiddo's got better aim than most o' third years. The author cried tears of joy, relieved that they no longer had to skip this chapter when rereading because of the absolutely atrocious accent. Thank you, Tekimimotake. Thank you, loudly crying face. Midnight placed a finger on her chin, but where did he get the gun? Or the sticky hand? Were you not paying any attention at all? The rest of the staff turned towards their resident sleep-deprived caterpillar. What do you mean, Aizawa-san? Aizawa sighed, wiggled out of his sleeping bag, walked over to the screen and pointed at the green-haired boy, whose hair was glowing a bright green. Do you see? See what? The sleep-deprived man face-bombed. What he's doing. Do you see what he's doing right now? I see him handing an electric user a power bank. Aizawa turned to the screen and glared. The glowing had stopped now. Great. Where'd he get that? Midnight exclaimed. Aizawa's eye twitched. Were they really that stupid? I'm not sure. Maybe he has a big invisible bag or some sort? Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. You're all idiots, he growled, then crawled back into his sleeping bag. Nedzu chuckled. Don't be rude, Aizawa-san. It's difficult to see his quirk in action over the camera. He took a sip of tea. Perhaps if I zoom in a bit you'll all be able to see it. He zoomed into the boy, who was approaching a pair of 2-pointers. The viewing room was filled with ohs and us as the boy's hair began to glow. Aizawa rolled his eyes, but still paid attention. This was a really powerful quirk. The boy reached in and pulled out a blue shell from Mario Kart and threw it in between the two robots. It hit both, then broke. The boy did a little jump, that probably was paired with the Yahoo, but they couldn't hear since the sound was off, and ran off to find another robot. Did that kid just pull a Mario shell from his hair? He did indeed. That's interesting. Vlad King blinked attentively. It seems to be some sort of creation quirk. You're right. It is a creation quirk. Nedza grinned and opened his computer up to the green-haired boy's quirk registry. Wasn't there a recommendation student with a creation quirk too? Nedza nodded. Yes, Momo Yayarosa's quirk is creation, but this boy's quirk is even more powerful. The teacher's eyes went wide. Stronger than hers? But hers is one of the strongest we've seen yet. Well, now we have an even stronger one here. You see, Miss Yayarozu can create non-living materials by changing the molecular structure of her fat cells. But this boy, Izuku Midoriya's quirk, has no scientific explanation for it at all. Midnight raised an eyebrow. How can that be? I thought that all quirks had to be connected to science in some way. Well, yes, they're supposed to, but it seems that this boy was the victim of crack. The drag? No, the genre. He took another sip of tea as the staff room let out a sigh of relief. It seems that this boy can create anything he wishes, excluding living animals or people, from absolutely nothing. The objects just magically appear in his hair as if we're in some sort of poorly thought-out fanfiction. The Chimera looked up at the fourth wall and grinned. The author began to sweat. Wait. Eraserhead sat up in his sleeping bag, suddenly very interested in this conversation. He can make anything? Anything. Can he make Eraser a will to live? Midnight snickered. The principal stirred his tea absent-mindedly. Probably not. I don't believe anyone can do that, the teachers choked, but he can make many impossible objects. Like that one. He pointed to the screen where Izuku was now riding on a flying gun, shooting villains and throwing bottles of water down to people. How nice. That's definitely worth some rescue points. Power Loader gaped. Are those bullets turning the robots into liquid? Nedza squinted and giggled maniacally. Oh my, it seems they are. How interesting. A chill ran down the spines of the teachers. Nedza being interested in a kid was never good. He seems intelligent too. Perhaps I'll offer to make him my personal student. Power Loader turned to Vlad King and Eraserhead, who both had a horrified look in their eyes, and placed a hand on their shoulders. I pray for whichever one of you has to deal with that child. Well, there's only 2 more minutes left in the test, so I may as well have my fun. Eraserhead snapped out of his misery. Nedzu, no. Nedzu, yes. The Chimera slammed his fist down onto the red button on his desk with a slight sadistic gleam in his eye. Now let's see how these students handle the 0-pointer. Okay, that's 31, 34, 36, 40 points. I think that should be enough to get in, but maybe I'll get a few more just to make sure. Dash. Thump, thump, stomp. Izuku whipped his head around and gasped, holy sheet. Is that the 0-pointer they were talking about? Like seriously, holy F sheet. He thought the other robots were big, but this was a whole other level. He watched as participants fled from the giant robot. Understandable. That's as big as the buildings. I'm getting the F out of here. Izuku turned to run away when he heard something. Help. Please someone help me. Izuku quickly pulled out a pair of high-powered binoculars and gasped. There was the nice girl, trapped under rubble, right in the 0-pointer's path. They wouldn't let someone die during this, would they? Izuku shook his head and took off towards her. He couldn't risk it. He might have only met this girl today, but he wasn't going to chance her being killed just because he was too worried about his own life. That's what a hero did, right? Put themselves in harm's way to protect others? A determined smile spread across his face. He was going to save this girl. He pushed through the crowd, drawing a few stares. The red-haired boy from earlier stopped for a moment. Hey, what are you doing? That big robot is over there. There's someone still over there. The boy's eyes went wide. He looked at the crowd and then back at Izuku. Do you want some help? Izuku nodded. You up to it? The boy gave a determined nod. Okay, then come on. As the two boys dashed through the crowd, Izuku locked eyes with another person he recognized. Rich Boy. Rich Boy looked at him and Red Boy, then turned away and kept running. Izuku scoffed. What a hero. Didn't even bother to ask what they were doing. Too focused on saving his own skin. The boy tried to speed up as they approached the wreckage, but Izuku held him back. We need to be careful here. We're not going to be any help to her if we get injured ourselves. The red-haired boy gave him a nod and an apologetic smile. His teeth were really pointy. Accidentally biting his tongue must Izuku blinked the off-topic thoughts away. There was no time to think about Red Boy's abnormally sharp teeth and their downsides. They had a person to save. Help! Help! The boys turned and carefully made their way over to where the voice came from. It's okay. We're here to help. The girl looked up and let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was gonna die here. I don't think UA would let that happen, but we're here to help nevertheless. Do you have any injuries? I'm pretty sure I twisted my ankle, and I'm feeling nauseous because I overused my quirk. Izuku nodded. Got it. He bent his knees and went to pick up a piece of the rubble off her leg. It was really heavy, but he was able to get it up and off. Hey dude, I know you're trying to free the girl, but that robot is getting really close. Izuku looked up and grimaced. The red-haired boy was right. In the time that it took Izuku to move one piece of the rubble off the girl, the robot had gotten even closer. He had 1.5 minutes tops to get this girl out of the way, and that just wasn't possible. 2 minutes remaining, little listeners. Izuku looked from the podium present mic was on, then back to the robot and sighed. I'm about to do something really stupid. He glanced over at the red-haired boy and the girl, who were watching him with worried eyes. I saw you fighting earlier. You have some sort of hardening quirk, right? Red Boy nodded hesitantly. Such a cool quirk, Izuku mumbled. A slight blush dusted the red boy's cheeks. Now he was even redder. Boy. Now, can you harden your whole body or just parts? I can do the whole thing, it's just a little more difficult. Izuku nodded. Great. He looked down at the girl. Now I know that you're already nearing quirk exhaustion, but could you cancel the gravity of a few of the heavier pieces of concrete if needed? The girl gave a small nod. Izuku took a deep breath. Okay, this is my plan. Nedzu, please. Stop the zero-pointer before it kills those poor kids. The staff was all on the edge of their seats watching as the giant robot neared the trio. No, I believe the children have a plan. Nedzu smirked and took a sip of his tea. That robot is huge. There's no way those kids can outmatch it, no matter how strong their quirks are. You're underestimating them. These children are very smart. Eraserhead sighed. Someone make sure Recovery Girl is nearby. Already on it. Nedzu giggled in excitement. Here we go. Everyone turned toward the screen and gasped. The zero-pointer was so close now that even if they pressed the stop button, it would be too late. These kids better have a really good plan. The creation boy from earlier turned his head and yelled something at the red-haired boy, who nodded and began to shield the girl who was stuck in the wreckage. What is he doing? Eijiro Kirishima. Quirk, hardening, allows the user to harden and sharpen any or all parts of the body. Nedzu read off the quirk registry. So they're using him as the shield? Seems so. It doesn't matter how hard he gets, Midnight snorted, taking no notice of the other teacher's glares. There's no way he and that girl he's protecting will be able to survive being crushed by the zero-pointer. Power Loader held his head in his hands. These poor kids are gonna die. Hey, what's the girl doing? Midnight pointed at the screen. The girl touched the larger pieces of concrete, and they floated up off her as if they weighed nothing. Ochako Uraraka. Quirk, zero gravity. The user can manipulate gravity in ways such as making objects weightless or making objects float, or even make themselves fly. They watched as the hardening boy threw the weightless debris out of the way. Oh, that's actually really smart. True, but why ain't she making him all weightless? She's already used her quirk quite a bit. If she was to use it on all of the pieces, she'd end up throwing up. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so the boy is protecting and helping the girl get out from under all the concrete, but what's that green-haired kid doing? They all focused their attention on the creation boy. He was just standing there. His hair was glowing slightly, but it wasn't bright enough for it to be from him creating something. What is he doing? He's gonna get crushed. They watched the red-haired boy lift up the girl and carry her off to the entrance, sending a quick look to the creation boy over his shoulder. He's worried as well. Does that mean that Midoriya's plan isn't as solid as I had thought? Nezu frowned. He was under the assumption that this was a well-thought-out plan. Perhaps he should have stopped the robot when he had the chance. I hope it's solid enough because that robot is about to crush him. Everyone in the room held their breath as the zero-pointer's foot came down, the creation boy still not moving an inch. He's gonna die. Oh, I can't watch. His shooting skills were so promising too. Aizawa tried to seem calm, but on the inside he was freaking the F out. This is it. We're going to have to call this poor kid's parents and tell them that their son is a pancake now and… The robot's foot touched the boy's hair and disappeared. Fully disappeared. It made contact and vanished. Then the time was called. What the fucking frickety fudge was that? No one paid any attention to Snipe this time. They were too busy wondering what the F this child did that over 70 meter, 230 feet. 70 meters is just easier, tall robot. Aizawa turned to Nezu. If you put that demon in my class, I'm going to quit. Nezu passed a huge stack of papers over to him. You'll need to fill all of those out then. Aizawa blinked at the stack. I'm not quitting anymore. Nezu grinned. Great. Now let's figure out what exactly this boy did. As soon as time was called, Izuku fell to his knees. It worked, he breathed, tears in his eyes. ITF worked. He sobbed, a pained smile spreading across his face. Please make your way towards the entrance. Our favorite healing hero, Recovery Girl, will be coming through all the testing locations, so if you have any injuries she'll heal them up. Izuku attempted to stand up, but his legs decided that wasn't going to happen. The adrenaline high must have worn off. Guess I'll just chill here for a minute. He yawned and waited for someone to come find him. Lucky for him, it only took a moment. 2 people showed up. Recovery Girl and… Nezu? Izuku choked at the sight of the chimera. Nezu wasn't extremely high on the popularity poll, but it was difficult to find someone who didn't know about him. A rare case of an animal with a quirk. He escaped from the lab he was kept in, fought for his rights, became a hero and principal of UA. He was a legend. Izuku couldn't believe he was actually meeting him. Izuku tried once again to lift himself up off the ground, but Nezu just shook his head with a soft chuckle. Recovery Girl hustled over to check him for any injuries, but when she went to plant a kiss on him he scoocheth away. Thank you ma'am, but I don't think it would be a good idea to heal me right now. Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow. Why not, dearie? You're injured. She pointed at a large scrape on his arm. Izuku winced. When did he get that? I know, but I've already used a lot of my energy during the exam. Your quirk would drain even more of my energy and I'd risk my quirk stopping, because if overuse… Nezu hummed and pulled out a cup of tea. Where the hell did he get that? He had an intelligence quirk, no creation like Izuku. And what would happen if your quirk turned off right now? Izuku scratched the back of his neck. Well, all the stuff inside of my hair would fall out, including the zero-pointer. That definitely wouldn't be good. Recovery Girl's eyes went wide. The robot is in your hair? How? It's another part of my quirk. I can create objects in my hair, but I can also store stuff there too. Nezu gave a grin that left most people trembling, but Izuku didn't even blink. This boy is very interesting. Will it disappear after a while? Izuku shook his head. No, they stay there for as long as I want them to. I have notebooks that have been there since I first got my quirk. How interesting. That wasn't mentioned in your quirk registry. Izuku looked at him confused for a moment before it clicked. Of course, the staff had access to his quirk registry. They wanted to know all about the students' quirks before they accepted them. Well, people come after me frequently enough with just that one part of my quirk listed, so my mom and I decided not to disclose all the parts of my quirk. Nezu's eyes went wide. So there are more parts of you quirk that were not mentioned? Izuku nodded and the chimera laughed. Amazing! I can't wait to learn more about this quirk of yours. He helped the boy up to his feet. Well, I should be going and so should you. The writing portion will be starting soon. Oh right. He went to go but Recovery Girl was there in his way. Wait a second, dearie. Even if you won't let me heal that scrape of yours, I still need to take care of it. She whipped out a first aid kit, cleaned up the injury and bandaged it up faster than Izuku had ever seen a person take care of a wound before. While Izuku's jaw was still hanging open in shock, she threw a few gummies in and closed it. Those are energy gummies. Chew them and then get your butt to that test. Izuku nodded hastily. He chewed them up, mumbling out a thank you as he sped off. Recovery Girl reminded him of his mom. Both were small, but absolutely terrifying. Netsu grinned as the boy ran off. That boy is promising, is he not? Recovery Girl nodded. He is. Smart, understands his quirk well, and cares about the safety of others. He knew not to let me drain his energy because his quirk had already used most of it and taking any more would result in quirk overuse. The woman froze and turned towards the chimera. Didn't he say he had the 0-pointer in his hair? Netsu nodded, the smile not leaving his face. He did. Shouldn't we have had him take that out? Isn't it dangerous to leave such a dangerous piece of machinery in the hands of a child? Netsu shook his head with a laugh. No, he'll be fine. I trust him with it. He has things in his possession that are much more dangerous than a simple 70-meter-tall robot. Recovery Girl blinked. I'm quitting. Netsu laughed. Aizawa-sen said that too. I'm bored, Izuku sighed, staring up at the ceiling. I want to know whether or not I got in. Bakugo tossed a ball in the air. Same, but our letters should be here later. Izuku groaned and flopped over. We've already been waiting. All week. I want to know now. What if my 40-something points weren't enough? Bakugo caught the ball and sat up. Didn't you take down the 0-pointer? Yeah. I still have it in my hair. Bakugo choked. What? I still have it in my hair. And why do you have it in your hair? Izuku shrugged. I told Netsu I had it and he didn't say anything so I assumed it was fine to keep it. I'm gonna ignore that. Bakugo pulled a hand down his face. You incapacitated the 0-pointer though. That's got to be worth something, right? Izuku blinked. 0-pointer. Emphasis on 0. I know, but there's gotta be something more to the test than just beating robots. What about people with non-physical quirks? Izuku shrugged. I don't know. I wondered about that too, but there's no information on it anywhere on the internet. They do a good job of removing any leaked info. Izuku placed his head in his hands. Maybe I should just give up on heroics and take up my pop's work. Bakugo gaped. How could you even think of doing that? I don't know, Kaken. Izuku cried out. I'm just so nervous. What if I was too chaotic? What if I showed off too much? What if they thought I looked like broccoli and they don't like broccoli so they decided to reject me? What if dash? Bakugo smacked Izuku in the face. Shut up. No more what ifs. You're going to worry yourself, Irisik. We can't just spend all day waiting for our letters. Let's do something. Izuku rubbed the red spot on his cheek. Like what? Bakugo faltered. He hadn't thought that far. You want to work on your nerf? Izuku shook his head. Mom said I'm not allowed to do that in my room. Not after last time. He pointed over at the tarp covering his window. Bakugo glanced at it and winced. Right. And it's too hot to go outside and try. Izuku nodded and Bakugo sighed. What about baking? Yeah, we can bake something. Izuku shook his head again. Not allowed to do that without Mom at home, and she and Auntie won't be back from the store for a little while. Bakugo raised an eyebrow. But we're definitely old enough to cook unsupervised. Red velvet cupcake incident, Izuku stated. Bakugo blanched. Not doing that. He tossed the bouncy ball again. What can we do then? I dunno, he brightened. Actually, yes I do. Bakugo quirked an eyebrow in interest. Izuku reached into his glowing hair and pulled out a ray of some sort. What the F is that? Izuku grinned. I'm glad you asked, Kaken. He pointed the ray at the ball Bakugo had been tossing, pulled the trigger and a swirling vortex appeared in its place. Bakugo's jaw dropped. I repeat, what the F is that? Izuku laughed. It's a portal. Great. And what are we doing with it? Izuku's grin grew. We're gonna go through it. Bakugo whipped his head to look at the other boy. No. Yes. No. I'm not going in there. Well, it's a good thing you don't have a choice. Izuku grabbed Bakugo's arm. The blonde's eyes went. Don't you dare. Bakugo screamed as Izuku pushed him through the portal. Him, I hope he doesn't completely hate me after this. Izuku shrugged and jumped in after him. Oof. Bakugo fell out of the portal, landing right on his face. He rubbed his forehead. Ow. A moment later, a familiar green-haired gremlin exited the portal, landing right on top of Bakugo. Ow. Bakugo growled. Izuku smiled apologetically. Sorry, Kaken. Thanks for breaking my fall though. Bakugo rolled his eyes. It's not like I had much of a choice. Now get off of me, Deku. Izuku snorted, but did as he asked, then offered a hand to the blonde. Bakugo took it and Izuku pulled him up. He brushed himself off and gave a nod of thanks. Are those villains? Izuku and Bakugo whipped their heads up to where the voice came from. Standing in front of them were 22 people. One homeless-looking man, a small child and 20 kids in gym uniforms. The hobo man pushed the little girl behind him. Stay behind me, Eri. The little girl nodded and did as she was told. Who are you and how did you get here? He hissed. Are you here for Eri-chan? If so, you'll have to get through us first. Izuku pet his head. Who's Eri? That adorable little girl behind the homeless man? She's cute, but I'm not a kidnapper. He looked down at his nails. I'm more of an arson guy. One of the kids choked and the homeless man looked at Izuku in confusion. You don't know who I am? He asked, ignoring the last thing Izuku said. Izuku shook his head. No. Should I? The hobo man relaxed slightly. So then you're not with the LV. The what? Izuku turned to Bakugo. Do you have any idea what they're talking about, Kaken? I haven't been keeping up with the news. I still don't know where the F we are, do? Wait a F minute. Izuku and Bakugo turned back to the group where a blonde boy who looked like Bakugo was standing. Like a lot like Bakugo. Almost exactly. Just a little angrier. Bakugo-kun, please get back with the group. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Bakugo? F off 4 eyes. The angry boy stomped his way up to Bakugo and Izuku. Sup? Don't sup me extra. You called that greenie Deku and he called you Kaken? Bakugo nodded slowly. Yeah? What about it? Those are me and Deku's nicknames for each other. Bakugo watched the blonde puzzled, and Izuku's eyes lit up. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo and the other blonde looked up. Yeah, Izuku? You want extra? Bakugo and other Bakugo whipped their heads back to look at each other. I'm Bakugo, not you extra. Bakugo looked back at his green-haired friend. What the hell, Deku? Who are these people? They're different versions of people from our universe. He beamed like this was a totally normal thing. It was not. The last time I checked, teenagers do not usually travel to other universes. This is obviously this universe's version of you. Bakugo looked at the other Bakugo who was scowling at him and grimaced. Why is he like that? Fucker looks like he has rabies. I don't have rabies, you demon extra. Sure you don't. Shyanini. Huff. Agfter. Stop speaking, keyboard smash. It's stupid. You're stupid. Bakugo looked back at his friend. Izuku? Izuku scratched his head. I'm not sure. Maybe this Izuku didn't beat him up enough? The other Bakugo cackled. As if that nerd could do anything to me. He's too weak and useless dash. Izuku kicked the angry Bakugo in place. The angry blonde fell to his knees. Son of a beach. He hissed. Izuku gasped. How dare you? My mother is wonderful. He heard snickering and looked up. The people in front of them were watching with a mix of horror and amusement. What? He obviously needed it. A pink girl doubled over laughing. Oh my gosh, this dude is amazing. Even the little airy girl was giggling. Hobo Man snorted and the boy who had tried to call Bakugo back earlier was shouting and doing a robot arm thing. He was actually kind of familiar looking. Izuku knew he had seen him before but he couldn't quite place it. Sensei, classmates, please. That boy just hurt our classmate. Should we not be retaliating? Izuku's eyes widened. That voice. Rich boy? Rich boy was here? A boy with half red and half white placed a hand on Rich boy's shoulder. The last time you tried to retaliate, Midoriya, and I almost died saving you from Stain. Rich boy flushed and put a hand over Half and Half's mouth. Hush, Todoroki-kun. We're not supposed to talk about that. Izuku watched with wide eyes. Okay, this is not how I expected this to go here. Bakugo looked back at Izuku. What were you expecting? Izuku shrugged. I dunno, but I guess we should introduce ourselves. He turned back to the people in front of him and smiled politely. Hi. My name is Izuku, but everyone calls me Bush God. The students in front of them looked at him in confusion. Bush God? That's a weird nickname. Hey, did he said his name was Izuku? Isn't that Midoriya's na-dash? Bakugo squinted. No one calls you that. Yes they do. Izuku crossed his arms. Bakugo raised an eyebrow. Name one person. That one guy who kidnapped me called me that. Bakugo face-bombed. Which one? You've been kidnapped like 45 times. The group in front of them gaped. This year? 45 times this year? How? A boy with weird elbows cried out. Izuku ignored them, right? I was the one with the clown shoes? Yeah. The guy with the clown shoes. Do you remember him? You mean the dude who kidnapped you so you would make him stronger, Drags? Izuku nodded energetically. Yeah. That's the guy. Bakugo blinked, then turned back to the people in front of them. I'm Bakugo, that demon there is Deku. I'm not a demon and that's not my name. Neither is Bush God. Izuku pouted. Kaken. Fine, his name is Izuku Midoriya. Not Deku. And definitely not Bush God. We do not accept nicknames from drag addicts. Did he just say the green-haired dude's name was Midoriya? Does that mean he's related to Deku-kun? No wait, he said his first name was Izuku. Isn't that Midobro's given name too? Yeah it is. Why would they both be named the same thing? Are you extras if you stupid? The other Bakugo stood up, holding back a wince. That a-hole just said they were from another FNG universe. Huh? How's that possible? Technology isn't that advanced yet. A green-haired boy in the back began to mumble, unless it is in their universe. Perhaps quirks showed up sooner in their world. Or later. If Q? T. Yep, that's definitely the other version of you, Deku. The other Izuku froze and flushed. The chaotic Izuku elbowed his friend in the ribs. Shut up, Kaken. That was really interesting and now you embarrassed him. Izuku walked over to his other version and smiled. You're right about one thing. Technology isn't advanced enough for interdimensional travel yet, but luckily, he reached into his hair and pulled out a ball. He threw it at the ground and it bounced once, twice, then turned into a dozen Eraserhead balloons. That doesn't affect me. The students stared at the balloons in awe. Eri made grabby hands at the balloons. Izuku snorted, grabbed one, and handed it to the little girl. She gave him the sweetest smile he had ever seen. So sweet, Izuku felt like he got a freaking cavity from it. Children. I've never seen a quirk this powerful. The other Izuku breathed, stars in his eyes. The weird elbows dude raised an eyebrow. He had a bouncy ball that turned into balloons. It's cool, but how is that helpful for heroics? Shiro-kun. Don't you see? He made that. He has a creation quirk. The boy's eyes went wide. Like Yayarose's? Other Izuku nodded energetically. Yes. But from the way that he was able to make that balloon ball thing, I believe it's even more powerful than hers. The class's jaws dropped. But Yayarose's quirk is so OP. An electric boy cried out. A tall, extremely gorgeous girl shuffled her way to Izuku. Is it true? Do you have a creation quirk too? She asked. Izuku nodded. Yep. The strongest ever recorded in my world. How could telepathy and fire breathing mix to create creation? The other Izuku mumbled, much too quietly for any normal person to catch, but Izuku was not normal. Obviously. Well, my great-grandmother had a creation quirk, so my mom's quirk is more creating a pull on objects. So I ended up with the pull aspect of her quirk and the creation of her grandma. He placed a finger on his chin. I'm not sure how Pop's quirk fit into that though. Yayarosa hummed. That's quite interesting. I was fairly sure that my family was the only bloodline in Japan with a creation quirk that could make multiple things. Izuku shrugged. I dunno, that's just what I was told. I do know that I have a distant cousin with a quirk similar to mine though. I haven't ever really met her because her parents don't want her to end up being kidnapped with me, but I think her name was Momo or something. Yayarosa's head shot up. That's my given name. Izuku's eyes went wide. Oh, then I guess I'm related to you in my universe. That's pretty cool. Wait, if Midoriya has a different quirk in that universe, does that mean All Might isn't his father there? Izuku froze, his smile becoming forced. Father? The other Izuku pulled a hand down his face. Todoroki-kun, All Might isn't my father here either. Izuku relaxed. Oh, thank God. If but Wipe was your father, I'd probably cry. The class whipped their heads to look at Izuku. What did you just call him? But Might? They all gasped. Why would you call him such a vulgar nickname? Izuku raised an eyebrow. It's not that vulgar at all. I mean, I call that flaming trash can endeavware. Everyone reeled back. Well, except for the half and half boy. He had a small smile on his face. Aren't you obsessed with heroes like the other nerd? The angry Bakugo asked, also looking slightly surprised. I used to be, but to be honest, I'm not a huge hero fan anymore. Why? Izuku shrugged. Most of them are just so overrated and corrupt. Especially but Might. The other Izuku looked at him with wide eyes. Are you a V-villain? Izuku blinked, watching his other version twiddle his thumbs, then burst into laughter. Please don't laugh at our classmate. Rich boy did his robot arm thing again. He is asking a very important question. Izuku wiped a stray tear from his eye. I'm sorry. I just couldn't help it. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Go answer your question. No. I'm not a villain. I want to be a hero. I actually just tried out for UA a couple weeks ago and I'm waiting for the letter. The class sighed in relief. Okay, that's good. I was getting worried. The pink-skinned girl laughed. It's great that you're not a villain, but why do you want to be a hero if you hate them so much? Okay, that's good. But why do you want to be a hero if you hate them so much? Izuku opened his mouth to answer, but a short dude with ball on his head butted in. Maybe he's doing it for the girls. Izuku glared down at the tiny 3-foot-tall boy. No, he punted the grape-haired pervert across the gym. Thank you, Karo. Karo? Like a frog. The girl nodded at Bakugo. Yep, I have a frog quirk. Karo? Izuku's eyes shined. Ah, that's such a cool quirk. Can you? No, Izuku shook his head. I need to stop getting distracted. It doesn't matter how cool the quirks are, I don't have time for it right now. He took a deep breath and began. I want to become a hero so I can help change our society. He reached into his hair and pulled out in a swam with All Might's face. The one he had made all those years ago when he first discovered his quirk. I used to love heroes and All Might as much as any other kid. The other Izuku looked down at the self-made merch in his other version's hands in mild horror. What changed it all? He asked. My pops. The other Izuku whispered something that sounded suspiciously like he got a dad? He changed the way I saw heroes. He showed me all the shit that goes on behind the scenes. The things the media hides. What do they hide? Izuku glanced up at the ceiling of the gym they were in. There were banners with names, pictures, and graduation years of all the students who had gone on to be heroes after attending UA. All Might, Eraserhead, Best Jeanist, Midnight, Present Mike, Endeavor. Endeavor. Did you know that Endeavor had over 300,000 casualties in the last year because of his lack of regard for the safety of civilians and the villains he fights? The students gaped at him. 300,000? The weird elbow boy from earlier squawked. Oh my, that is beaucoup de victims. How is this not all over the news? Simple. Because they, the Hero Commission, don't want you to know about it. He pulled out his phone and opened a news app. See? If you scroll down through the legal sheet here and down to the donations, it says, funded by Heroes for the Safety of All, which is a side company owned the HPSC. What's wrong with the commission funding them? Izuku face-bombed. Everything. The commission funding the Hero News is like a fast food company funding cancer research, which, Fun fact, actually does happen. By providing money to the big news companies, the HPSC is able to easily persuade them not to publish anything that would hurt their rep by threatening to take back their funds. Oh my. That's not very fair. You're right, Izuku agreed, it's not. The commission gets to choose what's shown to the public and what won't. They can downplay and cover up anything they'd like. That's how they hide so many things from us, like the whole Todoroki family fiasco. Nice girl. Izuku believed he had heard his double call her Uraraka, pet her head. Is there something wrong with the Todoroki family? The rest of the class murmured out similar questions, except for the other Bakugo. Surprisingly enough, he looked kinda guilty. Huh? Angry Bakugo can be something other than angry. Izuku went to open his mouth to answer, but Bakugo elbowed him before he could. He looked up at him and raised an eyebrow. The blonde slightly pointed his head to the left and Izuku looked. He locked eyes with the half-and-half boy and his other version. His other version was obviously freaking out. His smile was looking extremely forced, and he looked like he was about to cry or shit himself. Hopefully he'd just cry. Tears he could deal with. Shitting himself would be disgusting. The half-and-half boy's, Shoto Todoroki, if he wasn't mistaken, reaction was harder to catch. To anyone else, he had the same deadpan expression as usual, but Izuku could see the small bead of sweat forming on his forehead and the way his chest was rising and falling slightly faster than normal. So the Todoroki thing isn't public knowledge here either. Izuku had hoped that maybe this endeavor had already gotten consequences for his actions, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Now, Izuku was an a-hole and he knew that, but he was not that much of an a-hole. He wasn't going to expose this poor boy who obviously did not want to be exposed. His father taught him that while meddling with the lives of corrupt heroes was fine, it had to be well thought out, done correctly and warranted. As much as Izuku would love to destroy Endeavor, he couldn't do anything till he had enough evidence and the permission of the Todoroki children. He couldn't just go, surprise, I just got your abusive father arrested. It would lead to unwanted attention on them, and they didn't need that, especially after all they had gone through. Well, at least he knew that the youngest Todoroki would probably be in Class 1A, so hopefully he'd be able to befriend him and his siblings so he could destroy his universe's Endeavor's reputation. Maybe he could even bring together some of his other versions to destroy all the bad endeavors across the dimensions. But first, he had to stop these versions of his future classmates from questioning the poor peppermint boy. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. It's a thing in my universe. I don't think I've seen it in any of the others I've been to. Oh, that makes sense. He glanced over at half and half. Other Izuku mouthed a quick, thank you, and Izuku gave a slight nod. Okay, so you don't like how corrupt your heroes and media are, and there's apparently a thing with Endeavor and his family, but why do you hate All Might so much more than the others? Izuku bit the inside of his cheek. There's a couple reasons for that. What reasons? If you don't mind me asking, of course. Uraraka asked. Izuku took a deep breath. Where do I start? Well, my hate for but Might started when I was 7, or my pops always really hated him, and I guess kinda adopted his opinions of the idiot. Electric Boy looked at him confused. Why did he hate him so much? Izuku shrugged. I'm not sure. He called him a thief and always talked about all the stupid things he did and criticized everything he did. Izuku missed how his other version froze when he said the thief part, but the Bakugas didn't. Maybe he has some sort of beef with All Might. Was he a pro-hero? Maybe he stole his big break or something. Pink-skinned girl offered, craving some interdimensional tea. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. No, he wasn't a hero. Rich Boy raised an eyebrow. Was he a villain? Izuku bit his lip and shrugged. In a way, he whispered, much too quiet for them to hear. So you hate All Might because your dad hated him? He hesitated, then turned to Bakugo with a look that seemed to ask, how much should I tell them? Bakugo looked at the others, then back at his green-haired friend. Tell them as much as you want, I guess. Izuku exhaled. Well, partly. See, my father is where it began, but it got much worse when I met him. The students listened intently as the greenette recalled his first encounter with the #1 hero. Then he said that the quirkless couldn't be a hero and that I should give up, even though I never said that I myself was quirkless. Why the hell would he say that? All Might's a quirkist? I never would have guessed. Moi aussi des Amos. I never expected le number one hero to be un tel canard. The other Izuku was barely listening, thinking about his own encounter with All Might. He had said something very similar when Izuku asked the same question, but he was just protecting him, right? He wasn't a quirkist, it was just common sense. A quirkless person couldn't be a hero, right? I guess it makes sense why you wouldn't like him then. Quirkists are the worst. Izuku pet his head. True, but who said I was done? He went on to describe the slime villain incident. He dropped it? What a effing idiot. Oui. Your All Might is très stupide. Hang on, didn't Bakubro get attacked by the slime villain in our world too? Does that mean the same thing happened here? They all looked at the angry Pomeranian and their resident green bean. Ah no. He never said any of that to me. Izuku raised an eyebrow at his other version's blatant lie. Man, did no one teach him how to lie well? Bakubro. I was fine. Bakugu raised an eyebrow at his double. I doubt that. That slime villain dude was terrible. I can still taste the sewer gunk, he shuddered. The other Bakugu suppressed his own shiver. Yeah, well, mine wasn't in the sewers, so it was completely fine. Next to him, the other Izuku began to fidget. The F, are you doing, Deku? It's nothing, Kaken. Izuku held back a snicker. So he's incompetent too? Izuku nodded. Yeah, but the worst part was after the slime villain incident. What happened after the slime villain? The other Izuku asked. He knew that in his world that's when All Might offered his quirk, but this other Izuku hated All Might. He probably wouldn't accept the quirk of the hero he despised the most. Well, in my world, All Might has a quirk that can be passed on. The class's eyes widened. Really? That's kinda cool. I wonder if his quirk is like that here too. The other Izuku began to sweat. What do you think, Midobro too? Izuku waved them off. I doubt it. Why the hell are these people trusting his every word? He came through a portal for FS sake. They still have no idea why he's here. Anyway, he followed me and Kaken on our way home because he wanted to offer me the quirk. You want to know how it's passed on? Everyone nodded. This creepy fucker followed me home and tried to get me to ingest his DNA. The students gaped at him. I know, right? He disgusting. Bakugu watched his double elbow the other Izuku with a look that screamed, that better not be something that happened here. The other Izuku just scratched his neck and looked away. The other Bakugu looked like he wanted to vomit. Understandable. What the F dash? That's so creepy. Yep. But then it got worse, because even after I refused it, he continued to follow me around for the next 5 months, trying to force his DNA into me. He spit into a water bottle, made DNA cookies, tried to make me lick his arm. He rubbed his eyes. He even tried coughing up blood into my mouth. He looked back at the horrified faces of the children and snorted, I know. It was terrible. I'm pretty sure that if I didn't threaten to make him my test subject, he probably would have tried to make me ingest his CU dash. Hobo Man covered Aries' ears and Bakugu slapped a hand over the greenette's mouth. That's enough, nerd. Gah. He pulled his hand away. Did you just lick my F hand? Yeah, why the hell did you cover my mouth? Because there is a child. The blonde pointed at the adorable little girl who was waving at the pair. Hi, Mr. Other Deku. Hi, kiddo. Izuku turned back to his friend and huffed. I wasn't even going to say that, Kaken. I was gonna say cuticles, okay? Get your mind out of the gutter. So you effing were. I was. Izuku was, in fact, not going to say that. I know this because I am the author and it would be incredibly strange if I didn't. I doubt it. You are the least child-friendly one here. Bakugu is correct. He may curse frequently, but Izuku once broke into Endeavor's office and filled it with hardcore Endeavormite smut and NSFW art, obviously giving credit to the creators. He wasn't a monster. Izuku rolled his eyes. Says the one who can't go more than a sentence without cursing. F you, Bakugu cringed as soon as the words came out. See? I'm right. Also no thanks. You're basically my brother. The other Izuku and Bakugo made a choking sound. Izuku turned back to his group of people who had no idea why he was their adoring fans. Anyway, that's why, but might is sheet. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We didn't come here, you just showed up and started talking. Shush, he reached into his hair and pulled out a chocolate bar. Yeah, but might Esikis, but that doesn't mean I hate heroes. There's a bunch of them that I like and respect. He took a bite of the chocolate bar. Present Mike, Recovery Girl, Nedzu? A shine appeared in his eyes. Eraserhead. Bakugo rolled his eyes. That's his favorite hero, he explained. He's an underground hero. I have no idea how the nerd found out about him, but as soon as he saw one of those grainy little videos he became obsessed. A smile spread across the greenette's face. How could I not be? He's so cool. I'd probably die if I actually met him. Hoboman snorted. So this Midoriya is a die-hard fan of mine. Never would have guessed. Izuku whipped his head around to look at the Hoboman. He scanned him up and down. Long hair, the eye bags, that I live on coffee and cats vibe, the scarf, the gayness dash. Her Hoboman turned slightly red, which, for him, was like him sputtering and turning the same color as his pink-haired and skinned student. Gayness? How did I not notice? Eraserhead. The greenette squealed. He grabbed his friend by the shoulders and began to shake him. Kaken. Kaken. Do you see him? Do you see? Izuku. Izuku. I see the homeless man. Now stop shaking me. Izuku let go with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I'm just so excited. I never thought I'd get to meet Eraserhead. He froze. Wait, why are you here? And is that a child? Did Eraserhead have a dash? Bakugo smacked his friend. Stop. Eraser blinked. I'm the homeroom teacher of Class 1A, and this is my adopted daughter Eri. We saved her from villains. The electric boy yelled out. Izuku's eyes went wide. Wait, so if I get into Class 1A, I get to see Eraserhead all the time? Eraser shrugged. Probably, if your world has the same heroes teaching the same classes at UA, that is. I get Eraserhead and no but might? Score. Izuku did a little jumpy thing. Actually, All Might is our heroics teacher. Izuku froze at Rich Boy's words. What? The other Izuku nodded. Yeah, he got a job at UA in our world as the heroics teacher. Izuku turned to Bakugo with a horrified expression. Kaken, do you think that's why he left us alone for the rest of the beach cleaning? Bakugo raised his shoulders. I don't know. I hope not, but it would make sense. Izuku rubbed his temples and sighed. Great, well we'd better get back. Gotta see if we got accepted before I start worrying about but wipe being a teacher. He looked back up at the people in front of him. But first, stuff. He pulled out 5 phones. He handed one to the other Izuku, one to the Bakugo, one to Todoroki, and 2 to Eraserhead. These should allow you to contact us over in the other dimension. The other Bakugo turned the phone over. This doesn't even have a back to get to the FING battery, he grumbled. Oh yeah, I don't bother with things like that. It's just extra energy wasted. Why do I get one? Todoroki asked. Because we'll need to be able to stay in contact till I can get rid of him. The calm boy's eyes widened. Or I can just make his life miserable if you'd like that more. I look forward to it. Izuku grinned. Great. Eraser stared at his 2 phones in confusion. Why do I need 2? Oh, well one is for you and the other is for Mr. Nedzu. The tired hero sighed and Izuku started to sweat. He's the principal here too, right? Eraser sighed. Unfortunately. I'll make sure to get it to him. Now is there anything else you need to do? One more thing. He reached into his hair once again, but this time he pulled out a giant ray. Whoa whoa whoa. Are you about to kill us? Izuku snorted. Of course not. This is for Izuku. He handed it to the boy, who looked down at the piece of machinery in a mix of surprise and horror. What's this for? For taking care of Kaken, of course. Other Izuku's eyes went wide. Izuku sighed. To put it simply, your Bakugo is a Baku bitch. Phew. I already told mine no. What do you think makes you any different? Anyway, if he wants to be a good hero, he's gonna need to fix that attitude of his. I don't have an attitude. Actually, Mr. Kaken, I think you do. Mr. Dad says you're an angry Pomeranian. Instead of curing up a storm, angry Bakugu just huffed. Angry Boi has a soft spot for Eri. I agree with the little one, boom boom boy. Don't call me that, short D. Izuku pouted, hey. It's not my fault the author wanted me to be a tiny gremlin child. The students looked at each other. Author? French boy nodded. We are all part of a story, being written by a personne déprimée who'd rather write fanfiction than do their schoolwork. Wow bro, you didn't need to call me out like that. Technically, you called yourself out, mon ami? Shut up, cheese boy, before I make you lactose intolerant. The boy blanched. I apologize, due to la fanfiction. You better be. Now let my gremlin child get back to explaining how to beat the take care of a kaken. The author pulled the shower curtain back over the fourth wall, having given up on the original glass one a long time ago. It's too much work to clean up the remains every time the demon children shatter it. What the F was that? The author, now let's get back to explaining this gun. Izuku went on to point out and explain what each of the buttons did, testing them on the walls or his kaken because the other one might actually kill him. This one is just regular Nerf bullets. He shot Bakugu in the forehead. Bakugu pulled the bullet off his head. This is ABUSE. Shush kaken, we need to get Izuku here to take care of other kaken before he becomes another Endeavware. Anyway, regular bullets work fine, but they're boring. Luckily, fire can help. He flipped a switch and aimed it at the wall. The wall immediately burst into flames. Yummy. Luckily, it didn't hit anyone. It would be really bad if it did. Unluckily, the gym didn't have any sprinklers or smoke alarms because it was the one they used mostly for people with fire or smoke-related quirks. Todoroki put out the fire. I'll go grab that fire extinguisher. I'm wearing too much hairspray for this. Momo. This is our chance. Throw the grape in. Iche? Kaminari, save me. Sorry dude. The girls are scary. Fake friend. H. Burn the perv. Burn the perv. Izuku watched the scene in front of him calmly. That was stronger than I expected. Maybe don't use that on kaken, he hummed. Or do. I don't know. You boo. His double looked at him in horror. Stop the fire. They're sacrificing my Netta. Is that the grapist's name? It feels like he deserves it. Yes he does, but it's still murder. And more importantly, the gym is gonna burn down. Izuku sighed, you're no fun, but I guess I don't want to destroy your gym. He flipped another switch and a powerful jet of water came out of the gun, stopping the fire and also drenching everyone around them. Ha! I'm alive. The great boy jumped up and down. I will never die. I'll touch all the melons I want and be dash. Izuku shot the perv in the head and he flopped over. Yayarosa made a staff and poked him a few times. Is he dead? She asked hopefully. Izuku snorted. I wish. No, he's just knocked out. He'll wake up again in a few hours. Eraserhead eyed the gun curiously. Can I get one of those? Izuku tossed one to him. Sure, knock yourself out. Knock your students out, I guess. You know what, here, have one for the little Eri too. He handed a smaller Nerf to the girl. Thank you, Mr. Other Deku. You're welcome, Eri. You know what, you can have a little phone too. He pulled out a smaller version of his interdimensional contact phone and handed it to the little girl. She looked at it and gasped, there's kitties on it. Izuku laughed. Yep. I thought you'd like that. I do. I do. Thank you, Mr. Other Deku. You're welcome, sweetie. The pink-skinned girl from earlier groaned. I'm all wet. Izuku held back a, that's what she said, joke and flipped another switch on his gun. I can take care of that. He pointed it at them and pulled the trigger. Instead of murdering them, it blow-dried them. Wow. Thanks, Izubabe. I didn't expect the gun to have a blow-dry feature. This baby does so many things and I'm lazy, so here. He handed a booklet to the other Izuku. Manual. Thanks. You're welcome. Bakugu stomped over. Okay, you did your whole gift-giving thing, almost burned down the gym and armed a 7-year-old. Now let's FNG go before this becomes one of those stuck in another dimension kids cartoons. Bakugo grabbed his friend's arm and pulled him towards the still open portal. Man, it's surprising nothing walked though. They should really be more careful with that next time. Wait! The pair turned back around. Running over to them was the other Izuku, holding something in his hands. He pushed the notebook into Izuku's hands with a small smile. Hopefully this can help you out with your but might problem. Izuku opened the book and looked at it with wide eyes. It's detailed descriptions of every one of his likes, dislikes, strengths, weaknesses, relationships, and he leaned forward and covered this side of his mouth with his hand. Quirk. Izuku's jaw dropped. You didn't? Izuku nodded slightly. Yeah, I took it. I was quirkless, he whispered the word like it was a slur. It was my only chance to become a hero. And my all might isn't as bad as yours at least. Yeah, not as bad. The fucker took advantage of a sad quirkless child and forced his quirk on them. How is that not as bad? And if this but might is anything like his but might, then he probably has that same quirkist attitude. Izuku would bet his custom Eraserhead hoodie that a-hole crushed the green bean's dreams before offering it. Anyway, it's got all the information I have on my All Might and his relationships, so it might be a little different in your world, but it should be pretty similar. Oh, it's also got stuff on the LOV and the Shai Hasaikai. Shai Hasaikai? It's where we saved Eri from. Please help your Eri too. Izuku tucked the notebook into his hair and gave the other Izuku a nod. I will, and thank you. This'll be really helpful. Now me and Kaken should really go. Bye, other me. Bye, other Kaken. Bye, Eraserhead. Bye, Eri. The little girl waved. Bye, Mr. Other Deku. I hope we get to see you again soon. I do too, Eri. Maybe I'll bring you over to my world sometime to play. Eri gasped. Oh yeah. That'd be super duper cool. I can't wait. Me neither, Sturgeon. Anyway, bye everyone. Kaken, say bye. Bakugo gave a small wave. Bye fuckers. And you, he pointed at his double. Do you want? Stop being a piece of shit. Tough. Cool. He turned and started going to the portal again. Bye. Bye. Goodbye Midoriya and Bakugo. Come back soon. Yeah, I want you to kick Baku Babe in the ball again. He needs it. You raccoon eyes. Izuku snorted and gave one final wave before he stepped through, Bakugo right behind him. Gah. Sheet. Izuku peeled his face up off the floor and pushed Bakugo off his back. Man, I should incorporate stairs into this portal thing. How about instead we don't do that ever again? Izuku blinked then turned away. Stairs it is. I'm not doing that again dash. Do what again, brat? Izuku and Bakugo whipped their heads to the doorway where Bakugo's and Izuku's mothers were standing. Oh hey hag. Hi auntie. Nothing. Mitsuki raised an eyebrow and Izuku resisted the urge to facepalm. Had Bakugo not learned anything from their previous run-ins with the law? We were just watching some of those creepy YouTube series and Kaken got scared. Mitsuki looked at her son in amusement. You got scared? Bakugo flushed and glared at the greenette. What's so scary about a YouTube series OW? Inko kicked her friend in the shin. Leave Katsuki alone. You're still scared of those weird horror game Let's Plays from the pre-Quirk area? Mitsuki went red and whipped her head around. Not. Mitsuki Bakugo. You broke into my house last week sobbing that Granny was gonna get you. How do you know that was about it? Game. Because your grandmother is a sweetheart. And dead. Izuku choked. Bakugo looked at his mother. Wait, that's where you went? Dad thought you walked to that ramen place again. The blonde blushed furiously but didn't say anything else. That's what I thought. As much as I love to watch this, what are you guys doing here? Inko clapped. Oh right. I invited Mitsuki over so you boys could open your letters together. She pulled a letter out of her pocket and handed it to Izuku, then Mitsuki did the same for her son. You can open those up, me and Mitsuki will be in the kitchen. We'll be working on dinner. Mitsuki pumped a fist in the air. It's extra spicy curry night, brats. Inko snorted. Yes it is, so don't take too long or Suki'll eat your serving. She blew a kiss to them, then closed the door over. The boys looked at each other, gave a nod, and then tore into the envelopes. I don't know, Suki. I'm just worried. What's he going to do if he doesn't get in? The blonde grabbed a bowl from the counter and placed it on the table. Well, he could always try out for another hero school. That's what my brat is planning on. The green-haired woman picked up a plate and began to dry it. I know, but Yue has always been his dream. I'm afraid that if he doesn't get in, she sighed, I'm afraid he might end up like his father. Mitsuki's eyes went wide. No. Little Izuku? Like him? Never. It's impossible. I don't want to think of him in that way, but they're so similar. The curls. The chaoticness. His intelligence. Mitsuki sighed. You're right. But still, I can't imagine the little broccoli demon being like him. Aha. What's? Inko nearly dropped the plate in surprise, just narrowly catching it with her quirk before it hit the floor and shattered. Mitsuki sighed in relief. But luckily, it sounds like we have nothing to worry about, Ink? Inko chuckled softly. Yes, you're right. I don't know what I was thinking. Of course Izuku would get in. He's amazing. Yep, that little green bean is the best. Inko smiled. He really is. I can't believe I actually thought he'd be like him for a moment. Me neither. Izuku? A used car salesman? Never. Never, Inko agreed. Izuku took a deep breath. First day at Ikaken? Bakugo tightened the straps on his backpack. Yep. You got everything you need. He rummaged around in his hair. I think so. If I don't, I can always make more of something. True. You got your energy drinks though. Izuku nodded. Yep, they're right next to the 0-pointer. Bakugo rubbed his eyes and opened the door. I still have no idea why you have that, he sighed, holding the door open for his friend. Why not, Kaken? Izuku walked through the door and took a sip from his water bottle. It was filled with his favorite beverage. A mix that Kaken called a heart attack waiting to happen. Monster, Red Bull, Coca-Cola, 3 shots of espresso, 3 pixie sticks, strawberry protein powder, and a bit of chocolate syrup on top. Delicious. Note, author does not recommend drinking this concoction. You will probably die or at the very least suffer some sort of adverse health effects. Plus it sounds nasty. Consume at your own risk. It's pretty useful to have an already made giant robot in my hair, he continued. Creating one from scratch takes too much energy. I don't think energy is a problem for you, he spoke while watching the green-haired boy vibrating, smirking face, in place. Nah, this I'll wear off after a few hours. Then I'll need another one so I can still smell the rainbow. Bakugo blinked and snatched the bottle. Hey! Izuku reached for the bottle but Bakugo had already tucked it away in his bag. No. You are not allowed to have this till at least lunch, preferably never. Kaken. Izuku pouted. No. You can't be a hero if you have a FING heart attack and die before you reach adulthood. Plus, we need to make a good impression on our teachers and classmates, and we can't do that if you're bouncing off the FING walls. Izuku sighed. Fine. I guess I can wait till lunch. Now let's get to the train station. We've got about 10 minutes till the one to UA takes off, and the station is an 8-minute walk away. Bakugo grabbed the greenette by the wrist and raced off, not noticing that Izuku had pulled out another bottle of heart attack fuel. He took a deep breath. The colors. Forward march and here we go. Members of the agency Bakugo smacked his hand over Izuku's mouth, using the other to cover the embarrassed pink tinting his cheeks. Don't sing that ever again. Izuku pulled the blonde's hand off of his mouth. Why? I think it's cute. I don't do cute. Bakugo growled. Missy says otherwise. Izuku pulled out a picture of the Bakugus Pomeranian. Named by her human counterpart, of course. I already told you, it's short for missile launcher. But you still call her Missy. That's a cute name. Shut up. Just stop singing the agency song. But it brings back so many memories. Don't you remember when you fell into that river? Bakuga's eyes went wide. Stop. He knew where this was going. And I tried to help you up? Stop. And you pushed me away? Bakugo covered his eyes, trying to hide from the memory. Stop. And then you fell backwards and Izuku tried to stifle his laughter. Effing stop. did a split and ripped your pants. Izuku pretended to wipe away a tear. The students walking past looked at them and snorted. Bakugo groaned into his hands. What did I do in another life to deserve this? Well, according to other me's notebook, you bullied the shit out of me. Izuku flipped through the pages. Maybe he should use the fire bullets on that a-hole. Bakugo whipped his head up. Izuku, that almost burned their entire gym down. You cannot use those on another person. Chill bro, I was just saying. No need to get so loud. He looked up at the sign above one of the doors. And hummed. That'd be us. Come on, Kaken. Bakugo looked up at the giant door. Why the hell is it so big? That's what she says. The greenette dodged a hand. Chill. I'm sorry. It's probably for people with quirks that make them larger than average. Anyway, let's go meet our new classmates. Bakugo pulled the door open, holding it for Izuku. We already met them before. Yeah, but those were the canon versions. The author probably changed some stuff about them here. Izuku looked up at the fourth wall and waved. The author grabbed a tomato and ate it like an apple. Izuku lowered his hands slowly in disgust. Bakugo watched in quiet horror. Okay, let's go inside. I just remembered why I ignore them. Yeah, are they okay? Like mentally? They're making anime characters ask if they're okay. Does it sound like they're mentally okay? No, not really, but let's go in before they start eating broccoli or some shit. The pair walked through the door and Izuku immediately wanted to commit arson. Right there, standing in the front of the class shouting at people to sit down, was him. Rich boy. If he comes over here I'm gonna scream. Izuku mumbled under his breath, and because the author just loves to make his life hell, Rich boy saw him and came over. Ah, hello Midoriya-san. How do you know my name? Izuku glared. You got first place in the entrance exam. Your name was listed at the top of the rankings board. Oh yeah, Izuku had forgotten all about that. He got the 40 villain points, which would have been enough to get in, but then they added on another 125 rescue points for helping all those people out and saving Uraraka from the zero-pointer. He ended up with 165 points altogether, beating out the previous record of 103 points set by But Might himself. He broke records all the time, like the record of most times kidnapped in a week. It was 37, but last week he got really close to beating it again. Relieved face. But this was actually a pretty cool one that wouldn't make anyone he mentioned it to concerned for his well-being. I'd also like to congratulate you for seeing the true nature of this test. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, true nature? Well, you obviously figured out the rescue points, which is why you went back to save the girl. Are you assuming that I only saved someone because I wanted more points? Well, yes. I mean, why would someone go save another person during a test? Especially someone as rude as you dash. The sound of Izuku's hand meeting the taller boy's cheek echoed through the classroom, leaving a burning sensation behind on the target's face and an aching in the other's hand. Rich boy had good bone structure. Heads turned towards the boys. Bakugo quickly shuffled away to his seat. Izuku had the look, and Bakugo knew better than to mess with him when he was like that. Rich boy, however, did not. How dare you? I had hoped that perhaps our meeting during the exam was a one-time thing brought on by nerves, but now you slap me? All when I was simply congratulating yo dash. No, how dare you? Izuku was fuming. First you attempted to embarrass me in front of everyone in the auditorium, now you insult my heroicness and imply that I only helped someone just because I wanted points? Izuku barked out a harsh laugh that made the bystanders wince. And you accuse me of not being fit to be a hero. Rich boy gasped. Well, I never. Now you're questioning my heroicness? Who, may I ask, attacked whom? Attacked? You're calling that little slap an attack? You've never suffered an attack in your perfect wealthy life. I've been kidnapped, stalked, assaulted and nearly killed 1,000 times before. I doubt you've ever even suffered a kitchen-related injury, what with all your maids and chefs. I don't have any maids. Is that seriously all you got from that? Izuku squeezed his hands together. It was all he could do to not punch this idiot and break his perfect rich boy nose. You must not raise your voice here. There are other classes next door and it's not heroic to keep others from learning dash. Shut up, Izuku continued, ignoring the other boy's sputtering. I don't give a f about what you think is heroic or not. Just like I don't care about what but Might or Endeavor thinks is heroic. Todoroki's eyes widened at the nickname. Another Endeavor hater? Perhaps he could make one friend. Rich boy did a weird robot arm thing. Hating the number 1 and 2 heroes is not very heroic either dash. Oh my f***ing god, do you have selective hearing or something? I said I don't care. Also, if we're really arguing about each other's heroicness and not just your pride, then I should probably remind you that I, and that nice red-haired boy, were the ones who turned around, ran straight into danger and risked our lives to save that girl from the zero-pointer, like real heroes would, while you ran away like coward. Rich boy winced at the way Izuku spat the last word. You should really focus more on yourself before you harass everyone else about what does and doesn't make a hero. The class sat quietly in shock. I mean, the kid looks like a cinnamon roll and then he goes off like that. I'd be surprised too. After a few moments, a blonde electric quirk user broke the silence. Holy shit dude, you f***ing killed him. Izuku backed away from the taller boy, a slight blush dusting his cheeks. I forget we were in a classroom. Standing up to the robot dude. So manly. Just like in the entrance exam. Izuku's blush deepened. Red boy. Hopefully he hadn't caught that slip-up. A pink-skinned girl looked at Red boy. You know this guy, Kiri? That's the guy who took care of a 2-pointer that was coming up on me with a giant sticky hand. The girl gaped. You mean the same guy who got rid of the 0-pointer like it was nothing? Yeah, that's the one. The students began to chatter excitedly. Wow, you took down the 0-pointer? Well, but yourself? Hang on, aren't you the guy who turned all those robots to liquid? Le garçon who gave me soda au gingembre. Merci. I heard one of my friends talking about you. They said you were so nice and awesome. I can't believe you're in my class. Izuku's face was a bright crimson as he listened to all the compliments pouring out of his classmates. He opened his mouth to answer or thank them, but nothing came out. A hand wrapped itself around his ankle and his mouth went dry. Not again. The only time someone grabs his ankle is when they're about to kidnap him. Usually he'd just let it happen. It's quite amusing. Please do not follow in Izuku's footsteps. Being kidnapped is bad. Don't just let it happen. But he was not about to get kidnapped on his first day of UA. Plus, if someone was trying to kidnap him here, then that means that a villain got into school. Izuku couldn't just let a villain stay here. He had to take care of it. He jumped up, reached into his hair to pull out a knife, twisting in the air so he'd land on top of his attacker. He landed on top of a sleeping bag, of course he did. This wasn't his first kidnapping, knocking the wind out of the figure inside, and held the knife to where he believed the neck would be. Who are you? Why are you here? How did you get here? Who do you work for? The figure gave a bone-tired, kill me now, sigh. Aizawa Shoyuda. I'm your homeroom teacher. I'm here to teach you and make sure you demons don't destroy the school. I came here through the gate like the rest of you, and I work for the rat. Though I wish I didn't right now. Homeroom teacher? Izuku's eyes went wide. Oh shit. Bakugu face-bombed. So much for making a good impression. Izuku jumped up off of Aizawa and tucked the knife away. I'm so sorry, hobo or eraserheady. I thought you were someone trying to kidnap me again. Aizawa's eyes widened slightly. How do you know who I am? Apparently more concerned that a student knew who he was rather than the fact that they get kidnapped regularly. God Eraser, get your priorities in order. You're my favorite hero. Plus, the other me said you were the class 1A homeroom teacher. The other, do? Hang on, did you say you thought I was trying to kidnap you? You finally listened. Good job, Eraser. You get a gold star. A hand reached through the fourth wall, a golden star sticker between its fingers. Slowly it made its way to Eraser, being sure to stay away from the screaming students. It carefully pressed the sticker onto his sweater. Then it began to pull away, first giving the teacher, Izuku and Bakugu a little head pat before it left, pulling the wall back in place. Eraser blinked, glancing down at the sticker on his sweater. What the F dash? Was that God? Why are God's fingers so dry and crusty looking? A girl with headphone jacks dangling from her ears sighed. That wasn't God, dumbass. Then who was it, Jiru? Electric Boy asked. Who was? It. Ugh. You'll get used to it, sensei, Bakugo sighed, spiking his flattened hair back up. So this happens a lot? Yep. It's been happening for years. The sleep-deprived man sighed. Wonderful. Anyway, back to what we were talking about before God came to pay us a visit dash. Mr. Aizawa says it was God too. The electric boy beamed. Shut up, Kaminari. You said you thought I was trying to kidnap you? Izuku nodded, quickly texting other Eraserhead to ask what to give his version of the hero after trying to stab him. Yeah. Do you get kidnapped often? Aizawa asked hesitantly, not even wanting to hear the answer. Izuku nodded again, tucking the phone away and pulling out a few jelly packets and one of those canned espressos. Yeah, all the time. I actually hold the record of most times kidnapped in one's life. His classmates looked at him in horror. How? Why do you get kidnapped so much? Creation quirk, Izuku answered simply. Yaoyorozu looked at the green-haired boy with wide eyes. You have a creation quirk too? Actually, I'm like 90% sure that me and you are related. Really? Yeah, but we can compare family trees later. First, the greenette handed his teacher the snacks with a small smile. Here, you said he liked these, so hopefully this universe isn't too different. Aizawa looked down and blinked. You can make food too? I can make anything except living people and animals. Dead ones are still on the table though. Lala, can you make something as magnifique as moi? Izuku snorted and pulled out a plushy version of the French boy. It's not as magnificent, no, that's impossible, but I think it's still pretty nice, eh? The French boy blushed slightly, accepting the plush with a smile. Untel charmeur. The boy murmured. Izuku turned back to his teacher who was already eating one of the jelly pouches. You're not gonna expel me, right? Aizawa hummed, inspecting the grape jelly pouch in his hand. These are even better than the ones I buy. Sir? Aizawa looked up and sighed. I should expel you, Izuku tensed. You attacked another student, then you held a knife over my mouth. Sheet, I knew I had it too high. But, Tensei's little brother needed his ego to be lowered and I was trying to test your reflexes and observation skills. Izuku's eyes lit up. So does that mean you're not gonna expel me? Yep. You're good for now. But sensei, he attacked me dash. It's not really my decision anyway, Ida. The principal's interested in him. I'm pretty sure he'd just reject the paperwork if I tried to expel him. Plus, the sleep-deprived teacher slipped out of his sleeping bag. All he did was slap you. He can make anything. He could have shot you with an exploding bullet or something and killed you. Dash. If you can't take a simple slap to the face, you're not hero material. He turned to the rest of the students. That goes for all of you. You're going to be facing much worse than a slap and some insults to your heroic ability during your career. If you can't handle that, then you don't belong here. He essayed the last of the jelly out as his students stay in silence. Now, I don't do orientation. If you wanted orientation, you should have gone to 1B. We'll be doing a quirk apprehension test. He pulled a box out from under his desk. These are your uniforms. Each one is custom made to your measurements. Find the one with your name, then go change into it in the locker rooms. We'll meet outside in the field. Izuku watched as the other students rushed up to find theirs, instead choosing to wait till the crowd fanned out. Well, that went well. Izuku turned around to his best friend who had a smug smile on his face. That is if you call smacking another student and trying to stab our FNG teacher on the first day going well. Shut up, Izuku pushed the blonde away. It's not my fault. He grabbed my ankle and I panicked. The last time someone grabbed my ankle I got pulled away by some dude with a bird beak mask and he tried to experiment on me. True, but the thing with that Ida kid had nothing to do with your kidnapping sheet. True, that's just something I wanted to do ever since I met him at the entrance exam. Bakugo hummed, grabbing his and Izuku's uniforms from the box. You're not wrong, but did you really have to do it on the first day? Of course. He took the uniform from Bakugo and started making his way to the door. The longer you take to call someone out on their sheet, the worse it'll get. You saw your other version, right? He's a bully and looks permanently constipated now because no one ever called him out for his attitude. Guess that makes sense. But can you please not fix anyone else's behavior for the rest of the day? Izuku scowled down at the grape-haired boy in front of him reaching for his cousin's butt. Sorry, Kaken. I don't make promises I know I won't be able to keep. Bonus scene. Tenya opened the door, carefully setting his backpack on the ground and slipping his shoes off. He glanced around the room, searching for someone. Brother? He called out. A figure came running down the hallway and around the corner, putting a small smile on Tenya's face. Hey, little bro. How was your first day at UA? It was very pleasant for the most part. Good. NECRUSHES. The older Ito wiggled his eyebrows. Tenya sputtered, Onin. His brother laughed. Calm down, Ototo. It's just a question. But for real, any yet? Tenya blushed and looked at a stain on the wall. There is this one boy. Tensei whisked his little brother to the dining room table, sitting down in the chair across from him. Tell me more. Tenya hesitated, but the excited look on his older brother's face was too much. He began to fidget with a loose button on his shirt. Well, he's quite short, but still confident. He has such big bright eyes. They just glow with life. Oh, and his hair. Tenya smiled just imagining the boy's hair. It's the most wonderful hair I've ever seen. I just know that if I touched it would feel like heaven. He looked up at his brother who seemed to be taking notes of everything he said. He sounds amazing. Anything else? Tenya thought for a moment. Yes. When we spoke this morning he slapped me for assuming that he only helped people out because he knew he'd get points. Tensei stopped writing. Wait, what dash? And then he told me I wasn't hero material and called me a coward. Then he panicked and pulled a knife on the teacher. And this is the dude you're crushing on? Tenya nodded. Yes. Doesn't he sound perfect? Tensei set the notebook down and rubbed his eyes. No offense, Tenya, but what the F dash? Aizawa glanced at his watch then back up at the students with a blank look. It took you 8 minutes to get dressed and out. If this was a villain attack, thousands of people would be dead. I'm disappointed in all of you. His gaze passed over Bakugo and Izuku. Well, except for you two. You only took 2.5 minutes. Good job. You're not totally useless. Izuku beamed at the compliment. Oh, thank you, Mr. Eraserhead, sir. Aizawa rubbed his eye. Just call me Mr. Aizawa or Sensei. No, Mr. Eraserhead, sir. Izuku nodded. Got it, Mr. Aizawa, sir. Can I get an autograph? Aizawa sighed. He became an underground hero so he didn't have to deal with fan stuff. Maybe later, problem child. Izuku pumped his fist up. Score. But maybe having a fan wouldn't be that bad. I'm gonna be the coolest one out of all the people in my Eraserhead appreciation server. Eraserhead blue screened. Server? He was popular enough for a server? What? You know what? Never mind. I don't want to know. He narrowed his eyes and counted his students once again. 19? Shouldn't he have 20? Now who was missing? Of course. Do any of you know where Minoru Mineta went? He watched the problem child tense. Oh no, sir. I haven't seen him anywhere. Would you like me to go check the locker room again? Aizawa raised an eyebrow at Izuku. He wasn't a bad liar, but his body language needed work. No, it's fine. I'm sure he'll turn up at some point. I'm sure you're right, Sensei. Aizawa turned away from the problem child, pretending that he didn't see him pushing something, or someone, purple back into his hair. Anyway, Bakugo Katsuki, come here. Bakugo sauntered over like he owned the place. Izuku rolled his eyes. Seemed like Kaken was going to be putting on a show. Sup, teach? You got the most villain points in the entrance exam. Bakugo nodded. 77 of them. Wonderful. I don't care, Izuku snickered, drawing a glare from Bakugo. What was your personal record during the ball throw in middle school? 69 meters, Bakugo said with a smirk. A couple of the students giggled at it. Izuku cupped his hands over his mouth. Nice. Aizawa groaned. They were worse than Hizashi, teenagers. Okay, that's not a bad score. Now I want you to try throwing it with your quirk. Anything goes as long as you stay in the circle. Bakuga's eyes lit up as his teacher handed him the ball. Anything? As long as you stay in the circle, yes. I don't mind if you show off a little. I want to see what you're made of. Aizawa held back a cringe at the smile his student gave him. He was gonna regret this, wasn't he? The boy walked into the circle and turned towards his classmates. Hey, Deku. It's a little cold. You want to make a heater? Ida looked at the other boy in confusion, but it's 65 degrees. Izuku laughed. Of course Kaken wanted to show off one of their team moves. Oh, you want my help, Kaken? He pulled a small box out. Fine, but you're gonna owe me big time, Splody. He aimed the heater at his friend. You're gonna wanna move a little, Eraser. Unless you wanna get sweaty as hell. Aizawa sighed and moved a few feet away, not prepared for what he was about to witness. Kaken. You ready? Bakuga gave him a thumbs up and Izuku flipped a switch. A wave of heat washed over them. The air was actually turning orange with the heat, and it seemed to wiggle like a toddler dancing to its favorite song. Rivulets of sweat coursed down the foreheads, puddling in the ears of the other students. Ew, nasty, but it was nothing compared to Bakugu. He was sweating from every pore, his spiky hair matted down like he was a 5th grade boy coming back inside after recess, and his uniform was stuck to him as if he had just run a marathon. He hissed as it streamed into his eye, thankful his quirk meant that he was mostly immune to the negative effects of nitroglycerin. If he wasn't, he'd probably be blind or something by now. The author grimaced at the amount of sweat pouring out of the characters and placed a fan to blow the stench back out. B.O. Nasty. He lifted the ball and pulled his arm back, his cocky smile unwavering even in the miserable heat. Die! He screeched as he ignited some of the sweat pouring out of him, setting off an explosion nearly 10 times bigger than his regular ones. Swaggy! Once Bakugu threw the ball, Izuku quickly pulled the switch back and cold air came out. Bakugu sighed in relief and flexed his hands. They were a bit sore, but he could definitely use his quirk quite a bit more before he risked quirk overuse. Aizawa looked down at the tracker. 4,200 meters. Phew. Bakugu cheered, then dabbed like the cringy high schooler he is. Izuku snorted and set the box down, keeping it on to cool down all his sweaty classmates. Then he pulled out a pack of water bottles. He tossed one to Bakugu, one to his teacher, took one for himself, then passed the package over to his classmates. Here, sorry it was so hot. Me and Kaken practiced our moves alone, so we weren't thinking about how the heat would affect those around us. Izuku gave his classmates a rueful grin and took a sip of water. We'll definitely have to work on that. He looked up at his peers, who were staring at him and Bakugu in shock. Dude, that was... Izuku listened to Red Boy anxiously. He really hoped they hadn't scared him off. He seemed so cool. Awesome. The other boy jumped up and grabbed him, making a heater for the dude with a sweat quirk? Genius. He turned to Bakugu, and that explosion? So manly. Bakugu blushed a little at that. PFFF, that was nothing. You should see some of the other things the nerd and I have come up with. They're way more manly than that. The boy's jaw dropped. More manly? You dudes are so awesome. I don't mean to interrupt, but that was cheating. There goes Ida the Rich Beach. Shitting on their fun once again. How could someone that attractive be such a pain in the butt? It was so disappointing. I mean, look at those sculpted calves. How dare they be on someone so annoying? Izuku raised an eyebrow at the taller boy. How was that cheating? We were supposed to be using our own quirks. He used your creation quirk to get a higher score. That's cheating. Actually, it's not. Aizawa took a sip of his water. God, even the water tastes better. He mumbled, savoring the delicious, clear, crisp taste of Izuku brand water. Maybe he'd actually stay hydrated if this kid had his own water brand. Ida whipped his head to look at his teacher. But how? You said we were testing out our quirks. He got help from another student, so obviously dash. I told Bakugu that anything went as long as he didn't leave the circle, and he didn't, so he's in the clear. But sensei... Aizawa finished off the bottle with a "Hmm." He really hoped he wouldn't have to expel this kid. He'd never be able to drink regular bottled water again. Ida. I am training heroes, not babysitting grade schoolers. I'm not going to be dealing with your tattling and whining about rules and sheet. If you don't stop, you'll be expelled. He tucked away the bottle, pulled out a clipboard and wrote down Bakugu's score. Bakugu did nothing wrong. He didn't break the rules, he just found a loophole. He's working smarter instead of harder, something I want you all to learn how to do. He looked up. You'll be using your quirks and skills of these tests to get the best score you can. Whoever gets last on the leaderboard will be expelled. What? You can't do that. It's the first day. That's so unfair. Aizawa opened his mouth to yell at the students about how life wasn't fair, but his problem child beat him to it. This is hero school. Of course it isn't fair. Eraserhead Sensei can't be fair to us because he needs to train us for the real world, and the real world isn't fair. He pulled out another water bottle and tossed it to his parched teacher, who chugged it greedily, finally drinking the recommended amount of water after 15 years of dehydration. Do you think villains are fair? Do you think they're gonna stop trying to kill you because you need to catch your breath? They're gonna take advantage of that and beat your face into a bloody pulp, then leave you dying in a cold, dark alleyway where your only friends are the stray cats and the random girl who came and liked all the blood off of your face because she was a starving, homeless blood quirk user. Aizawa blinked at him. Okay, you had it good on the first part, problem child, but it got kinda weird at the end. Bakugu nodded. Yeah, that was weirdly specific, Deku. That didn't happen, right? Izuku looked away, right? The green-haired boy tucked a strand of his hair behind his ear. No. No, that definitely did happen. When the hell did that happen? A few months ago. When you and your family were on a vacation to America? Bakugu face-bombed. Of course. Did she at least help you? Izuku nodded. Yeah, she kept the creepies away while I slept and then I gave her some food, blood packets and a phone afterwards. We meet up every Sunday evening so I can give her more blood. Okay, well, did you tell the detective about this? Izuku laughed nervously and Bakugu sighed. You didn't, did you? She didn't want me to get the law involved. That's kinda sus bro. The electric boy called out. Bakugu sighed. Now why exactly did she not want that? I dunno, something about her friends being vigilantes and a couple of accidental murders. Not much. Izuku shrugged as his classmates gaped at him. Not much. Hang on, how do you accidentally murder someone? Her parents made her suppress her quirk, Izuku explained. You can only suppress a quirk for so long before you snap. Aizawa sighed. Okay, well it seems that I'll be opening a case on your friend's parents because forcing quirk suppression is illegal and might be arresting you for working with a vigilante. But we can deal with that after the quiz. He looked down at his clipboard. The first test is a 50-meter dash. Ida and Midoriya, please line up. Ida glanced over at Izuku, his breath catching in his throat. The green-haired boy was staring at him with a glare even more intense than their teacher's. Good luck, Rich Beach. Izuku hissed as he walked past. A baby-eating smile spread across his face. Ida stood frozen for a moment, then went bright red. Oh my. He quickly shook his head and speed-walked over to the starting line. Bakugu watched with a grimace. Not again. Aizawa pulled out a stopwatch. Okay, ready, set. Ida revved his engines while Izuku just stood unmoving, seemingly spaced out. What is he doing? Shouldn't he be getting ready? Aizawa looked up at his student, confusion clouding his gaze. Most students would get into a starting pose or some sheet at least. He'd just have to trust the kid. Go! Ida took off and Izuku disappeared? But wait, no. He was at the end. Hang on, he was already at the end? Aizawa looked down at the stopwatch. Yeah, I'm gonna call that less than a second. The class gaped at the green-haired boy. How the F dash? How did he beat me? Ida looked from his hands to the other boy, seeming to have a crisis. My quirk is engine. I have engines in my legs, I should be the fastest. Izuku pulled one of those little root beer barrel candies out and popped it in his mouth. Portals. I made a portal and just teleported to the end. He pulled out a little camera he kept in his hair and replayed what happened, this time slowing the video down. Aizawa yelled go, then there was a bright green flash in front of Izuku. He walked into it and came out on the other end of the track. Yaoyorozu watched the video in awe. But how? Science isn't that advanced yet. It's simple crack science. he explained, still sking on the piece of candy in his mouth. If I want to make something, or rather, the author wants me to make something, then I can. There's no science behind it, even though they're writing this during science class. He looked up at the wall and said, "Your teacher would be disappointed." The author flipped him off and went back to watering kidney beans with milk. Yaoyorozu deflated. "Ugh. Your quirk is much more powerful than mine." Izuku looked up at his cousin. "Well, sure, but your quirk requires much more intelligence to use. You actually have to know the molecular structures of objects and remember them. I can't even remember what I ate for breakfast." "It was instant ramen," Bakugo called out, "because you can't cook for sheet." Izuku flipped Bakugo off, not breaking eye contact with his cousin. "Then you have to turn your lipids into those objects. That's cool as F-." Yaoyorozu looked at him confused. "How do you already know how my quirk works?" "Interdimensional travel," he answered like that was a totally normal thing. "Either way, my quirk might be able to do a lot more, but yours is just as cool, if not cooler, just because of all the work and training you had to put in to get where you are now." He walked over and put his hands on Yaoyorozu's shoulders. "So, stop being so self-conscious. You're effing queen. And as Kaken would say, you're way better than any of these DM extras. Don't put words in my mouth, nerd." "But yeah," he turned to the girl, arms crossed, "your quirk is still pretty cool. As long as you don't get into crazy shit like the nerd, we'll be fine." Yaoyorozu smiled. "Thank you, Bakugo-kun." "Thank you, Midoriya." Izuku waved her off. "It's nothing. What kind of cousin would I be if I didn't help build you up? Also, just stick with Izuku," he turned to his other classmates. "Actually, you all can call me Izuku or something derived from that. I just prefer my given name." "Got it. J. Compris Izuku. If we're talking about names right now, I'd like for everyone to please call me Tsu, Kero," the frog girl croaked. "Except my Netta, Kero. If we ever find him, ha ribbit." Izuku laughed. "Yeah, he seemed really pervy. I hope he doesn't show back up." Izuku started up another grape juicing video on the TV he trapped Mineta with, holding back a smile at the horrified shrieks he could hear deep inside his hair. "Samum. Oh, and also, call me Mina." The pink-skinned girl grinned. Bakugo put his hands on his hips. "Hey, this whole helping your cousin with her confidence thing and finding out everyone's preferred names is great, but how the hell did you reach her shoulders?" Izuku pointed down to the soles of his shoes. "They're extendable." Aizawa hummed. Recovery girl would love a pair of those. Then she wouldn't need to call other teachers in to grab stuff off the top shelves." He quickly wrote something down. "I bet the rat would like them too." Izuku gasped. "Oh, thank you, sensei. That's a great gift idea for me to bring Principal Nedzu later." The teacher blanched. "You're visiting Rat Satan?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, he said on the acceptance hologram that he wanted to meet me on the first day. I think our meeting's during lunch today." Izawa groaned. "Great. Rat Satan and the kid who can make anything he FING wants. What could go wrong? I should have taken that open used car salesman job 5 years ago." He mumbled to no one in particular. "Well, let's finish this effing test so I can go take snap. Tsu and Tokoyami are up next. Please move to the starting line." The test went on for about another 45 or so minutes, each one of Izuku's overpowered attempts furthering Aizawa's hate for life. The problem child somehow managed to get the best score in nearly all of the tests, beating out even those with quirks perfectly suited to the test. He beat the kid with 6 arms on the strength test by making a pair of mechanical crab arms that he called Mr. Crab's money grabbers and made them squeeze the device so hard it broke in half, while saying, "Money, money, money, money," in a pirate accent. FING kids. Nedza better not take that out of his paycheck. The kid easily cleared the sandbox using some sort of rocket boot thing. God, Aizawa was gonna have to keep this kid away from Power Loader. The other hero would either steal him or murder him for inspiring his own problem children, and Aizawa honestly hoped for the latter. For the repeated side steps, the kid created a pair of ball and bounced back and forth quickly. The ball seemed quite similar to the missing student Mineta's pop-off quirk. Aizawa was just gonna ignore that and hope it wouldn't come back to bite him in the butt later. For the sit-ups, he drank some sort of potion and then did 1,500 of them like it was nothing. When asked afterwards, he just called it magic treeism with a sheet-eating grin. Yeah, Aizawa wasn't touching that with a 10-foot pole. He tied with the Yaoyorozu girl in the distance run, which was expected. They both created objects they could ride on to go on for longer. The girl made a bike and the problem child made motorized heelys. God, Hisashi would kill for those. Aizawa was gonna have to ask the kid for a pair. The seated toe touch is what broke him. Problem child watched the frog girl complete the test, then decided that he still wasn't done showing off. The kid pulled out a piece of gum, popped it in his mouth, then stretched his back like it was elastic. He was like a contortionist. Aizawa watched the kid bend his back, come up between his legs and touch his chest. His explosion friend had to come unpretzel him afterwards, but Aizawa was still horrified. This kid's Quirk did anything he wanted. He'd be the most overpowered student UA ever had in their history. He already beat records set by All Might himself on the physical part of the entrance exam, and his written score was the closest that anyone had ever gotten to Nedzu's. This kid was, for lack of a better word, a FING god. Aizawa's eyes narrowed as the green-haired demon approved the circle. This kid was too strong for his own good. With a quirk like that, it was a wonder that he wasn't already a snobby a-hole. But just because he wasn't a D yet, didn't mean he wasn't going to become one later. Aizawa couldn't let that happen. Not with a quirk as promising as that one. As the problem child reached into his hair, Aizawa activated his quirk, expecting the kid to look around confused and panic like every other kid. He knew he messed up. The second student's hair went bright white and limp. The last time he checked, hair was not supposed to change colors in less than a second. He turned off his quirk, but it was too late. The student fell to the ground, hands pressed on his forehead in pain, and things started shooting out of his hair. A sink. Mineta? Was that a cat? Holy sheet, ice that the 0-pointer? 3 words tore through the green-haired boy's throat. Kaken. Plan B, Art 29. Izuku had been having so much fun showing off his quirk. Heelys, the crab arms, the rocket boots, stretchy gum, Mineta's ball, degree, the magic tree SN, Auntie Mitsuki named that one. It was thick, whitish liquid and, she's not very mature. They were all just so cool and fun. When he walked up to the circle, he had planned to show off his quirk-making skills. He had not planned to have his original quirk turned off. As soon as it left, he fell to the ground, head throbbing and nausea clouding his vision. This was so much worse than when he overused it. At least then his hair didn't turn completely white. Hopefully it'll go back later. The white made him look like his dad, and as much as he loved the guy, looking like his dad before he hit 30 was a no-go. He whimpered in pain. This was even worse than that time he got thrown in someone's trunk and woke up to them violently cha-cha sliding while wearing some sort of skin-tight, wannabe Deadpool costume and a sash that just said, "You are ma my him died." The last part written in much Messier handwriting. What the F were those people on? They didn't ask him for anything. Just kidnapped him, danced, then let him go. To be honest, they kinda looked like the same person. Maybe a clone? The feeling of something falling out of his hair pulled him from his thoughts. There went his kitchen sink. So sad. Now he couldn't say he had everything and the kitchen sink. How is he gonna tell his dad jokes now? His prisoner. He hadn't even had the chance to play the carrot-cutting videos. He'd have to do it later. His cats. It's gonna take forever to get them back in. The last time they got out it took custom-flavored cat treats for each of them and he still got scratched. He heard a creaking noise and gasped. The 0-pointer. One of the many dangerous things held in his hair, not counting his singular female cat. She was terrifying. And perhaps the most dangerous at this moment. Izuku winced as its heavy steps shook the ground under him. It was on path to crush his classmates. That's all right. Izuku trained Bakugu for this moment. No one was gonna die. No one would die. Hopefully. Kaken. Plan B, Art 29. Izuku shouted, hoping his friend could hear him over all the chaos. Lucky for him, the author was on his side today and Bakugu did hear it. Got it, nerd. He tapped his heels together, activating the sonic feature, which also included the Green Hill Zone song for the vibes. Gotta go fast. He mumbled embarrassedly, then took off. He zoomed by, latching onto his classmates' collars and inking them across the field like a sack of potatoes. Ich. Ga. Eep. Todoroki laid on the ground and blinked. My father throws me harder. Bakugo stopped for a moment at that concerning statement, but quickly went back to work. He didn't have time to worry about his classmates' home life. He was too busy trying to make sure that the others would be able to have a fing life. He mentally filed that for Izuku to use for the Todoroki case later. Oh my! Holy shit! Mon uniform s sale maintenance. Who cares if it's dirty? Bakugo screamed as he tossed more classmates out of the way of the robot and other falling objects. At least you're not effing dead. True. Merci, Bakugo-kun. Kirishima looked from Aoyama to Bakugo. You understood him? Of course, Bakugo answered, quickly counting them all, scowling when he saw the pervert got out. My parents are fashion designers and we travel a lot. I'm fluent in multiple languages. The red-haired boy's eyes sparkled. So manly. Hang on, what does BR29 stand for? Big Robot 29. Bakugo answered, our 29th plan for what to do in the event of a giant robot falling out of Deku's hair and trying to step on people. Kaminari blinked at him weirdly. Why do you have 29 of those? Bakugo sighed. Actually, we have this happens more often than you'd think. That's pretty weird. Not as weird as all the all-might murdering plans. Bakugo mumbled, then looked back at the pile of stuff that had been emptied out from his friend's hair. You good nerd? There was no response. Nerd. He repeated. Still nothing. Izuku. He screamed, eyes wide in panic. You better have died, fucker. Need to clean up your mess. A quiet groan came from deep in the pile. I'm fine. He gave a weak laugh. Well, not fine, but at least I'm not dead. There was a crash heard and some of the items began to disappear. Oh, look at that dude. Zero stabbed his giant elbows into Bakugo's gut. Where are they going? Bakugo pushed him away. Keep your big but tape elbows away from me, tape face. A rather large tree filled with teeth disappeared. Behind it was the demon himself, hair back to normal except for a singular strip on the right side that stayed white. Back in my hair, the boy answered, hands still pressed up against his forehead as he swayed slightly. Hey, Kaken. You still got that bottle of heart attack fuel? Bakugo sighed, zoomed up to the classroom and back in less than 5 seconds. These shoes were effing great. He handed the bottle to his friend. I guess you can have it. You have a lot of sheet to pick up. Izuku took it gratefully and then chugged it. Thanks, Kaken. Now let's see. He wandered back over to the pile and carefully pressed his hair into a large potted succulent. It was a little larger than a well-fed house cat. Not giant, but definitely not small either. The plant was immediately essigi into the green mop, leaving nothing more than a bit of dirt on the capture weapon he also dropped. Okay, I think I have enough energy to do this, but I should probably get the large objects first, he mumbled, then ran after the zero-pointer. It was fairly easy to catch up with it. It was huge, but that also meant it was pretty slow. His hair-made robots were definitely better. He ran charged straight at the bot like a bull coming to beat the sheet out of a clown. His hair touched it and it was once again in. He continued going around, touching his hair to all the large objects and skinning them into his hair. Eraser, where are you? He called out. His teacher pulled himself out from under a pile of but might murdering video games. He was kind of concerned. Why did this kid hate the #1 hero so much? I'm right here, Izuku looked back at him. Oh, glad you're okay, sensei, but I wasn't talking to you. He turned back to the pile and began shaking a bag of coffee-flavored cat treats. Eraser, come out, wherever you are. I have your coffee treats. The class gasped as a black cat slinked out from behind a bag of coffee grounds. They were completely black, except for a strip of gold around the eyes and some wild fur around their neck. Izuku's eyes lit up. Oh, hello, my baby. Come here, he cooed as the cat rubbed up against his legs. Oh, you're so fluffy right now. I'm so sorry you got kicked out of my hair. Big Eraserhead used his quirk on me and made everything fall out, he explained to the cat as he handed it some of the treats. Will you forgive me, Eraser? The cat nodded and meowed. Izuku snuggled the cat. Wait, did that cat just nod? Bakugo made an affirmative noise. Yeah, the nerd's cats are hella smart. Aizawa's eyes shined. Did you say cats? Like multiple? Bakugo nodded and Aizawa held back a squeal. Gotta be professional. He mumbled under his breath. Oh, thank you, kitty. Now, do you know where the rest are? Eraser Cat meowed and 3 more cats came running. Aizawa was vibrating with excitement. One was a bright yellow one with little tufts of fur sticking up under his nose that looked like a mustache. It kinda looks like Hizashi, Aizawa noted. Another one was a similar blue to Ida's hair and had engines on his legs that he was zooming around with. Oh, that one looks kind of like my brother. The last one was a purple, white and black cat with red fur around its eyes. It walked over like it owned the place. Ahaska, that one looks like Midnight. Bakugo smacked the pervert on the head. No Shane Dawson sheet, grapist, he hissed, then tossed him into Izuku's hair where he was up without hesitation. Axajayunu dash. Ingenium. Midnight, the green-haired boy scratched the female cat under the chin, not wishing to get murdered by her today. Yawn, how are you kitties? You want some treats? The present Mike cat nodded and began to meow loudly. The eraser cat's eyes went red and the yellow cat's yowling stopped. Aizawa gaped. Erasure? And voice. Midnight sat down, tail curled around her with a vicious grin. Izuku quickly laid out a few green tea-flavored treats for her. She looked up at him and gave a content meow. Izuku sighed in relief. Okay, now, grape treats and juice for Ingenium, and fried chicken for my little presentation, Michael. The yellow cat yowled happily and dug into his treats. Hang on, does that one cat have engines? Izuku nodded. Yep, that's Ingenai. My speedy little baby, he cooed. Wow. How lucky is it that you found 4 cats with quirks the same as Hero's? Izuku chuckled as he pet the blue cat. Actually, they didn't have the quirks. They were strays I found that reminded me of Hero's, so I named them after them and gave them quirks. But Might stood behind the wall, mouth covered. Izuku could make quirks? That meant he could probably make Yagi a new lung. Lungs are way easier than quirks. Yagi would be back to full like hero work in no time. The author sighed, resisting the urge to stab the idiotic man. Instead, they made Aizawa's gaze pass over the creepy man. There we go, Zawa. Now we'll get some but Might bashing later. They murmured from behind the 4th wall. Wait, so why you experimented on them? Kuda, the boy with the animal-speaking quirk, took a step away. Oh no. Izuku waved his hands in front of him. I would never do that without their consent. I tested it out on myself, made sure it was safe, then I made an animal translator and asked them for permission. The other boy relaxed. Oh, okay. That's a lot better than experimentation. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I would never experiment on a poor little animal. I made sure that giving them the quirks wasn't painful either. He pulled out a bag of food labeled Voice Quirk. Just gave them a bowl of food with their respective hero's quirk in it, and then it came in overnight. He felt a tickling sensation in his hair and looked down at his cats. Just as he thought. Eraser. Stop trying to use your quirk. It doesn't work on me, remember? The cat sniffed at him, but didn't turn the quirk off. Izuku followed the cat's gaze up to the bag of food in his hand and laughed. Oh, don't worry, Eraser. I'm not giving him more. He tucked the bag back away and Eraser Cat calmed, his long fur falling back down and eyes going back to their regular dark gray. Huh, his quirk is pretty spot on. Even has the hair floating part. The black cat looked up at his larger counterpart, eyes focusing on the capture scarf around his neck. Izuku smiled bashfully. Yeah, I tried to get their quirks as close to the heroes as I could. Weirdly enough, it affected their personalities too. You know, the coffee treats? That, he motioned to the loud and energetic present Musi who was now jumping up on Kaminari's shoulder and yowling something that sounded suspiciously like the duck song. Aizawa snorted. Yep, that's him. The man glanced over at the female cat. Is that Midnight? Meowne. She's my only female cat, but she's the scariest out of all of them. He pet her and yawned. She loves being pet, but her version of somnambulist makes her fur sleep-inducing. She's great for insomnia though. Inganayam ran through Ida's legs, knocking the boy down. Izuku cackled. Yeah, Injin is pretty crazy. He just loves running around. Ida cautiously placed his hand on the cat's back and lightly caressed it. Oh wow. He nearly jumped when the cat started purring. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Had he never pet a cat before? Wait, you keep these cats in your hair? Is that safe, Karo? Izuku nodded. Yep. They have everything they could ever want in there. Food, water, games, toys, places to train their quirks, all of it. It's like a little paradise in there. Well, maybe you think that, but what do they think? Izuku shrugged. I don't know, let's find out. He clicked his tongue and the cats came running over. He buckled a collar around their necks. Oh, he meowed night first. What do you think of it? The speaker crackled to life. The voice coming out of it was quite deep and sultry. I think it's amazing, the feline purred. So much better than that crusty old alleyway you picked me up in. I just wish there was more Youdich. The cat swished her tail. The youngest thing there was that strange gross boy in there that you were torturing. His screams were only RZD for so long before they just annoyed me. Izuku laughed nervously at the looks his class was giving. I wouldn't call it torture dash. It was most definitely a form of torture. You had him watching videos of plants that he looked like being cut and juiced for almost half an hour. She stretched. I didn't mind though. It was quite exhilarating. Aizawa rubbed his eyes. Okay, Catnem is horny as F dash, just like the human one. How about Hizashi? The yellow cat jumped up onto a radio. Big eraser. You're so big. And kinda scary. Not as scary as our eraser though. He attacked someone who was trying to take Greenie away. That's why he got adopted. Greenie thought he was so amazing and awesome and just had to take him in. Izuku sighed with a smile. Me? You're supposed to talk about how you feel about the hair dimension? Oh yeah. It's really cool. I have my own soundproof room where I can sing. Do you want to hear me sing? I'm gonna sing. Somebody dash. Erasercat's eyes flashed red. Stop it. I can't nap with your screaming. The black cat jumped up into Aizawa's scarf and made himself comfortable. Izuku panicked. Eraser? Get out of Eraser's scarf. Aizawa waved him off. I don't mind. Catme is cute. The cat glared at him. Not cute. I'll give you one of the kids' jelly pouches. The cat's eyes lit up. Hey, fine. I'm cute. Now gimme. Izuku blinked. Well, I'm glad I made those jelly pouches cat safe. He looked at his wrist where there was no watch and gasped. Sheet. We're gonna be late for next PRD. He quickly ran through the field hair first, picking up all his lost items. Notebooks, my energy drinks, the key to the city, my dad? He pulled the object back out and sighed. Oh nope. It's just a gallon of milk. Oh sheet. Mario. I'm gonna chug it. Bakugu zoomed over. Don't you dare. Inganayam watched sadly. They never asked me about how I felt about the hair dimension. Ida sat down next to the cat. I'll listen. Really? You're the best. So dash. Aizawa walked past his students and over to the wall he saw All Might at. Watching my students, huh? The blonde man's sweat dropped. You saw me? Aizawa crossed his arms, the cat on his shoulder copying his glare. Why are you here? What happened to that expelling thing? It was obviously a logical ruse, Aizawa answered plainly, scratching the chin of the cat on his shoulder, though I had hoped to get rid of that little perverted sheet. Too bad his parents donate large sums of money to us. I have to wait till the fucker does something really bad before I can get rid of him. All Might sputtered. Hey, you shouldn't talk about your students like that. I can talk about them however I'd like. I don't take kindly to creeps, he hissed. Now, again. Why you here? Do you need something from me? Yes. I was wondering if you had a copy of young Midoriya's schedule? Aizawa's eyes narrowed. He did have a copy of it. He had one for each of his homeroom students, but it didn't make sense for All Might to ask him rather than Nedzu. Plus, there were all those games the kid had earlier. There was something fishy going on here and Aizawa was gonna get to the bottom of it. No, I don't. He lied flawlessly, his years of experience as an underground hero paying off. Why do you need one? Oh, and no reason. No reason at all. Aizawa noted the stutter and the way the taller man looked all around him. God, this man was a terrible liar. I just wanted a copy. For, teacher stuff. Yeah, teacher stuff. Teacher stuff, you say? I can't think of a single reason a teacher would need a singular student schedule before having a single class with them. Aizawa held back a smile at the way the blonde man squirmed. But, if you really need it, I'm sure I could ask Ned. No. Aizawa and Eraserkit each raised an eyebrow at the outburst. No need. We don't need to bother Ned-san for this. All Might said with a laugh faker than Hawk's hero persona, and that was saying something. The fast food chicken the hero ate was more real than his persona. I don't need it that badly. I can just ask young Midoriya for it during the lunch PRD. He mumbled something that sounded suspiciously like, or put together my own copy like I did of his summer schedule. Aizawa filed that away for later. Oh yes. That sounds like a much better idea. You'll have to wait till tomorrow though. He has a meeting with Nedzu today. Aizawa didn't miss the way the other hero winced. Got it. Thanks for the help. See you later, Aizawa-san. It was my pleasure, Agi-san, the sleep-deprived man said with his infamous baby-eating smile. All Might shuddered then turned away to slink back into the building. Aizawa glanced over at his students, who were now running back to the locker rooms. Present Muic was now perched on Jiru's shoulder and Inganayam on Ida. His gaze landed on Izuku, who was attempting to sick Meowed Knight on Mineta. The class cheered as the feline's anti-stick-coated claws sank into the perverted boy's hairball. The hero sighed. He's definitely going to be a problem child. The cat on his shoulder snuggled into his scarf. But just because he's strong doesn't mean he won't need help. Even gods need guidance. You and the other teachers must guide him and protect him from Creepy Man. Aizawa looked at the cat. Creepy Man? That one you called Yagi? He is trouble. He has done much to try to hurt Greene. You must stop him before he forces something onto him that he doesn't want. The cat looked up at him with haunted eyes. Please protect him. I'm worried for the kid. He doesn't understand how dangerous that man is. Aizawa gave the cat a nod. I do my best, and I'm sure the others will too. He pulled out his phone and clicked on the staff group chat. The one without All Might. I just want sleep changed group chat name to Problem Child Protection Squad. I just want sleep. Good news, I found a kid I don't hate. Bad news, I think All Might's trying to stalk him, so I need someone to go push him off the roof. All Might. Not the kid. Scram. Show what the F dash. Izuku's hand hovered over the door, anxiety coursing through his veins. That's fine. Just a meeting. He mumbled under his breath, wiping the sweat from his brow before moving his shaky hand to knock. A meeting with the smartest creature to ever exist. No big deal. He just wants to talk. He squeezed his eyes shut and reached for the door. He usually wasn't this nervous. He wasn't even this nervous when he met Eraserhead. Granted, he had already met him in another dimension, and didn't realize it was him until after he tried to stab him, but still. This was Nedzu. The Nedzu. He was Izuku's second favorite hero, right behind Eraserhead. F dash. Izuku literally based his baby-eating smile on Nedzu's. That smile was 90% of his personality, and it all came from Nedzu. Nedzu? Nizu? Who knows? Not me. Knock knock knock. He waited for a moment, before opening his eyes again. He raised an eyebrow at the door. It was cracked open a smidge, though he was sure it wasn't before he knocked. When did that happen? He opened it a bit more with his foot and leaned into the room, looking around for someone. Hello. He nearly jumped at the sudden weight on his shoulder. Hello. Am I a mouse, dog, or a bear? Who knows? All we know is that I'm Principal Nedzu. Izuku glanced at the animal on his shoulder and hummed. Well, I'd guess that you're probably a stoat. Or at least part stoat. He pulled out a notebook and opened to a previous page all on Nedzu. The chimera peered over his shoulder, eyes filled with interest. You're larger than a typical stoat, which could be written off as a mutation, or it could mean that you're not just stoat. He quickly doodled a little Nedzu to use as a model. The real Nedzu looked impressed. Seeing as you were experimented on, it wouldn't be that surprising if you were a mix of animals or a chimera. He pointed to the ears and tail of the doodle. I think that you probably have some mouse, bear, and dog in you, which is why you're larger than normal, but it's probably mostly stoat. He tapped the back of his pen on the notebook. You might even have some sort of human DNA in you as well. Though the humanoidness could just be a side effect of your quirk. Either way, that makes you a chimera. He looked away from his notebook and back at Nezu, who was now grinning at him like a feral animal. He raised an eyebrow, not scared, just confused. Why are you looking at me like that, Nezu-san? Did I say something wrong? Oh, far from it, Midoriya-san. Come on. Let us sit. Izuku walked over to the man-animal's desk, setting him down in his chair before sitting down on his own. Now, Midoriya, do you know why I called his meeting? Izuku scratched his ear. To yell at me for turning your robots into liquid metal? The chimera shook his head. No. I enjoyed that. It was very interesting, though Powerloader-san would probably not agree. He pulled out a thick manila folder and pushed it across the desk to Izuku. No, I wish to talk about this. Izuku opened the folder and winced. Inside of it was the reports for all the crimes Izuku had been the victim of in the last 6 months. Kidnappings, assaults, attempted murders, muggings. You name it, it's probably there. They even had all his accidental vigilantism recorded. Suki wasn't kidding when he threatened to start writing reports for all the shit he got into. Izuku had been so busy trying to keep Bakugo's record clean that he forgot about his own. Well, hopefully he wasn't going to get expelled for being kidnapped by random people who wanted him to make them Maoreo sandwiches. Oh. Yes, we always do background checks before we accept students. We check what crimes they have been involved with, whether they were the victim or the perpetrator. Usually the most we find is a mugging with the student as a victim or maybe a shoplifting charge or two. I have never seen someone with this many reports in their profile. That's Nezu looked up at the green-haired boy. Yes? Do you have something to add? Izuku looked away from the chimera. That's not all of them. Pardon? Izuku laughed nervously. That's only from the past half of the year. It seems like Suki-san only gave you part of the file. I've been getting into this kind of sure-er stuff since my quirk first came in. Nezu blinked, then began to cackle. Instead of reeling back like others, Izuku gave an amused grin. Very different from the usual horrified look Nezu got from people when he laughed. The chimera's grin grew. Accepting this boy was a great choice, he thought to himself. I assumed that. You see, most of the time we would reject someone with a file like yours, Izuku tensed, but you're very different from others. Your quirk is the most powerful I've ever seen in all my years at UA, and your intelligence is almost equal to my own. Izuku relaxed and watched as the principal pulled out another file. I noticed in your school records that you already completed first year and second year mathematics. Izuku nodded. Yeah, they switched me to high school math back in the second year of middle school since I found my grade levels math too easy. Nezu wrote something down. Well, if you're done with your math this year, then there's no need to go to ectoplasm's class. I've been looking for a personal student. He looked up at Izuku. Perhaps you would be interested in coming to my office during that free PRD of yours? Izuku's eyes went wide. Oh my gosh, yes. That would be amazing. Nezu chuckled and pulled up Izuku's schedule on his computer and changed it. I had hoped you'd say that. Now, he spun his chair back around to Izuku. I noticed you pulled out a notebook while talking about my species, which by the way, was very interesting. Izuku blushed. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, Midoriya-san. Anyway, what are those? And what else is in them? Oh, they're my analysis notebooks. Izuku reached into his hair and pulled out a pile of them. I have a bunch of them. The chimera's eyes sparkled. Oh my. That is quite a lot. What do you analyze? Quirks, heroes, villains, fights, the whole shebang. I've been doing them since I was like 6. Nezu giggled in excitement. Oh, teaching you is going to be fantastic. He grabbed one that said, Canonizes. What's this one? Oh, that one is from the canon version of me. It lists the events that'll happen this year, people I need to save and dash. One for all. Nezu finished, flipping through the notebook with concern. This is very detailed. How did the canon you get this information? Izuku hunched over, aura changing immediately. Nedzu noted the scowl on his face. He took that fucker's quirk. Like an absolute idiot. Nedzu raised an eyebrow. You don't like All Might? Don't like him? No, I hate him. Excuse my language, but Might is one of the worst heroes to ever FNG exist, and if he even thinks of coming near me this year other than in heroics class, I'm going to shove his other lung up his FNG butt. Nedzu wrote down, "Don't speak about symbol of peace," on his profile of Izuku. He's a creep and apparently never learned no means no. He spent 5 months FNG stalking me, trying to get me to take that FNG quirk. Nedzu nodded, lips pressed together in a thin line. Wait, does he even have lips? I have no idea. That's very concerning. We'll speak more about him later, but I'm interested in this information about the Shy Hasakai. I was under the impression that the Yakuza had disbanded when All Might became the symbol of peace. Izuku twirled his strip of white hair around his fingers. I think most of them did, but this was one of the few that didn't. He, my canon self didn't give much information on how they were still together, but what he did leave in that notebook for it is horrifying. He shuddered, pulling out an energy drink to sip on. Nedzu nodded. I agree. Quirk erasing bullets sound awful. Not just that. Izuku leaned across the desk, pen in hand, and pointed at a spot on the notebook. They have a little girl that they're experimenting on to make them. I met that girl when I traveled there. He sighed, setting down his drink before pulling out his cross-dimensional phone. He opened up a message and handed the phone to Nedzu. I have to save our version of her. Sooner rather than later. Niza looked down at the phone. On the screen was a picture of a little bluish-gray-haired girl on the shoulders of the 3rd year, Togata Mirio, and smiling. Nedzu handed the phone back to Izuku, then typed something up on his computer. She's very cute, and I agree. I don't like the thought of that poor little girl being experimented on either. I may not understand humans well, but I do know that being experimented on isn't enjoyable. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I want to go save her, but I don't want to get charged with any more vigilantism. Nedzu chuckled softly. Ah, yes, I don't believe. Detective Tsukachi would enjoy that. Well, I could give you permission, but I don't think Aizawa-san needs any more gray hairs just yet. He hummed and hopped down out of his chair. Izuku watched as the chimera walked over to a cabinet and opened it. He looked through it for a moment before pulling out a paper. Nedzu scurried back to this desk and pulled himself back into his chair. I'd like you to fill this out, then get your guardian to sign it. Izuku took the paper off the desk and read it over. More personal training. Nedzu nodded. You see, my personal lessons will be more focused on mental ability and observation skills, but you'll want to keep your physical skills at an equal level. If you want to save this girl and beat the others on this list, you have to have your quirk mastered. Just choose one of the hero teachers from this list and I'll set you up for after-school lessons with them. You don't need to get it done today, just bring it in by next Monday. Got it, Nedzu-sensei. Nedzu watched fondly as his soon-to-be student mumbled about the pros and cons of working with each teacher. His smile faded when he caught scent of a certain someone. He rolled his chair over to the cameras. Just as I thought. All Might stood by the door of Nedzu's office doing a little victory dance. His mouth began to move and the chimera turned up the volume. Now all I need is for young Midoriya to choose me, then I'll get all the time I want with him. Nedzu rubbed his eyes. He may not be human, but he was pretty sure that a 50-year-old man wasn't supposed to want to spend time with a random 15-year-old boy. His behavior was quite off-putting. I just have to make sure that he doesn't choose anyone else. But that won't be difficult. I'm All Might. No one could say no to me. Nedzu watched the blonde man skip away, regretting employing this man. He should have known something was up when he randomly called him at exactly 5:23 p.m. on a Friday after rejecting his offer just the day before. But there was no point spending extra time mourning over his mistake. He needed to make sure his student stayed safe. He pushed away from the camera desk and back to his student. He pulled out a pen and slashed out the name All Might. Izuku looked down and laughed. I wouldn't have chosen him anyway, sensei. I'm aware, But I just had to make sure you wouldn't. He peeked over at his student's paper, smiling softly when he noticed the new notebook Izuku had opened. So, have you thought of who you'd like to train with? There's no rush, I'm just curious. Izuku rubbed his neck. Actually, I was wondering if I could do something a little different. Well, that depends on what it is, Nezu grinned. He had a feeling of what this was. I'd like to train under. He took a deep breath. All of them? The next day was pretty normal. Just like any other school they had attended in the past. The only difference was the hero teachers. They'd homeroom with Mr. Aizawa, who basically just asked Izuku for jelly pouches and then climbed back into his sleeping bag with a simple, "Don't die, don't fight, and don't cause any property damage," before passing out and leaving them to their own devices. How inspirational. Izuku tried to give him a pack of his special energy drinks, but Bakugo snatched them and threw them out the window like a fing a-hole. He said something about how they can't be consumed by regular people or they die, which is total bull. Like, if anyone else could survive the caffeine in Izuku's energy drinks, it'd be Eraserhead. That man drinks like 37 cups of coffee every day. A little bit of special energy drink won't kill him. But Izuku decided to be nice and not test that guess today. Doesn't mean he's giving up. No, he'll help his teacher. He'd just have to tweak the recipe a bit so it was less heart attack-y. After homeroom, they went to first PRD, which was English with present mic. And boy was that fun. As if present mic screaming wasn't bad enough during the day, now they had to hear it at 8:40 in the morning every day. What a dream. It was only the second day and Izuku was already contemplating taking Eraser Cat away from Eraser during this PRD just to shut Yamada up. He loved the guy, but it was just way too early to be listening to someone screaming, "Conjunction Junction." They've gotten complaints from residents living halfway across the city, okay? It's that loud. Izuku's just looking forward to the pre-Quirk musical section. He's going to destroy everyone with his perfect performance of Blue from the Heathers musical, starring him as Veronica, Kurt, Ram and Heathers Duke and McNamara. Face with steam from nose, you make my balls so blue they're hanging sadly. PRD2 was math with ectoplasm, but Izuku didn't attend that. Well, he kind of did, but in a different way than his classmates. They sat at desks listening to ectoplasm drone on and on about angle bisectors. Izuku sat in the vents above him taking notes on everything they did like a good stalker and demon. His classmates were kinda strange. He watched Mineta shove his whole fist up his nose. Like BRO? He hated him, but he couldn't help feeling a little concerned for the guy. That wasn't normal. Forget digging for gold. This dude was digging for FANG diamond. He also watched Kaken pull out a pack of baby wipes and wipe the sweat from his pits before tossing the wipe behind him and onto Mineta's ball. The hair ones. Get your mind out of the gutter. Mineta tried to pull it off, but it was impossible due to the fact that anything stuck to his ball wouldn't come off for at least 10 hours. Which raises a lot of questions. Like, does that mean his ball, hair, are always covered in dust and hair like one of those sticky toys you throw at the wall? Does he wake up with his pillow stuck to his head? Do the ball only grow on his head, or do they replace all the hair on his body? Are his PBZ sticky? We need answers. He also noticed several of his classmates sketching out someone who looked very similar to himself. The best one was probably Aoyama's. Very sparkly and fun, and the hearts surrounding him were a nice touch. The worst was Ida's. Like, he drew better stuff when he was Izuku doesn't judge people's drawing skills, but the only way he knew it was himself was the green highlighter scribbled in. And even then, there was still a chance that it was just a gnarly-looking piece of broccoli. He spent the rest of the PRD watching Mineta scratch his butt, which was not pleasant. Like, how itchy do you have to be to scratch your butt for 25 minutes? Unless he wasn't scratching, then climbed through the vents to Midnight's classroom. He nearly gave his classmates a heart attack when he jumped out of the vents, but as Mr. Aizawa says, you must always be aware of your surroundings. If they had been doing that, they wouldn't have been so spooked. Midnight found it amusing, muttering something about a new mini Shoyuda. Izuku didn't see the purple boy with the eye bags from the entrance exam though. Maybe Aizawa had another secret love child. Her class was actually pretty interesting, though his classmates probably wouldn't agree. Modern hero art history wasn't for everyone, but Izuku loved it. He even got to show off his collection of pre-Quirk hero comics, which he and Midnight geeked out over while the class just watched in confusion. Izuku also made sure to traumatize them with the canonical Mpreg present in the Marvel Universe and the existence of Venom and Eddie's biological children. Smiley face. Fourth PRD was modern literature with Cementos, which wasn't the most interesting class, but that's not to say it was boring. They basically spent the PRD talking about books they've read. The most interesting thing that happened was Kaken's 20-minute rant about hero fanfiction where he exposed himself as King Explosion Murder 666, a popular Crimson Riot X-Reader writer. His expression when he realized what he was saying was priceless. Though Kirishima thought it was pretty cool. Apparently he was the elusive Red Riot 1016 that left comments on every one of Kaken's stories. After that was Lunch, and oh my god. Lunch Rush might just be his new favorite hero. That Katsudon they made? Amazing. He loved his mom's cooking, but even it didn't stand a chance against the perfection that was on his plate. Izuku sat with Bakugo and the extras he somehow attracted during the day. Shiro, Mina, Kaminari, and Kirishima. Or as Bakugo called them, because he can't remember names for sheet elbows, raccoon, Sparky, and shitty hair. Both Kirishima and Izuku pointed out that his hair wasn't much different from the redheads, but Bakugo refused to see that. Well, the other names fit pretty well. Izuku learned a lot about those four during the half an hour. Some of it was pretty strange. Like the way that Shiro hated bugs, not because they were scary, but because they got stuck to his tape, which meant he ended up pulling it inside his elbow when he reeled it back. Pretty gross. He also learned that Mina was a pretty decent dancer, that Kirishima really liked Crimson Riot, which kind of fruity if you ask me eyes, and also that Kaminari kidneyed all mentally ill and traumatized characters, same L. In return, Izuku told them about a few of his kidnappers, like the big buff man with a fire quirk who kidnapped him just for Maorio. Todoroki listened intently to that conversation, remembering how his father recently canceled a training session for personal reasons before coming back with 39 jars of Maorio, the 40th half empty with a spoon stuck in it. Then they all shared a bowl of mint chip ice cream, because why the hell not? Once lunch was over, it was heroics class time. Izuku walked into his homeroom classroom and sank into his seat with a sigh. Shiro leaned over to his desk. Hey, dude. What's wrong? Ah, what a good friend. Just as Izuku opened his mouth to answer, the door slammed open. I am coming through the door like a normal person. Izuku sighed as the person he hated the most came through the door in a completely not normal way. Normal people are not 7 feet tall, 560 pounds, and didn't stalk 14-year-old boys to try to feed them DNA. That's what's wrong, Izuku answered as he fought the urge to smack his head into his desk. Shiro pet his head. All Might? What's wrong with All Might? If Izuku had been listening, he probably would have said something along the lines of, what's not wrong with All Might? But he was more focused on the giant man in front of him. Oh hello, but Might. I should be surprised to see you here, but I'm not. The class gasped at the way the greenette spoke to the symbol of peace. I bet you got this job just so you could stalk me, huh? All Might sputtered. Why can't just say things like that, my beau dash? Still not your effing boy, and yes I can. You're a stalker. Ida stood up and started doing his hand thing. Like, seriously. Were his fingers glued together or something? You cannot speak to the number one hero like that dash. Izuku pulled out his Nerf gun and began to load it, like the person he is? I'm not making this up for kicks, Speedy. This fucker spent almost half a year stalking me and now he's my heroics teacher. Does that not sound suspicious to you? It's not stalky P. Izuku jabbed the Nerf at the so-called hero's left side. Then what is it, international a-hole? 'Cause it sounds a lot like stalking to me. All Might tried to open his mouth but Izuku shoved a took in before he could speak. That's what I thought. Izuku liked the filling off his fingers in a way that would make Bainita censored if he saw its smirking face. Banana. He jumped up on Bakugo's desk and stroked his Nerf like a cat. So dash. Get off my desk, nerd. What are we gonna dash? Midoriya-san, please get off the desk. You shouldn't treat UA's property like that. Izuku pulled his legs up onto the desk and raised an eyebrow at Ida. I'm pretty sure I told you to call me Izuku. Don't you remember that whole stupid conversation we had in the 13th chapter so the author wouldn't have to switch between Izuku and Midoriya so often? Ida began to sweat. Oh yes. Right. I forgot about that. I apologize, Izuku glared at him. I mean, Izuku. Izuku grinned. Good boy. Ida choked and went bright red. Izuku didn't seem notice, but Bakugo and the rest of the class most definitely did. Oh, Ida has a crush on the chaos magnet. Hagakure squealed from her spit in front of Bakugo. The blonde smacked his head into the desk. Sometimes I think he wants me to have to kill these extras. Izuku flicked Bakugo in the head. Don't call them extras, Mr. Boom Boom. Bakugo swatted him away. Ludluf. Ha, never. You had the chance to unfriend me 10 years ago when my quirk was late, but you missed it. He ruffled his friend's hair and turned back to but might. Anyway, as I was trying to say before I was so rudely interrupted, he glared over at kids. What exactly are we doing today, Rancid Rabbit? All Might was sweating bullets. Yo, what are we doing? He pulled a note out from the fanny pack he was wearing over his costume. What a loser. He didn't even put pockets in his hero costume. Oh right. We're doing battle trials. Cool. The greenette hopped off his desk. Are our costumes ready to wear for this? All Might nodded. Why? They are. He pressed a button and 20 costume cases came out of the walls. They're labeled with your name and seat numbers. You can grab your case, go change, and then meet me out at Ground Beta. Izuku grabbed his and Bakugo's boxes and walked to the door. Come on, Kaken, time to see just how capable these costume designers are. Bakugo glanced at him and quickly walked over to the blushing boy who was staring at the greenette. Stop making goo-goo eyes at him, President Stickus. Ida sputtered. Yeah, you dash. Bakugo jabbed a finger at him. Shut it, Four Eyes. Just know that if you even think about pursuing the nerd, I'll find your house and set it on fire. You got me? The other boy twiddled his fingers. That seems a bit moo dash. Bakugo grabbed his collar and pulled Ida towards him. I said what I said. Do you want me to add ripping your stupid rich fingers off to the list of things I'll do? Ida gulped. No, Bakugo-kun. The blonde grinned. That's what I thought. Now go get your costume, fucker. And don't stare at Izuku in his. Bakugo rubbed his face and followed after the greenette. If I knew he was going to be picking up admirers, I wouldn't have let him make it so tight. Izuku looked in the mirror and hummed. Well, it's not the worst costume I've ever seen, but it could definitely be better. It was a rather plain, dark green jumpsuit, not unlike the one Eraserhead basically lived in. It was tighter than Eraser's, just like he asked for, but it was almost too. The cotton spandex mix, which by the way, he did not ask for, he hated spandex. He asked for a 100% cotton blend, but apparently the costume designers are blind. Clung to his muscles like Kaken did to his crippling inferiority complex. That might be nice for someone like but for Izuku, whose whole thing is supposed to be, looks like a cinnamon roll, will actually kill you and dance on your corpse, showing off all the muscles he gained during the beach cleaning isn't really helpful. Well, at least it's still appealing to the eyes. Izuku grabbed his eye covering out of the case and sighed. I said Eraserhead inspired, not of a rip-off. They were exactly the same as Eraser's goggles, just in a bright, nauseating, terrible green color that made Izuku literally want to cry. He was not wearing these. Not in a million years. He'd eat but Might's toenails before he wore these. Please don't use that kind of language, Izuku-kun. Ida called from behind him. Izuku rolled his eyes and tossed the eyesore away into a nearby trash can. The wannabe Sonic behind him gasped. Izuku, you can't just throw away the costume designer's hard work. Hard work, my butt. If this is what hard work looks like, then maybe Izuku should have joined the support course instead of heroics. They obviously need some help. Yes I can, because those goggles are the ugliest things I've ever seen. Izuku looked behind him, and that's saying something, seeing as you're wearing a whole FING dishwasher. He pulled out a new pair of glasses. They were more like Hawk's and less like Eraserhead's ugly but mustard yellow goggles. Has this man never heard of one-way mirrors? They were also a much more pleasant green. More of an emerald than a neon vomit green. Neon vomit? Bakugo had that once. It was not a fun day. Seriously, which transformer did they have to gut to make that? Ida looked down at his costume, then back up at Izuku. What's a transformer? Izuku looked at Ida in disgust. How the hell do you not know what transformers are? Next you're gonna be saying you've never heard of Pokemon. Ida scratched his neck and Izuku gaped at him. Are you serious? What did your parents do wrong? I don't know what Pokemon are, Todoroki called out from behind a row of lockers. Izuku sighed, not at all surprised. Well, that is to be expected with a father whose personality is comparable to literal dog shit. Bakugo choked. Not really sure why. He should be used to this by now. Whoa bro. That's a little harsh. Izuku turned around. Not really, you guys don't know Endeavor like I d-. The green-haired boy's eyes landed on the flaming trash can's son and narrowed. Todoroki, what the hell are you wearing? My costume, the heterochromic boy answered. And were you trying to look like you stole half of that ice dude from Johnny Test's body, or? The other boy blinked at him. Who's Johnny Test? Izuku's eye twitched. I am going to rip. Endeavors do off and blend it? Todoroki nodded, unfazed. That would be amusing to watch. The rest of the class stared at the pair in concern. Is that normal? Zero asked. Deku's threats against the number 2 hero or half and half BSDRD's acceptance of them? Yes. Bakugo snorted. Yes to both. Zero shuddered. Todoroki. I can't let you go out like that, the other boy frowned. But I like it. And it's my costume, not yours. Izuku rubbed his forehead and sighed. Why couldn't Endeavor teach his kid fashion? Maybe then I wouldn't have to see this. Izuku's pity party was cut short by the disgusting pervert who I already want to murder. I'll get rid of him soon, hopefully. Hey guys. Stop paying attention to Todoroki's shitty costume dash. Bakugo crossed his arms, bold words coming from someone wearing a diaper as their costume. Great bowl, Mineta corrected. Anyway, come look through this hole. It leads to the girls' locker room, he giggled, blood already dripping from his nose. The boys all froze. What? You heard me. Come over and see. I'm waiting for Momo to turn around so I can see her boobies. A puddle of drool dripped down onto the floor. Izuku's eye twitched. I tried to give you another chance, I really did. He stomped over, grabbed Mineta by the leg. What are you doing, Izuku? What I should have done the second I saw you, he hissed, lifting the pervert up like a baseball bat. He wound his arm up a few times before whacking the disgusting creature into the lockers over and over. Respect. Women. Or perish. Ida rushed over and attempted to hold the other boy back. Izuku, please. But it wasn't enough. This dude fought off kidnappers a dozen times a day. He could handle a robot dude. Zero wrapped his tape around Izuku's leg, but before he could pull, some sort of acid seeped through Izuku's costume and destroyed his tape. Zero looked down at the disintegrated end of the tape in confusion. What the hell? I had them weave my DNA into my costume so my quirk could pass through it, Izuku explained, continuing to beat Mineta into a pulp. I figured out a while back that I can use other body hair with my quirk, which is how I did that thing with that acid just now. I'm also able to create energy in my arms, which means... A feral grin spread across his face. Green lightning danced across his skin like the Hulk. If he was a taser? Well, 10-10 simile there. My English teacher would love me. Ida and Zero's eyes went wide as they realized where the Chaos Child was going with this. Izuku, no. Izuku hesitated for a moment, looking from the pervert to his concerned classmates. Maybe he shouldn't hurt Mineta anymore. He has to have learned his lesson by now, right? Yeah, there's no way he'd still act the same after being beat up like that. Yeah, Izuku. Let me live. The great boy cried out. I just wanted to see Momo's yummy boobies. What's so wrong with that? Nevermind. What? Sigh. Someone should probably call Recovery Girl. All Might watched excitedly as his students made their way to ground beta sporting their new costumes. You all look wonderful. He boomed, his symbol of peace smile spread across his face. Costumes are an important part of your hero personas. His gaze lingered on Izuku's for slightly too long. The boy noticed and glared. Whatcha looking at, Bunny Beach? All Might held back a cough of blood. He had hoped that Izuku would drop that. Oh, nothing, young Midoriya. He turned to the rest of the class. Okay, students. I'm going to split you into pairs by pulling lots and then you'll battle each other. Understood? The author face-bombed, fighting the urge to play whack-a-mole with the top 10 heroes, with them as the moles of course. No, it's not understood, but might. They've never had a battle before. Ida raised his hand. Excuse me, All Might Sensei. Why do the pairs have to be picked by lots? Wouldn't it make more sense to have us pick our own teams? Maybe it's because we won't be able to pick our own partners when we're actual heroes? Momo offered. Izuku hummed. Well, while that is true sometimes, a lot of heroes actually can choose who they work with. If you're with the Hero Commission, you can ask for any other hero who's also one of their employees. He turned to look at his cousin and gasped, Momo. Where the frick-frack patty-whack heart attack broke my back click-clack are your clothes. She looked down, deciding to ignore whatever the hell just happened. I'm wearing them? This is my costume. Izuku looked like he was about to cry and throttle someone at the same time. Why is there that much skin showing? He sobbed. Well, my quirk needs skin showing to work so dash. So why didn't you get your DNA weaved into a costume so the objects could pass through? Or have it made out of some sort of tearable fabric like Midnight's? He paused. I didn't think of that. He pulled a hand down his face. You shouldn't have had to. The costume designers should have never made this. You're 15 for Nedzu's sake. Come here, he beckoned. Momo hesitantly moved closer. Izuku extended his boots and grabbed a hair from his cousin's head. Ouch. Sorry, Izuku apologized before shoving the hair into his own hair. The green mop quickly absorbed the strand and turned slightly darker. The class watched it in awe. Okay, now what would you like your costume to look like? Momo snapped her focus back to Izuku. Oh, well, I do like the red color of my costume, but if you could make the top into more of a sports bra thing and give me actual shorts, that'd be nice. Regular shoes too. I feel like I'm going to break an ankle in these heels, she thought for a moment. Oh, and it would be nice to have a belt with pouches for snacks. Maybe also something to replace this book I have? Something digital to hold all the molecular formulas I need. Perhaps. Izuku nodded. You got it. His hair glowed a much deeper green than normal, but the costume popped out the same as any other object. He handed it to Momo with a smile. Go change into it quickly, I'm sure, but Mike can wait. The girl looked over at her teacher, who gave a firm nod. Thanks, Izuku. No problem. Izuku responded, then turned around. Now Hagakure, would you also like a costume? You look a bit cold. Oh yes, please. A gloved hand reached up and pulled something out. Izuku gratefully took the invisible hair and inspected it. How interesting, it's invisible even after removal. Well, I'd better get this done quickly so Mr. Stalker can start the activity. He tossed the hair in, turning his hair slightly transparent, then looked up to where he believed the invisible girl to be. Oh, can you make me something like Tsu's suit but pink? And obviously without the webbed feet things. And add some holographic glitter on the stripes down the front? But not like that super glittery glitter that falls off everywhere, because that's messy. Oh, and make it so the costume can turn invisible with like a button or something? And maybe a helmet of some sort? With one of those digital face things on it so people can tell how I'm feeling. Izuku grinned and pulled out the costume. It was exactly like Hagakure wanted it, right down to the holographic glitter stripes. Hagakure squealed and ran off to the locker rooms to change. Thank you. Izuku snorted. Okay, now does anyone else need a costume change? His classmates shook their heads. Izuku stared desperately at Todoroki's costume. Will you please let me change it, Todoroki? The heterochromic boy gave a swift shake of his head. No. I enjoy this, he insisted, though even but Might's oblivious but could tell that was a lie. Izuku sighed. Fine. Can we please get on with this FNG activity? Bakugo hissed impatiently. The author's already gonna have to delay this sheet yet again because they don't know how to get to the FNG point. Katsuki. See? You're wasting even more time breaking the fourth wall. The author sighed as they tapped away on their phone keyboard. I'm aware. But I'm also working on editing the other chapters, so I won't be posting this for a while anyway. I should probably write the next chapter before I post this though. Well, I'm not smart enough to do that. I'm sure the people are getting impatient. They finished their dialogue and looked up. Anyway, the girls are back now. Cue but might finally counting the students. Hang on a moment, 17, 18, 19, where's the 20th student? Oh, he's with Recovery Girl. Oh my goodness, what happened? Oh, he had an accident, Izuku answered with a disturbingly polite grin. There were lockers involved. It was terrible. All Might held back a shudder. Okay. I hope he's okay, but how are we going to do pairs if there's only 19 students? Izuku raised his hand. I could do 2 rounds. Quirk also gives me an increased stamina, so I'm probably the best choice. All Might seemed to hesitate. He's not lying, All Might. Bakugo let off a few pops. That a-hole did an entire triathlon once, then ran to the next city over and did a marathon. Without training. He just showed up to each of those and did it. Even after that, he still had enough energy to go and sprint back with me on his FANG back. He can definitely handle 2 fights with these losers, the blonde huffed. A grin spread across All Might's face. That means he's definitely fit to become my successor. Izuku grit his teeth. What was that? All Might began to sweat. You're nothing. I just said, please come and grab one of these papers with a letter on it. Young Midoriya, you'll grab 2 since you're going to do 2 battles. Izuku gave a smile that screamed, I'm gonna come into your house and rip your eyes out if you try anything. That's what I thought you said. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka vs. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji vs. Team I, Izuku Midoriya and Toru Hagakure. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui vs. Team J, Ijiro Kirishima and Hantasiro. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro vs. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Masahiro Ojiro. Team E, Yuga Aoyama and Mina Ishido vs. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Bakugo glanced over at Izuku with a smirk. I can't wait to beat your cocky butt into the ground. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Those are some strong words coming from someone whose canon counterpart who has a pre-kidnapping Tony Stark level cockiness. He paused for a moment before adding, without the smarts. Bakugo elbowed him. I'm gonna win. Izuku looked from his own partner to Bakugo's. I think I've already won. I have a good partner. You have Mr. Stickus. Bakugo turned to look at Ida, who was now yelling at a bird for pooping in a no-poop zone. What the F is a no-poop zone? It's a bird. It's gonna sheet wherever it wants. The blonde internally sighed. I don't need him. I can win all by myself. Izuku laughed, turning around to join his partner. Sure you can, Kaken. I can. Mr. Bird. You must not leave your feces over here. This is a training ground, not a restroom. Bakugo sighed and leaned over towards the kid who talked to animals. Is the bird saying anything back? The other boy laughed softly, kinda. It's just a lot of profanities though. Bakugo snorted, then glanced back at Ida, who was now holding the bird's sheet and trying to give it back. Wonderful, he rubbed his eyes. Of course I got paired with the stupidest fucker in the class. And he's one of Zuku's simps. Coulda cringed. Good luck with that. And maybe tell him to wash his hands before the match. He's gonna get sick from that. Izuku pulled his goggles down, popped in his earpiece and turned to Uraraka. Okay, so we're going up against Kaken and Ida. He pulled out a small notebook. Have some plans for taking them down, but I need to know more about your quirk before I pick one. Oh, what do you need to know? First of all, can you float yourself with it? Uraraka grimaced. I mean I can, but it makes me really nauseous, so I couldn't do it for very long. Izuku hummed. Nauseous, huh? Let me try something. He reached in his hair, pulled out a couple ball of strawberry mochi and placed one gently in her hand. Uraraka looked at the dessert hungrily. I love mochi. Her mouth salivated as she imagined shoving the delicious rice cake into her mouth. But is this really the time? We should be getting ready to fight them. Izuku popped one of the mochi into his mouth. This'll help us, trust me. His face contorted in disgust as he struggled to chew the sticky cake. Black. I always forget how much I hate this stuff. Anyway, this is an important part of our plan. I need you to eat that right now so that you don't choke during our fight. But what's it for? It'll dull your quirk overuse symptoms for a little while. I can't fully get rid of it for reasons dash. Uraraka took a small bite of the rice cake. Reasons? What kind of reasons? Quirk balance, Izuku answered hesitantly. I'm already pretty OP, I need to have some sort of limit. I can't completely get rid of your quirk overuse, but I can make it less intense. He pulled out a bag and handed it to her. Now, I also need you to take these. She looked down at the bag in confusion. Huh? What's in here? Marbles, Izuku answered, pulling half of his hair up into something similar to his mother's hairdo. They're a very important part of our plan. I'm just going to trust you on this, Izuku. Good idea. I do this type of stuff all the time. He pulled out his Nerf and turned to Uraraka. Now, here's the plan. What the F are you doing? Ida glared up from his spot on the ground and hissed, I'm getting into character, you feather-brained fool. Bakugo squinted. Featherbra? What the F dash for eyes? Isn't that an insult from those stupid warrior cats books? Ida swiped at Bakugo's leg, knocking him over. OOF. Don't insult the warrior cats, mousebrain. I'll shred you to mouse dust. Bakugo facepalmed. He'll try to. Instead of a regular facepalm, he ended up smacking himself in the face with his giant gauntlets, which, fun fact, is really painful. God damn it. Ida laughed. Ha! You see? You angered StarClan. Now you're cursed with a bloody lip. Ha! He placed a finger on his lip and pulled it back. Yep, that was blood all right. I'm gonna heavy kill you, Four Eyes. That's not how a good warrior should act, Bakupaw. Bakugo wiped the blood off of his lip. That's because I'm not a warrior. And did you just call me a paw? He pushed himself up off the ground. Yes, I did, Bakupaw. Do you have a problem with that? Do I have a problem with that? Do I have a problem? Yes, I have a problem with that. Would you rather Bakukit? Bakugus. I twitched. Oh, you little D. Bakugo pounced onto Ida. It's Bakuster, you fucker. Ida kicked Bakugo away with a hiss. You're no leader. Even Tiger Star was a better leader than you. Explosions popped from Bakugo's hands. Who do you think you are, comparing me to that piece of fox dung? I'm 10 times better than he ever was. Ida liked his hand and brought it up to his ear, which, gross. There's probably so much dirt and dust in that building like black. I am Speedfoot of Wind Clan, and I don't take kindly to over-violent leaders. Bakugo growled. Well, we of Shadow Clan don't take kindly to snobby Wind Clan cats who think they're so great just because they sleep right under the silver pelt. Ida glared back. We're not snobby. Our pride is well-deserved. Well-deserved? Well-deserved? You make me laugh, Speedfoot. Bakugo grinned ferociously, getting way too into his role. A group of cats with brains the size of the rabbits they chase does not deserve half the land you inhabit. We Wind Clan cats are very smart, Bakustar. Much smarter than Shadow Clan, seeing as we didn't allow our former leader to kill his own kits by forcing them to train too young. Bakugo's eyes burned with rage. Don't bring up Broken Star. His actions do not speak for the rest of ours. Ida opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by someone clearing their throat behind him. Izuku and Uraraka stood in the doorway with an amused look on their faces. If you two are quite done, I'd like to actually do something before the time runs out. Bakugo jumped up and dusted himself off before getting into a fighting pose. How long have you been here? Long enough to hear your entire roleplay game, Izuku replied as he turned a knob on his Nerf gun. It was pretty cringy. You should be glad that our classmates only see the camera footage and not the audio. Ida began to sweat. See, can you both forget about what you saw here? Izuku and Uraraka stopped for a moment, looked at each other, then burst out laughing. Not a chance, Ida. Uraraka cackled. We're never letting this go. Yep. Izuku agreed. Especially since I got it all on camera. He waved his phone over his head in a taunting motion. Ida's eyes went wide. Oh no. Bakugo's face turned an angry shade of red. Give me that. Both team members rushed forward towards the green-haired boy. only to run right into a pile of marbles like they were in some sort of cartoon. Gah! WWH. They slid across the floor, and straight into a wall with a cartoony clang. Uraraka quickly wrapped them up in the capture tape, taking the time to add a nice little bow. Izuku tucked his phone away for safekeeping before skipping over and carefully placing a single finger on the bomb. Suddenly multicolored lights filled the room along with an instrumental song that everyone on the internet absolutely loves, Smiling Face with Hearts. Izuku danced along to it as but Might's annoying but voice crackled over the speakers. I don't remember the music and lights being a part of this. They weren't, but I got bored waiting for Kaken and Ida to stop role-playing, and me and Uraraka already finished placing down all the marbles, so I installed them. I think it really adds to the vibe, don't you all agree? It totally does, Uraraka agreed, joining Izuku's one-man dance party. Bakugu sighed, I hate you all. Everyone needs a bit of Rick Astley after being beaten, Bakugu. Ida wiggled an arm out, took one of Bakugu's headpieces and cut the capture tape with it. I find it to be quite a vibe, he added as he began to do the robot. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you. Well, Eiichiro team wins. If you could all exit the building dash. Izuku shook his head, nah. Why? Because the song isn't done, he answered and continued to vibe along. You could hear the confusion and concern in All Might's voice. Nedson never told me what to do in this kind of situation. This is pretty sus, children. It would be totally bussin' if you'd leave that building faster than my dad did when I was 3. Fortnite, am I right? Susie among us imposter. The music and lights stopped. The 4 students turned to the camera on the wall and blinked. The only sound in the building was All Might's heavy breathing. It sounded slightly wet, with a hint of desperation. Like a dog that just watched a man wearing bacon clothing walk by. Or like the rich alpha wolf mafia leader bad boy bully named Jack just caught YN scent as she was making her way up to the roof to sing fight song. Izuku slowly backed away and down the stairs. The rest of the quartet followed in silence, horrified by the words that left the number 1 hero's mouth. The students in the room with but White felt the same. Some were crying, some screaming, all of them wishing they were anywhere but there. I should have taken up my family's Scotch tape factory, Ciro sobbed as he attempted to stick tape into his ears. I should have listened when Mom told me battery making would be a better fit. Denki rocked back and forth as he too cried. Kirishima placed his head in his hands. My mom said that heroics would be traumatizing, but I didn't think they meant the schooling would be too. Mina patted him lightly on the back as she wiped away her own tears. All Might looked at the crying students behind him and frowned. Why are you all crying? I've been told that I am very good at using new age slang. The students all whipped their heads to look at him. Who the F lied to you? All Might scratched his neck. I thought Endeavor-san was very trustworthy. Todoroki shook his head. He knows nothing of children and slang. He thought berries and cream was a SXL innuendo. All Might began to sweat. It's not. Mina raised an eyebrow. No? It's an advertisement for berries and cream-flavored Starburst from 2007. All Might blinked. Perhaps that is why that woman kicked me out of her bed when I said I would make her do the berries and cream dance. What the actual F dash, All Might? After all the battles. So how'd you do it? Izuku lifted his head off the hospital bed and turned it towards Bakugu. How'd you do it? Bakugu repeated, spinning himself around in Recovery Girl's spinny chair. Get up to our floor so fast, I mean. We were given 8 minutes to plan and then 6 to fight. Glasses and me were distracted for at least half of the fight time. You must have found us right away to have time to set up all that sheet. Oh right. Izuku winced as he sat up. I used your loud but voice dash, Bakugu let out an offended, to find which floor you two were on. Then, I had Uraraka float both of us up to there where we quietly set everything up. Bakugu pet his head. Why'd you have pink cheeks float you all up? Doesn't her quirk make her nauseous? Why not just use your shitty god quirk to make a floating potion? Izuku chuckled. It's called a team exercise for a reason, Kaken. Teamwork is really important in heroics. Doing everything for your partner never works out well. It either makes them lazy or leaves them feeling inadequate. He smiled softly as he remembered the focused look she had on her face as they floated up to the 10th floor. They need that satisfaction that comes from doing something yourself. Bakugo hummed, I guess that makes sense. Plus, I did help her a little. I gave her that mochi. The stuff that got rid of her nausea? He rubbed the back of his neck. That's what I told her it was. Truthfully, that was just a regular piece of mochi. You sneaky little fucker. Bakugo grinned as he playfully punched him, used the placebo effect to trick her into pushing her limits. Watch it, Kaken. I'm literally in a hospital bed. Izuku laughed and rubbed his arm, and I wasn't necessarily trying to make her push her limits. I just wanted to test if telling her that something would dull her quirk side effects actually would dull them. And I mean, she didn't vomit, so I think it was a success. Seems so. The pair were quiet for a moment listening to the rhythmic beeping of Izuku's heart monitor. Izuku suddenly turned back to Bakugo with a smirk. Still can't believe you were roleplay dash. Shut up. And we're back. Izuku straightened his goggles and gave the fourth wall a huge news reporter-style grin. After over a month of procrastination, we bring you yet another chapter of Hair of Mysteries, everyone's favorite crackfic. Bakugo stomped over and pushed Izuku out of frame. Stop telling lies, nerd. This story is worse than pineapple on pizza. It's no one's favorite. Izuku frowned, but I like pineapple on pizza. Everyone stopped and looked at Izuku in horror. You like what? Izuku raised an eyebrow and repeated himself. I said I like pineapple on pizza. What's wrong with that? Bakugo scowled. Everything. Izuku turned to the blonde with a blank look. What was that, Kaken? Pineapple doesn't belong on pizza, nerd. It's nasty. The class watched as the pair stared into each other's souls. The tension in the room was thick. With two C's. It was like watching my sibling peel the cheese and wipe the sauce off pizza. Uncomfortable, and yet you couldn't look away. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. So this is how it's gonna be, huh? Izuku smiled. It seems so, Kaken. Unless you want to back out. Bakugo scoffed, as if, I don't back out of anything. Very well, Kaken, Izuku laughed. You remember what happens if I win, though? I don't need to worry about that. Bakugo grinned. I'm gonna win. Sure you are. They were locked in a vicious battle of light and dark. Heroes and villains. Protection and destruction. What was this battle, you ask? A staring contest. To some, a simple children's game, but to Bakugo's stupid but these two? It was a serious affair. One that's outcome could affect their very livelihoods. Their futures. Their honor. If Bakugo were to lose, something worse than death would come about. Bakugo's left eye twitched as he fought the urge to blink. Don't do it, you stupid, but he hissed, but it had other plans. The world seemed to go in slow motion. His eyelid fell, the impact seeming to shake the entire room. A stray eyelash fluttered through the air like a flower petal on a war ground. Bakugo fell to his knees and screamed in defeat. A single tear rolled down his pale, sweaty skin. The stray eyelash landed on his moist, salty cheek and stuck there like toilet paper on a shoe. How could you do this to me? Bakugo sobbed. I raised you. I gave you a home, food, a family. I thoroughly rinsed the soap out of you just like the shampoo bottle said. How could you betray me like this? Bakugo waited for a response, but he didn't get one. Because eyes don't talk. He cried out in anger, balling his fist up and swinging it at his face. Die, stupid eye. Die. Izuku was not fazed at. He just chuckled and typed something into his phone. Was he texting Nedzu or making a reservation? Who knows? It's the latter. Izuku doesn't text Nedzu, he just looks up at one of the cameras and dabs repeatedly until his mentor comes to stop him. Kaken. Stop being so dramatic. This isn't one of your theater classes, it was just a staring contest. Get off the floor but Mike can start the next match. Bakugo looked up at the green-haired boy with his fist still over his left eye. I'm not being dramatic. Izuku rolled his eyes and pulled Bakugo's fist away. Sure. Now why don't you go to Recovery Girl and see if she can do something about your eye before it turns purple? He pulled Bakugo up off the ground and gave him a pat on the back. You don't want to have a black eye when we go out to Chuck E. Cheese later. Chuck E. Cheese? Ida looked at them in confusion. Why are you going there? No offense, Karo, but isn't that place for kids? Izuku grinned. Well, because he lost, of course. That's our deal. If I win a staring contest, then I get to bring him to Chuck E. Cheese. He never wants to go because it's too expensive, and the pizza tastes like literal but not the good kind. It's true. Bakugo interjected. Siro raised his eyebrows. And what exactly is good butt? Bakugo bit his bottom lip and did the fuckboy face. Your mom. Izuku smacked him in the head Mitsuki style. Siro blinked, opened his mouth, closed it, then sighed. I walked right into that one. Kaminari gave him a pat on the back. That you did, my dude. Izuku looked at Bakugo with a grin, ignoring his classmates. And you know what'll make that even better? Pineapple pizza. Bakugo closed his eyes tight, took a deep, calming breath, and screamed. Once Bakugo had been dragged off to Recovery Girl, the next two teams made their way to the battleground. Hagakure and Izuku stopped outside the building and began excitedly whispering to each other. They were loud enough that he could have eavesdropped on them pretty easily, but he was preoccupied with his own partner. Todoroki-san. Silence. Todoroki-san. More silence. Todoroki. Todoroki still didn't answer. Shuji frowned beneath his mask. Was Todoroki not ignoring him, or was he just deaf? With someone as loud and annoying as Endeavor as his father, it could be either. Shuji gave the half-and-half boy a light tap on the shoulder. Todoroki, could you please turn around? Why? Shuji's eyes widened, finally. Well, we need to discuss our plan dash. I already have a plan. Oh really? Shuji guessed it was possible that Todoroki already had a plan. They did have all of the first battle and an extra 10-minute break to think of something, though he had thought they'd talk through it first. What is it? I freeze the building. And then we win. Shuji stared at Todoroki, desperately searching for any sign of a joke. There was nothing. You can't be serious. I am very serious. Is there a problem with my plan? Is there a problem? Shuji placed his head in his hands. Why were pretty boys always so stupid? Todoroki, we were put in teams so we could work together. Freezing the building isn't working together. Plus, what if it doesn't work? What are we going to do then? Todoroki stopped walking and turned around to look at Shuji. I don't do teams. But dash. No teams. No friends. No anything. He turned away and started up the stairs. Shuji grabbed the fake bomb, followed him. Todoroki-san. We have to work together. No. Todoroki. Never. To do dash. No. T-dash. No. Plea dash. Nope. C-dash. Nay. You dash. Nix. Shuji's eye twitched. I swear to God. Todoroki dash. Todoroki didn't even turn around. Nope, I nope. What the F dash? That's not even in character. Did the author run out of things for Todoroki to reply with? Yes, they did. Shuji finally snapped. Why not? Why won't you do it? Because singing killed my grandma, okay? Shuji blinked in confusion. Wait, what? Todoroki took the bomb from him and put it in the corner of the room. I said, because teamwork got my mom forced into a Quirk marriage. Shuji's eyes went wide. Oh? I thought you said something else. Todoroki squinted at him. What did you think I said? Don't worry about that. Gosh, he should really get his ears checked. Let's just do your plan. Todoroki gave him a look that he was pretty sure was supposed to be a smile, but looked more like he had just liked a gas station floor. It was kind of cute. Objectively, it's not like Shuji himself found him cute. Well, he did, but a normal amount. He wasn't any cuter than another person. Not that much cuter, at least. Shuji tore himself away from his thoughts. So, about your plan. What about it? It doesn't seem to need much preparation. Is there anything else we need, other than your ice? Todoroki shook his head. No. It's just my ice, so we just have to wait for All Might to start the battle. They stood there for a moment before Todoroki turned back to Shuji. You know, my father would love to have your quirk. Shuji glanced at him, noting the way the boy's face twisted slightly when he said father, almost as if it made him physically sick. Why? More hands to beat me with? That was concerning. He was about to ask Todoroki what the F that meant, but before he could, All Might's voice boomed over their earpieces. Okay, students. The match will start in 3. Todoroki lifted his right hand and whispered, "Ice, ice, baby," so quietly that Shuji almost missed it. I mean, whatever gets you into a quirky mood. Oh my god, that sounds terrible. Why did I write that? It's so bad. I'm keeping it. 2. The building's temperature dropped. Shuji shivered. Maybe he should have thought about the cold before he agreed to Todoroki's plan. Well, it's not like Todoroki was going to freeze him too. Heroes can't hurt their partners and allies with their queer. 1. In and now he was frozen. Lovely. His bare arms stung from the cold. Hopefully he wouldn't get hypothermia. Or frostbite. He could replace an arm or hand if it got frostbitten, but any other part would be done for. Well, at least they'll why. Never mind. But on the bright side, at least his ice prison broke. On the not-so-bright side, the other team was rushing at them with flamethrowers and unidentifiable bombs. Just what he wanted when he decided to be a hero. 2 classmates rushing at him with flamethrowers and handheld bombs. Oh, wonderful. Hagakure's flamethrower Nerf gun turns invisible with her. Shuji never should have gotten out of bed this morning. Izuku grinned as Todoroki and Shuji walked into the building. Okay, we can start planning now. I don't think Shuji is going to listen in, he seems a bit occupied. A smile appeared on Hagakure's digital helmet. Great. I was getting bored of whispering. About 5 Nights at Freddy's lore. Izuku laughed. Yeah, but we had to make sure Shuji didn't hear any part of our plan, plus FNAF lore is serious stuff. True, she agreed. Now what is our plan? Izuku hummed. Well, I know that Todoroki is going to freeze the building so dash. The screen switched to a squint-a-face. Wait, how do you know that? Izuku laughed nervously, tucking an interdimensional phone away into his hair. There's no rule against using interdimensional communication during these battles. Izuku asked. I just do. The undersuit showed up on her screen. That's not suspicious at all. It's not against the rules, so there's no need to worry, he reassured. Anyway, we need to plan. He pulled out a notebook and began brainstorming. There's gonna be a lot of ice, so we need something that can heat the ice. His eyes lit up, like a flamethrower. Hagakure made a choking sound. A what? A flamethrower. Izuku repeated, then pulled out 2 of his infamous Nerf guns equipped with a flamethrower feature and handed one to her. Now, the author did do a bit of research and found that flames aren't actually the best way to get rid of ice, but we're gonna ignore that because flamethrowers are fun and I love arson too much to worry about something as silly as science. Hagakure took the Nerf from Izuku and held it carefully. Okay, I'm gonna ignore that part about the arson. Good choice. The author might have had to kill you off if you didn't. He gave her an innocent smile. Can't have anybody getting in the way of my quirky adventures. She looked at the boy and blinked. And that, too. Anyway, the flames only really help us with Todoroki's ice. What are we gonna do about Shuji? Izuku's eyebrows knit together. I'm not sure. We'll definitely want to do something that takes care of his hearing and sight since those are the 2 senses he uses the most. He flipped through his notebook. Maybe a flash grenade? But obviously a weaker version since we don't want to permanently injure anyone. Hagakure nodded. Yeah, that sounds good. She paused and her eyes lit up. Literally. This mask had so many emotions built into it. You can add in stuff too, right? Izuku nodded. Yeah. As long as it's not anything sentient. Hagakure deflated. I guess that means no spiders. Izuku gave her a sympathetic pat on the back. No spiders. The invisible girl sighed. Well, if we can't fill it with spiders then maybe make it so it creates fog too or something. Izuku beamed. That's a great idea. He reached in and pulled out 4 grenades. He tucked 2 back into his hair and handed the other pair to her. Now, once we get in there, I want you to go after Todoroki while I take down Shuji. What? The digital face turned to a scared face. You have to be joking. Against Todoroki? Has your brain not recovered from all night's swag yet? Izuku shook his head, shuddering at the memory. No, it hasn't, but that has nothing to do with my. I had that planned even before my first battle. You're the best match for Todoroki. Hagakure seemed to be short-circuiting. We dash. The authors smiled softly from their seat up past the fourth wall. Take your time, bestie. Ida we. Why would you, who dash? Their eyes narrowed. Not that much time. The authors snapped their fingers and Hagakure instantly gained her communication skills back. Now finish. I don't have all day. There's beta fluff to read. Izuku raised an eyebrow at then. No, there's not. You've already scrolled through the tag 3 times today and read everything that wasn't ABO or smut. Same with the Bakukami and Kirimano. The author glared at him. Izuku held up his hands in surrender. Dang. No need to get so mad. This is your FIC. If you don't want to get called out, don't call yourself out. Izuku shook his head. Some people, anyway. Where were we? Hagakure tore her focus away from the author. They sure did love calling themselves out, huh? Obviously. What else is there to do? We were talking about me fighting Todoroki. Right. So, it's going to be better for you to fight Todoroki since Shuji can still sense you with his quirk even when you're invisible. So I'll take him on and you can use those hand-to-hand combat skills you were telling Mina about earlier dash. How do you know I told her about that? Netsu, he answered. Hagakure fearfully glanced up at one of the many cameras planted around them. Anyway, Todoroki seems to have focused a lot on training his quirk, but not so much on his hand-to-hand, so as long as you can evade his ice you should be able to easily take him out. He tucked his notebook away into his hair. You good with that? I guess if you think that's best. I just don't understand why you'd have me try to fight him. She began to curl in on herself. I still think you should do it because you're so much stronger than me and you actually have a chance of beating him. There's no way I can go up against his powers and win, even if he's only using half. He has super cool ice powers and all I have is my stupid, weak invisibility quirk that I couldn't even hope to defeat and small-time criminal with and dash. Stop. Hagakure looked up at him. Stop what? Saying that stuff about yourself and your quirk, he answered, a small frown on his face. It's not true. But dash. No buts. Izuku interrupted again. It's not true. Your quirk might not be the most combat-oriented quirk, but it's not weak. No quirk is weak or stupid. Every quirk has a use. Hagakure looked down at the ground. Well, yeah, but my quirk isn't great for heroics still. Everyone always said dash. Well, they were wrong, he stated. Quirks aren't the only important thing in heroics. Anyone can have perfect quirk, but that doesn't mean they'd be a great hero. The opposite is true too. Even people with weak quirks, which yours doesn't fall into anyway, can be a great hero if they have the drive and the means to do. Izuku placed a hand on Hagakure's shoulder. You have that, Hagakure. Plus you're powerful with or without your quirk, and that's something a lot of powerful quirk users don't have. They rely too much on their quirks and end up making mistakes because of that. People like Todoroki, Bakugo, All Might, Endeavor.f-, even I fall into that category. But you don't. You're stronger than you think, Hagakure. You could easily pass any of our powerful classmates and become the greatest hero ever if you just believe in yourself and your own strength. Izuku removed his hand from her shoulder, suddenly realizing how speechy that was and rubbed his neck in embarrassment. That got kinda sappy. Hagakure stood motionless, before throwing herself into him with a sob. That was beautiful. Izuku patted her back awkwardly as she cried. No one has ever said something that nice to me, she sniffed. Thank you, Izuku. You're the best. The green-headed boy smiled softly. There's no reason to thank me. Everything I said was the truth. Hagakure laughed through her tears. The pair stood like that for a few moments before Izuku broke the silence. So Hagakure. Yeah. Are you ready to show them how strong you really are now? Hagakure pulled away, lifting her mask slightly to wipe the tears away from her eyes. Yeah, I am. Okay, students. The match will start in 3, 2. Hagakure went to run towards the building, but Izuku held his arm in front of her. Wait. But it's about to start. If you go now, you'll get trapped in his ice. How could he freeze us all the way down here? His quirk is strong, but it can't be that strong. You shouldn't underestimate an opponent, especially one you don't know well. 1. A blast of cold air blew them both back away from the building. Hagakure shuddered, glad she had an actual costume now. She probably would have ended up with hypothermia if she had been naked. Beer. That was freezy, oich my god. She gaped at the now frozen building. That was so quick. Izuku snorted at her mask's swirly, spinning eyes. I did say that he was gonna freeze it. I know, but I didn't think it would be that quick. I guess it's a good thing you stopped me from going any closer. You probably would have been an icicle. Yeah, Hagakure laughed. It's really pretty though. It's amazing what quirks can do. I agree. But as spectacular as this is, we don't have time to stare at it. He pressed a button on his wristbands and shot some sticky white stuff out of his hands. Oh my god, that sounds so wrong. We have to go before time runs out and we fail. Before Hagakure could respond, he grabbed her with the sticky string, threw out a giant box that he jumped up on, then hooked his web around a random flagpole that was conveniently hanging from a wall right next to a 13th-story window. He pulled on it a few times. I think this can hold our weight. Hagakure began to sweat. I feel like you should be sure about that before you try anything risky. Izuku hummed, yeah I should, but I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Sure, it's a 130-foot drop, but we have the author on our side, so nothing will go too wrong. Hagakure relaxed slightly. Yeah, you're right. The author would never kill us off this early in the story. That's a lot of faith to be putting in someone who literally made the #1 hero try to force-feed Izuku his DNA, but you do, I guess. They looked down at their crusty, dusty fingernails. I probably won't kill you off this chapter. No promises after that though. Hagakure froze. Wait, what dash? That's good enough for me. Izuku grinned, ran straight off the edge of the box and swung them up. Woohoo! Nananoana. Izuku landed on the windowsill and, with all the grace of a duck in stilettos, kicked the window in, pulled out his nerf and melted enough ice for them to step through. See? Told you they wouldn't kill us. Hagakure leaned against one of the walls and tried to catch her breath. My whole life just flashed before my eyes. She looked up at him with an angry emoticon on her mask. I take back what I said earlier. You're the absolute worst. That's correct, he chuckled. But my terribleness did get us into the building relatively quickly. Hagakure sighed. That's true, I guess. She pulled out the Nerf gun he gave her, a small smile appearing on her mask. Let's get started though. I'm in the mood to burn some sheet. Izuku pulled out his own Nerf with a smirk. Oh, say less. This arc is so effing boring. The author rolled onto the screen in a spinny chair that they really wished they actually owned. Spinny chairs are fun. Like, how many chapters has this even been? 5. They groaned. I just want to work on a different one-shot, but I can't, otherwise I'll never get to the fun stuff here. On your left, Izuku. Thanks, Hagakure. They opened their mouth to continue complaining, but were cut off by a fourth wall-shaking explosion. Bang. Gah! Shuji covered his eyes with his arm and stumbled back, wincing at the ringing in his ears. You guys have guns and bombs? How is that fair? Izuku ignored the multi-armed teen, instead planting a kick on him as he rubbed his eyes. It's totally fair. Hagakure said, using the confusion the bombs caused to also attack her opponent and knock him down. We're just using our quirks to our advantage. OW, Todoroki groaned, quickly pulling himself up off the ground to send an ice attack back. You don't hit as hard as my dad, but that still isn't very enjoyable. Shuji choked. Todoroki. What? I'm just telling the truth. Vidash, the multi-armed teen groaned into his hands. Just wait till after the fight for. The author looked away from the students as the fog from the grenade filled the room. You know, Shuji is right. Any team with Izuku on it is pretty overpowered. It's not fair to the others. They rolled up to their control desk, glancing over all the buttons and switches. He already won one battle, he doesn't really need another. Aha! They grinned at a glass-covered red button labeled, Do Not Press. They lifted up the cover and laughed. Perfect! This'll definitely add a little spice to our story. They slammed their hand down on the button. a slightly maniacal smile on their face. Great. Now I can finally finish this goddamn chapter and get to the good stuff. The smoke down in the building became denser and denser, blocking out all the light and cameras. Except the authors, of course, since they're special. The students could barely see their hands in front of them. What the hell? Hagakure mumbled next to him. What happened to the lights? This is like that time my dad dash. Not the time, Todoroki. Rude, Todoroki huffed. A hand reached for his shoulder. Should we forfeit? It's not really safe to try to fight in the smoke. Izuku shook his head. He knew she couldn't see it, but she could probably feel it at least. No. We can still win. We can use this to our advantage. But... Izuku grabbed her hand and squeezed. It's okay. We'll be alright. What's the worst that could happen? Holy shit, I went straight through him. Somebody get Recovery Girl. Now. Izuku stared down at his torso, frozen in fear. The pure, clear color of Todoroki's ice spike was now stained with his blood. Hagakure grabbed his hand, rubbing it in an attempt to comfort him. It's all right. It's okay. Recovery Girl is coming. You'll be all right. You're not gonna die. She'll fix you all up. Izuku didn't respond. The mask on Hagakure's face glitched slightly, overwhelmed by her emotion. Come on, Izuku. Talk to me. We need you alert when Recovery Girl comes. The green-haired boy looked up at her. She let out a shaky laugh. There we go. That's a start. Baby steps. How are you feeling? Hagakure cringed. What would she ask that? Of course he's not okay. He just got impaled. Izuku luckily didn't seem offended by that, the ghost of a smile appearing. I'm good. It's always been a daydream of mine to become a kebab. He took a deep breath. Just didn't really want it to happen today. Hagakure smiled. Yeah, it was kind of bad timing. His smile disappeared. Yeah, he said softly. Hagakure moved closer to Izuku. Hey, what's wrong? Izuku sniffed. I ruined the battle. We could have won if I didn't try to fight when the conditions were bad. He scrubbed the tears out of his eyes. She pulled his hand closer. No. You didn't ruin it. I promise. But we didn't win. Sure, but was that really what this lesson was about? Yes. Hagakure shook her head. No, it wasn't. It was about simulating a real fight between heroes and villains, and in real fights, there's not always a clear winner. She's right. Hagakure turned around to see Aizawa standing behind her with Recovery Girl and some EMTs. Sensei? Izuku squinted, vision still blurry from smoke and tears. Yes, problem child. He bent down to examine Izuku and winced. Sheet. I knew I shouldn't have left All Might teach the heroics class alone. Stay awake. Okay. He waved Recovery Girl over. What should we do? She hummed. Well, luckily he hasn't lost much blood yet since the spike is still in him, but I have a feeling if we take it out here he won't survive the walk to my office, and I can't heal him here when he still has the ice in him. Everyone gulped. So we'll keep it in until you can do surgery. You, Aizawa pointed at Hagakure. Do you have anything that can be used to chip away some of the ice? The nerf has an ice chisel mode, Izuku piped up. Just press that square button. Hagakure pressed the button and Aizawa hummed. That's convenient. Leave a couple inches on each side. Hagakure nodded and got to work removing the ice. Todoroki, the half-and-half boy, was sitting in the corner, staring at his hands in horror. I thought her side was safe, he whispered, but it's no better than his. Aizawa sighed. Time to use his motivational speech powers, Todoroki. I know that you're scared, but it isn't your fault. Todoroki curled into himself. But I made the ice. I hurt him. I'm no better than the villain I was playing. You're right, everyone gaped at the underground hero. You're no better than the villain. Recovery Girl glared at him. Aizawa-sen, I don't think that's the appropriate thing to say dash. You hurt Midoriya, much like a hero would. But you know what separates a hero from a villain. Todoroki shook his head. A hero fixes their mistakes. A hero helps that person they hurt. He stared unblinkingly into the boy's glassy eyes. Now tell me, Todoroki, are you a hero or a villain? Todoroki wiped his eyes. A hero, sensei. Then act like one. The half-and-half boy stood up and Aizawa's lips quirked up a bit. What do you need from me? You need to freeze that spike more so it doesn't fall out and cause him to bleed to death. Todoroki nodded and went to work. Sensei? Aizawa turned to the last student. Yes, Shuji? Is there anything you need me to do? Can you hold things steady? Shuji nodded. Yes, sir. Then when they're ready you can help the EMTs move Midoriya. For now, just try to keep him calm. Okay, Sensei. Aizawa watched his students and recovery girl for a moment before turning away. Now, while they take care of that, I've got a symbol to beat the sheet out of. Present new IC. Hey, if Greenie dies do we die too? Don't stay stuff like that, MB. Present new IC, but why? It's just a question. Meow Knight, you might jinx it, meow. Eraser Cat. I mean, I don't want Green to die, but it would be great to not hear your screaming all the time. All the cats, Eraser. Eraser Cat, I'm kidding. Sort of, me too. All Might, what a great fight. Kirishima, my god, Izuku bro just got impaled. Yaoyorozu, does anyone have Sensei's number? Ida, Izuku, how can I bring him to meet my brother if he's dead? So, is that really what you're focused on right now, Karo? Ida, no? Kaminari, yo, why is All Might so calm about this? All Might, then all I need to do is break into the infirmary, spit in his mouth and… Students. AOWTF? Please, you have to believe me. I'm innocent. Izuku's smile grew as the cuffs locked around All Might's bony wrists. Finally, after months and months of having to deal with this creep, he was free. Suki-san scoffed, dragging All Might towards the cell. Sure. I definitely believe that. Naomasa, please. Tears rolled down the man's sunken face. I did nothing wrong. Izuku rolled his eyes. I beg to differ. Whatever he told you, it's not true. All Might stared up at Suki with pleading eyes. He's lying to you. I highly doubt that, Yagi. It's the truth. Young Midoriya is a liar. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. What reason would he have to lie? Yes, he's shown that he dislikes you, but he's not the type to just make things up. Your words are illogical. But dash. Throw him in the cell, detective. Suki grinned. Don't have to tell me twice, Eraser. All Might cried out, reaching out for something to keep him in place. Izuku yelped as weak, bony fingers latched onto his ankle. Aizawa stomped on the man's hand. Gah! All Might pulled back in pain. Suki tossed him into the cell and quickly locked it. Izuku let out a breath of relief. Thank you, Sensei. He laughed breathlessly, wrapping his arms around the tired man. After a moment of silence, a warm hand landed on his head. Problem child? Izuku looked up, arms still wrapped around his teacher. Yeah, Sensei? The man opened his mouth and a completely different voice came out. Delicious? Izuku froze and pulled away. Wadash. Juicy. Izuku began to back away. Sensei? Soda. He continued backing away until his back hit something. He looked behind him and relaxed. Suki. Something's wrong with Aizawa. Suki smiled and opened his mouth. Tasty. Izuku's face fell in horror. No. Not you too. Jam. No, no, no. He tried to move away from Suki but ended up closer to Aizawa. So delicious. He kicked his teacher back, but he just kept coming. Soda Crush. Divine. His back was pressed up against the cell All Might was in. Get away from me. Get away. Izuku turned to All Might who was watching this whole ordeal with a content smile. What the f did you do but Might? All Might's smile grew as he uttered two little words. You lose. Izuku woke up in a cold sweat, heart racing. He looked around wildly, searching for a threat. Nothing. He sighed in relief. It was just a dream. Stupid F&G candy game. I wanna crush whoever made this piece of sheet. Izuku whipped his head towards the voice. It was coming from the other side of the divider next to him. Kaken. Red eyes peeked past the curtain divider. Oh, you're up. Good. Well, Smooch'll be back soon. She went to go grab some food. Izuku squinted. Smoochy? Bakugo rolled his eyes. Recovery girl. Izuku watched as he stood up and pulled the curtain out of the way. Why am I in Recovery Girl's office? Do you seriously not remember? Izuku shook his head and Bakugo sighed. You got he impaled by Daddy Isu's ice. Izuku's eyes went wide. Oh? Bakugo scoffed. Yeah. Almost gave me a FNG heart attack. He dug through a bag under the bed he had been in. Grams, the hobo, and Multi-Man came barging in with your stupid butt on a stretcher while I was trying to nap after getting that black eye healed. I obviously didn't get back to sleep after that, he growled, motioning towards his eye bags. DMN, you could fit your groceries in those bags. Sorry, catch a dash. Don't apologize, idiot. It's not your fault, he mumbled before shoving his phone into his hands. Auntie said she wanted to talk to you as soon as you woke up. She's stuck with a client of hers a few hours away 'cause of a storm or something, so she's not gonna be back for a day or two. Izuku nodded and unlocked the phone. How long have I been out anyway? He glanced at the clock on the wall. Since about 4 o'clock yesterday. It's 7-something in the morning now. Izuku choked, nearly dropping the phone. That's like 14 hours, Kakin. Bakugo shrugged, shuffling over to a mini fridge in the corner. I mean, Wrinkles didn't think you'd be up for at least 3 days, so 14 hours isn't bad. I guess. Izuku hummed, looking down at Bakugo's open apps. Were you playing Candy Crush? Bakugo scowled. F off. Hoboman wouldn't give me the Wi-Fi password and I didn't have any games other than that and solitaire, and you know I'm shit at card games. Izuku snorted and pressed his mother's contact. It rang for a second before being picked up. Katsuki? Is something wrong? Please don't tell me he died. I didn't die, Ma. I'm fine. Izuku? Oh, thank goodness. I was so worried. I thought I told you to be more careful. He shrunk into himself. I tried to. I know, sweetie. His mother laughed softly. This better not end up being like your kidnapping thing, though. I don't want to get these calls every other day. I'll be more careful, I promise. How are you feeling? Fine, I guess. He patted himself down a bit. A little sore, but it's not debilitating. Okay, it's good you're not in too much pain. Make sure Recovery Girl checks you over again just in case. Got it? Izuku heard the rumble of thunder followed by the sobs of a grown man. Okay, well I need to go calm down Mr. Hidoi so we can continue to go over his case. I love you. Maybe we can do a video call later if you're feeling up to it. That sounds good. Love you. Bye. He ended the call and looked back at Bakugo, who was holding a pair of water bottles. Drink, he demanded, pushing the bottle into his hands. Izuku raised an eyebrow, but took the water anyway. Thanks, Kakin. Oh goodness. Izuku and Bakugo turned to the door, where Recovery Girl was standing in surprise. Hi. The small woman put down the trays of food she had and quickly shuffled over to his bed. You shouldn't be awake yet. Izuku laughed nervously and took a sip of water. Kakin said that too. She poked and prodded at him. You don't understand, you should not be awake yet. It's literally not possible. I all but drained your energy yesterday. You mean it's not possible? Bakugo glared at her. He's awake, is he not? That makes it possible. It takes days for people to recover from this level of healing, she responded without looking up. Even longer to gain back the ability to speak or drink without assistance. She pulled Izuku down to her level, grabbed his shoulders, and shook him. How are you awake? A dash. She let go of his shoulders and stepped away. You know what? I'm not even going to question it. She smacked her head against a wall. Recovery Girl? She kept her head pressed against the wall as she continued. Son, you make absolutely no sense. Your quirk, your personality, none of it is logical. She sighed and her wrinkly forehead from the textured wall. Rules obviously do not apply to you, so let's just get this over with. How are you feeling? Any pain or uncomfortableness? He's just sore, Bakugo answered for him. Is that so? She looked at Izuku. Just a little sore? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Well? Izuku, Bakugo's voice was low. Did you lie to Auntie Inko? Izuku shook his head vigorously. No. I would never lie to Mom. I just left some stuff out. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. So you basically lied to her. No. Yes. No. I didn't. You literally did. I did not. Did too. Not. Two. Recovery girl turned her hearing aids down slightly so she didn't have to listen to the dumbassery happening in front of her at full blast. I really wish Nezu would let me retire. She stuck her fingers on her mouth and whistled. Izuku and Bakugo both winced at the ear-splitting noise and turned to the old woman. Stop bickering like small children. It's giving me a headache. Izuku looked down in shame. Sorry, recovery girl. He elbowed Bakugo. Kaken? Oh yes, sorry. She sighed once again. Now, Midoriya, what other pain do you have? It's nothing major. Just an itchy cold burning feeling where I got stabbed. Ah, yes, that would be from the minor frostbite you got from having that icicle on you for so long. She pressed a quick kiss to his chest and all the pain went away. Izuku slumped slightly. Now, you need to sleep. But dash. No buts. She speed-walked back to where she put her food trays down and grabbed them. I don't care what crazy, inhuman stamina you have, you need to sleep so you can heal. She handed him a smoothie. Now, drink this and then go to sleep. Izuku took a small sip and gasped, Whoa. This is really good. And good for you too. She handed Bakugo his tray. You can go eat in your classroom. Izawa should be there. Got it? Bakugo got up and walked towards the door. Don't cause any more problems, Zu. Izuku rolled his eyes. I'm literally about to take a nap. How the hell could I cause a problem by sleeping? He shrugged. I'm sure you could find a way. Izuku stuck his tongue out. See you later, nerd. Later. He gave him a wave and took a big sip of his smoothie. After a few minutes, his eyelids started to feel heavy. His mouth stretched open in a yawn. Okay, I think that's enough smoothie. Recovery girl took the cup from his hands and handed him a blanket. Sleep for as long as you like. There are uniforms over in that cabinet if you decide you want to go to class, but don't feel pressured to do so. Izuku laid his head down on the cardboardy pillow, another yawn escaping him. Thanks, recovery girl. Sleep well. He closed his eyes and drifted off right away. Come on, open up. Why is this kid's jaw so tight? How am I supposed to get my hair in there if I can't get him open? Maybe I can just wiggle my finger in there and dash. Izuku's eyes flew open. A very suspicious-looking small mite jumped back with a yelp. Oh, hello, young Midoriya. I didn't expect you to wake up. All Might tucked his bony hands behind his back, hiding the hair that he had been trying to shove inside of Izuku's mouth. How are you feeling? Any pain? Tired? Were you just trying to pass your quirk on to me while I was sleeping? Izuku backed farther up the bed. All Might shook his head vigorously. No, no, no. He lied. Why would you think that? You're not making sense. Maybe you should go back to sleep. His mouth spread into a creepy smile. With your mouth open, preferably. Izuku scowled at him. Get out? The man frowned. My boy, you shouldn't speak to your teacher like that. I don't give a f dash. He carefully slipped his hand under the sheets and to his leg. There wasn't enough hair to get anything too big, but he could probably get something. You shouldn't be trying to feed your student hair, he spat, leaning over his leg to hide the slight glowing. But Wipe didn't notice anything, too busy watching the door for any signs of someone coming. Huh, he isn't completely stupid, I guess. You are going to eat this, he said as he held up his musty, crusty hair. A halo of skin flakes floated above it. And gain my quirk so you can be my successor. I'm not eating any FNG thing. A small object popped out of his leg and fell into his left hand. I've already told you again and again, I don't want to be your successor. Now, get out and leave me alone. I'm afraid I can't do that, young man. He took a big step towards the bed, hair held tightly between his fingertips. I am going to pass this quirk on to you whether you like it or not. Now open up before I make you. All Might reached forward to grab him, but Izuku was ready. He took the object he created and stabbed it straight into the symbol of Peace's left side. Might screamed as electricity coursed through his body and dropped to the ground. Later, creep. Izuku kicked him in the head and then took the F off, bare feet slapping the tile like it was Chris Rock. He looked around the hallways as he ran, his panic growing as he realized that he had absolutely no idea where he was. Since Aizawa skipped orientation, they never got a tour of the school, which is really effed up because this school is massive, so he had just been using a map of the school. A map that he stored in his uniform instead of his hair because he was stupid. A uniform that he also didn't have because it was in the FING locker room. Sheet, he hissed as he came to a halt. Sheet. Where the hell am I? He forced himself to take a deep breath. Okay, Izuku. Calm down. Panicking won't do you any good. He bit his lip nervously as he looked around. You've dealt with kidnappers before. You can find someone to help you out? His eyes locked onto a couple of doors a little ways down the strangely dark hallway. Like in there. I'm sure there'll be a teacher in one of those rooms. He speed-walked over, stopping every few steps to listen for any suspicious noises. He knocked on the first door and waited. No answer. That's fine. There are still more rooms to check. He smiled shakily and walked to the next door. Nothing. He went to the next. And the next. And the next. No one answered any of them. There was no one there. Izuku's body trembled. This is fine. Completely fine. He laughed as he paced up and down the hallway. Sure, I'm barefoot, alone, and in a crinkly hospital gown, but at least I'm safe. It's not like all those other times I was alone. He subconsciously rubbed the scar he still had from that night in the alley. No one's gonna kidnap me or try to kill me or drink my blood this time. At this point he was almost hysterical with fear. UA is safe. I'm safe. Completely safe. Security level 3 has been broken. All students please exit in an orderly fashion. He sighed. Or not. Oh, what do we have here? Izuku froze at the scratchy voice coming from behind him. He couldn't help but feel like he had heard it before. Kurogiri said all the NCPs would be out of my way. Guess he was wrong. A dry hand wrapped around his neck, pinky up. Well, I've been itching to destroy someone anyway, Izuku squeaked as the man's hold tightened. Any last words, brat? Any last words, brat? Don't get me wrong, Izuku Midoriya is a smart kid. He gets A's in school and is great at coming up with new ways to use quirks, whether they're his or someone else's. He's exceptional at recognizing people's emotions, strengths, tics, and using them to help them become the best version of themselves. Izuku's a pretty remarkable person. Anyone can see that. But no one can be good at everything. They all have to have some sort of weakness, something they struggle with, and Izuku is not an exception to that. See, he lacks something that's pretty important if you want to be a functioning member of society. Well, make that two somethings. Self-preservation and a filter. Not only are these important for not being seen as a FING crazy person, but also to keep you from getting into situations that might end up killing you, and since Izuku doesn't have them, well, you already know how that goes. For example, right now, a villain is choking him with their crusty, dusty hand that hasn't touched lotion in years. Seriously, there's a better chance of Mineta getting beaches than there is of this creepy dude rubbing some Vaseline on his skin flakes. When put in a situation like this, any person who cares about their own well-being would probably just fight the villain. Kick their ball. Bite their finger off. If they were feeling really quirky, maybe they could recite the work in progress, adopted by One Direction, Wattpad YN-inspired Izuku fanfiction that they definitely don't have hidden in a Google Drive folder with the document titled, Uwu Wattpad. Not saying that I'm sane or anything, but even I'm better than this idiot. However, Izuku is not a person who cares about his own well-being. So, when the villain asked him if he had any last words, he said the first thing that came to mind. Harder. Maybe Toga should have left him to die in that alley. The man immediately let go, pulling his hand back like it was burned. What the absolute kid? That's effing disgusting. I'm sorry. I'm mentally ill. Izuku turned around to meet his attacker, raising an eyebrow at their appearance. But can you honestly say anything? Huh. The man looked down at himself. What does that mean? I mean, you look like a Discord mod. The man stared at him. What? You know, Izuku made a face and growled alpha-like. Why you no send pics, kitten? He sighed, rubbing the hand on his face. Izuku noticed his pinky was up. Was that Q Quirk thing or was he like, British, stop? I know what a Discord mod is. Izuku ignored him and continued, Daddy Waddy is so He reached into his hair and pulled out a jar and a small pony figurine. Daddy will make you a present if you let me put my skin flakes in there, D. The man's face went through the 5 stages of grief in less than a second. He screeched and kicked the jar out of his hand. No pony jar. Izuku pouted, I was just gonna make a snow globe. Lies, the crusty, maybe British man hissed, you are a liar. Izuku pouted, that's rude. I'm literally a villain who kills people. Do you really think I care about being rude? He huffed, putting the jar away in his hair. Even villains should have manners. The lotionless man-child was silent. I'm going to kill you. Before Izuku could make another smartass comment, purple mist appeared in front of him and Mr. Moderator. Master Shigaraki, the mist spoke, I see you found a friend. Izuku shook his head. No, Mom said that I'm not allowed to befriend any more crazy people. He fiddled with his crinkly hospital gown. Not after that troubled old man I was helping decided to knock me out and tried to send me to America in exchange for Kane. He looked back at Mistman and Crust Boy who were staring at him with the same look that his mother gave him when he, her 11-team-old son who had nearly just been sent off to the land of eagles and bad politics, asked if Mr. Kidnapper had to go to jail. A look of astonishment, fear, disappointment and just plain annoyance. What? Izuku watched skin flakes sprinkle down off of the crusty man's eyelids as he slowly blinked. The man was silent for a few moments more before he sighed a deep, tired sigh. A noise Izuku was very much accustomed to. You are insane. Completely, utterly insane. Izuku glared at him. Well, at least I'm not British. The crusty man gaped. You heard me. His dry but hands clenched into a fist. I am not British. Exactly what a British person would say. That doesn't even make sense. Krusty's eye twitched angrily, his seasoning falling all over his black shirt. You know what, brat? I was gonna kill you right here, but now I've decided you're not gonna get that luxury. He grabbed Izuku by the shoulder and pushed him towards his misty butler. Kurogiri, take my trophy back to the bar, and lock him up for our attack. He scratched at his neck. I'm sure the NPCs would love to watch him die right in front of their stupid faces. The mist gave a simple nod. Yes, master. Izuku didn't have a single second to react before the floor opened up under him, and he was engulfed by a cold, wet puddle of mist. For just a moment, everything was purple. He could see it, hear it, taste it, smell it. It was like when he got curious if he could make ibuprofen for his headache and accidentally went on an acid trip. But in the blink of an eye it was all gone. He landed on a cold, hard floor, in a room with no windows. All that was there was a bed and a toilet. A prison. Great. Izuku sighed, brushing himself off. Well, that's nice. Kidnapped again, he looked around the room and hummed. Definitely not a 5-star hotel, but I think this will do. He sat down on the bed, wincing as it made a crumbly, crunchy noise. He pulled out a flamethrower, torched the bed, and then pulled a replacement mattress out of his hair. Much better, he sighed happily as he snuggled into the new bed. This'll be nice. A break from school and I'm safe from but might. He closed his eyes and smiled. Absolutely nothing can go wrong with this. Back at you at Where the F is my student? Where the F is my student? Aizawa had been at UA for what, 8-10 years maybe? The lack of graduates from his classes had led to the years kind of meshing together. Sure, they got re-enrolled most of the time, but by then Aizawa was already out of it, too tired and unbothered to tell the difference between a new student and a returning one. But either way, in all his time at this stupid school of problem children, he has never had one disappear from the freaking nurse's office. Recovery Girl at least had the sense to look guilty about it. All Might didn't, but he couldn't really look anywhere to begin with. Plus he was a freak. A school lockdown, and we didn't have anyone competent watching the room with the most vulnerable students? Aizawa said, just as exasperated, if not more than he had been for the last 2 hours. He really could not understand how they had messed up this bad. Netsu rubbed his hands together, surprisingly also looking quite shaken up. He usually remained calm in these sorts of situations, But losing a student like Midoriya seemed to be a big deal, even to the animal who helped Aizawa expel dozens of individuals every year, with a good chunk of them never to be seen again, or completely abandoning the hero path for something more their style, like starting an animatronic-themed pizza restaurant. But unlike those other students, Midoriya was not purple had a history of getting into bad situations. And if someone strong enough to break through UA's security had him, it could mean catastrophic consequences for not only the school in Japan, but the world itself. Plus, Inko Midoriya would not hesitate to kill everyone in the industry if she found out the heroes got her son murdered. She was FING scary. Well, I had assigned Vlad King to infirmary duty, Nedzu replied. I don't know what happened. Vlad began to sweat under the irritated gazes of his co-workers. He rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. I was on my way, I promise. But then I ran into all might and dash. He gulped as the eyes glared harder. Come on. Can you blame me? He's stronger. And he seemed really interested in it. It just made more sense for him to do it. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. Maybe, if he had not specifically been barred from being alone with any student, especially Midoriya. Vlad went pale. I didn't know that. Aizawa put his head in his hands and groaned. Didn't you read the group chat? Vlad picked up the dry skin around his nails. Try not to make eye contact. Well, I would have, but I've been trying to do one of those, like, phone detox things where you don't check the phone as much. Author needs to do one of those. Of course. Ned's aside. Well, he didn't do it on purpose. Next time, we'll make sure to put messages like these out in a way that everyone will see, not just simply in a group chat. He rolled his eyes at the glare Eraserhead was continuing to give his coworker. There's no need to stare him down. He has seen his mistake. The stoat turned towards the corner where Present Mike was doing a bad job of hiding his giggling. Is there something funny, Yamada-san? The blonde immediately lost it, shaking with laughter. I'm sorry. It's just, he wiped away a tear and tried to calm himself down. It's just, dash. Midnight rolled her eyes. Come. It's not funny if you laugh before the punchline. For real. Who are you, Ms. Joke? Mike continued to cackle like a crazy person for a bit longer before he finally spoke again. Okay, I'm good. I was gonna say, it's a good thing that Vlad sees the mistake, he started laughing again, because All Might sure can't. The joke surprisingly got a chuckle out of Aizawa and Recovery Girl and an amused smile out of Nedzu, but nowhere near whatever the hell was wrong with Present Mike. The teachers glanced over at a side room where Small Might was chained to the bed and thrashing around, with a taser stabbed in his eye. I genuinely forgot he was here, Ectoplasm admitted. Power Loader stared at him incredulously. How? He's so dim and loud. Loud was an understatement. The man was screaming like a maniac, probably because he is a maniac. I just need a successor. He is the perfect successor for me. You don't understand. Maybe not, but we do understand consent. Even me, Midnight huffed. And from what I've heard from that creepy little Shoyuda cat dash, Erasercat hissed in offense from his place in Shuda's scarf, quieting down when the man offered him a jelly pouch. You do not understand that no means no, or at least don't care that it does, and you put a child in danger because of it. The number one freak hero started to JRK around violently once again, trying to break the chains. I'm the number one hero. He screamed, throwing a fit like the man baby he is. I know what's good for him and the good of Japan. People don't get to say no to me. The room was silent for a while, before snipe a low noise. Somebody better shut him up, for I do. His hand clasped around the grip of his pistol, not yet pulling it out, but not far from it. My trigger finger is itchin'. Aizawa stood up and shut the door, ignoring the rather concerning screeches that sounded more like they should come from an insane person rather than the man who was supposed to protect all of Japan. Nedzu, can you play that security video again? The Chimera gave a firm nod and rewound the hologram. The room of teachers watched the video closely, searching for any clues that they had missed the first 15 times they watched it. Just like before, the video began with Izuku dressed in a hospital gown, sprinting down the hallways, searching for something, most likely a teacher or some sort of protection from the freak that just tried to force a quirk onto him. Aizawa winces as he watches, regretting his decision to not give a tour more and more with every watch. If he had given the class the tour, he would have known where everything was and wouldn't have gotten lost while trying to escape. Then the kid turned down the support track hall, got to approximately the middle, and the video cut. It cuts out at the exact same point every single time, right when the villains arrive. By the time the camera switches back on, Midoriya is gone without a trace. Izawa slammed his fist on the table. "Damn it," he cursed. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." Hisashi grabbed Izawa and pulled him back onto Recovery Girl's sofa. Hey, calm down. Calm down? How can I calm down?" He put his head in his hands. "Day 1 and I've already lost a student. Not expelled, lost. Gone. Nowhere to be found." He glared at the hologram paused on the empty hallway and growled. Granted, it was an absolute, giant, world record problem child who's apparently been kidnapped more times than I have napped through staff meetings. Netsu narrowed his eyes at that, but made no comment. But still. Expelling students is great, but not losing them. Hisashi patted him on the shoulder. It's not your fault. You dash. Izawa stood up abruptly and started violently pacing around the infirmary. I know. It's that disgusting, yellow-haired, trolls, no offense to DreamWorks trolls. I love them, fault. But that doesn't change the fact that the kid is still missing. The black-haired man pressed his head against the wall, and there's no effing clues as to who the hell took him, he gulped, or if he's even alive. The room went silent as the teachers contemplated that thought. The idea that, for the first time in years, a student had died on their watch. None of them knew how to feel about that, other than just overwhelming guilt. Especially in Izawa, Hisashi, and Nemuri's cases. Suddenly, the author decided that this was going way too far into the angst territory, which they didn't actually mind writing, but it didn't really fit the vibe of this lovely fanfiction that they abandoned for months and could barely even remember what vibe they were going for, and they pressed a silly, silly little button. The door to the infirmary slammed open and the only. Not the only. Well, in stomped who would be the one and only Bakugo Katsuki, if not for Izuku being AD and exposing everyone to the multiverse in a previous chapter. Hey hobo. Hey hobo cat, he greeted his teacher and his cat twin. Hey other extras. Bakugo sauntered into the room like he owned the place, sitting down on the table that Eraserhead had just finished going endeavor at. Better a table than his kids though. How's it going? Azawa huffed, more than slightly irritated after the events of the last 2 hours. Bakugo, this is a very important teachers' meeting. You should be in the cafeteria with your classmates right now. Bakugo yawned and stretched on the table like a cat. Yeah. I stayed in there for a while. Without Izuku it's boring as hell. He noticed how all the teachers flinched at his green-haired friend's name and sat up suddenly. Oh yeah, Deku said I should probably tell you he's fine. Every teacher in the room looked up and began staring at him like he had just told them something crazy, impossible, like that he had made a portal to canon or something. You've spoken to him? Izawa questioned, the stress in him immediately waning at the realization that his student had not met his maker. Yes, he has. Not in the bad way at least. Is there any good way to meet me? I'm crazy. Izawa stared up at the fourth wall, it was still a shower curtain, and shook his fist. Get out of my head, he growled. The author held their hands up in surrender and slinked back behind their shitty, dust-covered shower curtain. It had been a while since it had been pulled aside, but it seemed they were still unwelcome. Pensive face. Bakugo laid back down and started munching on some hot Cheetos. Yeah. He texted me like RDT after he was kidnapped basically. So about, he looked at the watch that he had drawn in Cheeto dust on his wrist and then frowned. This watch doesn't work, but probably like 2 hours ago. Izawa blinked, holding back a storm of comments that would probably be extremely offensive, though the kid hung out with Midoriya so it probably wouldn't be that out of the ordinary for him. So what you're saying is that the whole time we've been in here worrying, you've known he was completely fine? Vlad King looked absolutely flabbergasted. I've been getting glared at this entire meeting for filler? The author glared, ready to give him a reason to he glared at. I wouldn't say he's completely fine. The blonde looked at the wall with an unreadable expression, his hands still deep in the hot Cheetos bag. What is it? Is he hurt? In horrible danger? Did someone bite his frontal lobe? Everyone stared at Present Mike, who looked confused. What? It happened to a guy I knew. No, Bakugo said softly, drawing the attention back to him. Something worse. What could be worse than that? He has no Wi-Fi. That's it? Bakugo clutched his chest dramatically, fully using all of those drama classes he had taken. Do you not understand what this means? Deku has no Wi-Fi. He's using up all of our shared plan for the month. He covered his face with one hand and wept softly. He's swallowing up all our data on Snapchat spotlights and YouTube shorts like a greedy goat swallowing cans. Are you FNG serious? I know, he wailed and banged his fist against the wall. They're not even funny, and he sends me every single one that he sees. If it was TikTok, I'd be okay with it, but it's not. And I have to close out YouTube every single time I click one of the links, or else they won't load. He pressed his back against the door to the side room and slid down it like he was in a dramatic rom-com or music video. What has our world come to? A world of quantity over quality, of copycats and dupes stealing our free time and the money we worked hard for. What happened to the good old days of Minecraft YouTubers and animation memes? A single tear ran down his face. The room was silent, except for the banging noise of All Might shuffling his cot into the wall repeatedly. Finally, Nedza began to clap. Excellent performance, Bakugo-san. I will be working on adding a drama department to our school. Acting is a very important skill to have when working with the media, he looked up thoughtfully. Plus, I want an excuse to make a student into Miku Binder Jefferson. Bakugo bowed. Thanks, I've been working hard on it. He stood back up. Anyways, yeah, he's basically fine except for the fact that he has no taste short-term dopamine apps, and also the fact that he's used half of this month's data limit in the 2 hours that he's been kidnapped. Can't he just make a router or, never mind. Aizawa adjusted his capture weapon and scratched at the chin of his eraser cat hasn't been back in Izuku's hair since he was thrown out of it a few hours ago. Therefore, this was now his cat. That's how cats work, cat. Izuku's alive and not in danger, but he still should be here and not wherever he is. Did he say where he is? Bakugo shook his head, eyes now locked on his phone. No, but he doesn't need to tell us. He has a tracker on him anyways. The teacher's jaws went slack. We really should have checked with this kid to begin with. Bakugo nodded, clicking on a link on his phone. Yeah, this has happened like a gazillion times before. We obviously have things in place to deal with it. There's a big D in my walls. Hard on, hard O dash. Bakugo shut his phone off immediately and screamed. If he sends another FNFSUS remix, I'm going to actually effing kill him. So, Bakugo-san, Nedzu hopped down from his chair and walked over to the blonde. May we have the locator? Bakugo fished around in his pocket before pulling out a little eraser head keychain and handed it to the stoat. Pull down his goggles and it'll open up a little holographic map thing with the idiot's location that you can follow. Nedzu took it gratefully, looking it over in his hand in awe. His technology will never fail to interest me, he gushed and then turned around. Very well then, we are able to begin our rescue mission now dash. You probably shouldn't. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at Bakugo. Why is that? Yeah. He's not where he should be? Shouldn't we go get the little listener? Bakugo shrugged. I mean, it might be a good idea, but is it really safe to do that with this thing still running around? He asked, motioning to the door behind him where the unnecessarily creepy #1 hero was still screaming and thrashing around. He might genuinely need to go to an insane asylum. If you don't get that thing handled first, or at least figure out how to keep him away from Deku, he's most likely going to end up dead. He picked his phone up and paused. All Might will, not Izuku. Before the teachers could respond, Bakugo continued, plus he's good for collecting information on those villains. He turned the phone on and, through his pants I see his balls. Hard on Hadash. He winced, quickly closing out of the tab and opening another. He's already texted me interesting stuff about them. Nedzu perked up excitedly, but Aizawa seemed more hesitant. Useful interesting or weird interesting? Bakugo hummed. A bit of both actually. Lack of skincare, place smells like burnt skin, pony jar, their lair is a bar, they're going to attack the USJ tomorrow dash. What? The blonde looked up for a second and then went back to his phone. What? Attacking the USJ? Is that a problem or something? They stared at him for a moment, but didn't answer, instead turning to whisper amongst themselves. Bakugo watched for a moment before getting bored and opening up Candy Crush instead. Juicy. He can stay. The explosive boy looked up as the principal began to speak. As long as he's safe. But if anything happens, he must tell us, and we will immediately go rescue him. Understand? Bakugo stood up and waved Eraserhead's question off. Yeah, I'll tell him. He walked towards the door and started to head out. "'Kay, now that I've done what Deku asked, I'm gonna go get more hot Cheetos." He clacked the long fake nails that just spawned on his hands together and sprinkled orange dust everywhere. Bye. As the door closed, Aizawa sat back down on the sofa next to Hisashi. We know where he is at least, and that he's safe. Who knows what that actually entails though, Recovery Girl grumbled, pulling out broom to sweep up the Cheeto dust. That boy is insane. I wouldn't be surprised if safe to him meant just not being dead. Nedzu hummed and gathered up his hologram and a few papers. I trust Izuku-san. If he says he's safe, then I believe that he's safe. He scuttled away to the door. Now if you'll excuse me, I must figure out what to do about our issue in the other room. I ask that you teachers take shifts watching him until I figure out a good permanent solution. Any questions? When none were asked, he gave a farewell nod and left the room. The teachers stared at each other for a moment before. Not it. Oh god damn it, Vlad grumbled, cursing his slow reflexes. Midnight gave him a pat on the shoulder. Sorry, sweetheart. Present Mike gave him a thumbs up. I believe in you. Snipe adjusted his holster. Don't f it up this time. Eraserhead simply glared at him, and Recovery Girl was busy cursing Richard Montanez for his crimes against humanity. They all funneled out of the room, except for Recovery Girl of course, and into the hallway. I swear to God, Vlad better not mess this up again. Aizawa lifted Eraser Cat out of the scarf and cradled him in his arms. You think so little of him, Sho. He's a pro hero too. He's not stupid. Aizawa and his cat self huffed simultaneously. I guess you're right. I should have some confidence in my co-workers. What's the worst that could happen? Oh my god. Vlad. Yes, Recovery Girl. Where the F is All Might? About that dash. Ever since his quirk had shown up, Izuku had been plagued by the minor annoyance that was kidnapping. Well, minor to him at least. If it was anyone else, it probably would not be so minor. It would be incredibly traumatic actually, and probably lead to needing many years of therapy. But not Izuku. Being captured kind of lost its shine around the 30th kidnapping or so, which was a long time ago. He had no idea what time he was on anymore, but it had to at least be a couple hundred by now. He just wasn't surprised by it anymore. It was his normal. He had an extremely strong quirk, the most powerful one, not only in Japan, but the entire world. And that wasn't him embracing his inner canon Bakugo. He literally did have the most powerful bullshit quirk in existence. It honestly made him feel extra bad for the canon him. I mean, he got to go through life on easy mode while that poor kid literally had no power until a freak came around to feed him literal hair. Horrifying. If only Izuku had made that canon trip a little sooner. Anyway, it really wasn't that crazy that with that much power at his disposal he would have people trying to take him away to experiment on, steal from, traffic, or even just attempt to murder so he wouldn't be a future rival to them. It was human nature to be drawn to power and want it for yourself. He learned to accept this as a normal part of his life. However, that did not mean that it wasn't incredibly irritating to be kidnapped. Especially when said kidnappers for some reason decided to not prepare for him first. Alright, hand over the list. Izuku was fully prepared for this to be like any other of the hundreds of kidnappings he'd had. Kidnappers tried to act all scary and special, but really they were all pretty predictable. This one should have been no different. He was grabbed, brought to a second location and thrown in a SPOOKY cell. Which he, of course, made much more comfortable himself. He wasn't going to sit around in the hospital gown he got nearly assaulted by a creepy old man in. And since he was pulling out clothes anyways, Why not replace the bed as well? And add some Eraserhead posters? It might be a cell, but that didn't mean he couldn't make it feel like home. Everything was just like normal. In his many years of experience, this all should have then been followed by being handed a list of demands and dangerous objects to make with his quirk. Maybe a little fist shaking or threats to sell him to some random entity as well, the Hero Commission, the US government, a supermarket chain so he could provide them with Maorio at the cheapest price. But definitely a list first. It was the most important part. Everyone knew that. Everyone. So what the hell was happening here? The crusty British man just stared at him, scratching at his head like he had dandruff or lice. Hopefully the first. Magic hair and lice do not mix well. Crustman, as Izuku decided to affectionately call him, both his mom and Kaken would not be happy about that. He wasn't supposed to give his kidnappers nicknames anymore because he got too attached. But this guy didn't tell him his name in a monologue like the others usually did, so he had to nickname him obviously, decided not to speak to him and instead turned to the mist man beside him. Kurojairi, what's wrong with this NPC? He asked, as if he was some socially stunted child who could not speak to the person who was right in front of him. Some people just had no manners. But Izuku couldn't be too mean. It didn't look like the guy knew how to shower without his butler's help, so he couldn't really expect social skills from the guy either. Is he a glitch or something? Izuku frowned. A glitch? How rude. He was more of a bug-turned-feature if anything. The result of someone in complete anguish smacking their head into a keyboard over and over again, only to accidentally write the most insane but beautiful piece of literature in existence. Guys, you're horrible. No one likes you. Izuku stuck his tongue out. The two men looked around fearfully. What was, oh whatever, the mist man sighed. I do not know, young master. Izuku looked up gleefully, completely forgetting about the author. That didn't matter now because he was right. The dust man was British. A rich British boy at that. He knew it. No non-British rich boy would be referred to something as disgusting as young master. This boy is different than any of those we've captured before. British crust master growled, continuing to scratch at his head, even though Izuku was sure it was going to start bleeding soon. But why? Is there a bug in the code or something? Sensei didn't tell me there would be any mini-bosses around. Skin flakes flew around as he itched at his scalp like some sort of nauseating snowstorm. As fun as it was to be witnessing snow in the middle of, well, he wasn't quite sure what season it was because the author doesn't understand the timeline of anything, but it wasn't winter. He really needed this guy far away from him until he was sure there was no lice involved. Which he had a pretty good feeling there was. His hair said so. Hello. Crust Lord turned back to him with a glare. NPCs shouldn't interact with the player first. He took a step closer to the bars of Izuku's cell. You're not following the programming, little hero. Man, could this guy talk about anything other than video games? Seriously, the author does not have enough video game experience to be able to write this guy well. How many goddamn times can you say NPC in one chapter? First of all, that's just plain wrong. There are definitely some NPCs out there who interact first. Izuku paused, trying to sift through both his and the author's knowledge to support his claim. I just can't think them right now. Second of all, he said as he took a comically large step away from the bars where flakes of skin were flying around, that weird stretching gum from Aizawa's class still obviously in his system. Stay far away from me, Crustman. I do not want lice in my beautiful, luscious locks. Crustman gasped. I do not have lice. Izuku raised an eyebrow, watching as the man continued to itch at his scalp. Are you sure about that? Yes. My sensei said so. I don't believe you. Or your sensei. Izuku looked at the man's hair and paled. I can literally see them crawling around in there. I'm sorry, but your sensei is either blind or a liar. The man scowled, which wasn't very fair because Izuku did apologize. It was just sort of backhanded. No one insults sensei. He spat, his saliva just as rank as his BO. Well now Krusty looked angry. Very angry. That wasn't good. It was never a good idea to upset the kidnappers. Izuku learned that lesson after he mouthed off a little too much to some gang member and woke up 3 days later in a dark and uncomfortably cold room missing his left kidney. He was completely fine now. More than fine actually. His hair was able to make perfectly usable synthetic kidneys which he discovered actually seemed to work even better than his natural one. After plenty of testing, they were even approved for use in all major hospitals, so Izuku now happily donated them wherever they were needed. It was really a win-win situation for both him and the future of healthcare, contrary to how his family felt. Yes, sure, now he had like almost the entire world depending on him for spare kidneys and whatever other synthetic organs he could manage to make, meaning his death would probably cause the total collapse of the healthcare industry, which would be very bad. But who said he was even gonna die? If anyone could achieve immortality, it would be him. Not only that, but by increasing the supply of available kidneys, he also caused the entire black market trade of them to collapse overnight. He found that one out about a week after when a random bucket filled with ice and what he assumed was his kidney was left on his porch. He had no idea how exactly they found his address, and he didn't really trust putting that kidney back into his body without knowing where it had been, but it did make nice room decor when he cast it in resin. So, another win. However, judging by his choice of accessory, this guy was more of a severing your hands guy than a removing your kidneys guy. As much as he respected the drip, his hands would be much harder to replace than a simple kidney. He could make a whole, dead, body easily, but separating out one part was a lot harder. He'd gotten pretty good at it with kidneys and there were a few other organs in the works, but hands were way more complicated. If he was to try to make himself a new one, it would probably be completely non-functional and look like a child drew it. Plus, it would make using his quirk really hard since only he could pull the objects out, no one else, and he kinda needed his hands for that. He could try to make himself flexible enough to reach his foot up into his hair, but it was probably better if he just avoided losing them in the first place. Sad times, but alas, his health and the world's was not worth sacrificing for this man's fashion. Maybe once he got better at making other body parts he'd help out, but until then he sadly had to decline. Izuku Midoriya avoiding trouble for once? Insane. Kaken would be so proud. Oh, speaking of Kaken, he almost forgot about his mandatory kidnapping check-in. He pulled out his phone and opened up his messages. King Explosion. Yo nerd, where you at? Extras are looking for you. Green Demon. Got kidnapped again, less than 333. I'm okay though, happy face. Izuku watched the text bubble next to Kaken's name appearing and disappearing for a minute before finally. King Explosion. Dus. What a response. You NPCs are always so infuriating, and are you texting? Izuku nodded, not paying any attention the way the man's crusty, dusty fingers twitched like they wanted to strangle him. He probably wouldn't do it anyways. Not after how Izuku reacted the first time. Oops, yeah, just gotta make sure Kaken knows I'm safe. Crustmaster's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he stared at the boy, completely flabbergasted. God, I love that word. Safe? Safe? We literally took you hostage. What the hell is wrong with you? Dash. King Explosion. I'm throwing away your nasty drinks for this. Izuku gasped. Not his heart attack juice. He could handle anything else being taken away, but his juice? How was he supposed to smell the rainbow now? Green Demon, new Kakenan. It wasn't even my fault this time. King Explosion, don't care. No heart attack juice. Izuku groaned, no fair. Oh well, guess I can just make more when he's not looking. Anyways. Izuku tucked his phone back away into his hair. If you could just give the list, we can get this all over with and I can get back to playing All Might Murder Simulator with my heart attack juice. He drooled, smelling the rainbow. Crust Master perked up at the mention of Izuku's new favorite video game. It was a little vain to call a game that he made his favorite, but it was really good. He didn't even Quirk make it. Coded it all by himself. It's just too bad no one would ever publish it, seeing as murdering the #1 hero was kind of frowned upon, suddenly looking more curious than murderous. It seemed Izuku had another but might hater here. How exciting! His mom had said no, but just one more insane friend couldn't hurt. He didn't even think this one would try to sell him. He didn't think that the last guy would either, and was very wrong about that. But that was ages ago. Approximately 2 weeks, 5 days, 12 hours and 31 minutes ago, Izuku's judgment skills are way better now. They are not A video game about killing the symbol of peace? I didn't think they made such a thing. How interesting, he frowned, digging his fingers into his neck. That had to hurt, especially when he had such effed up nails. All uneven and ragged. Someone needed to get that man some anti-bite polish because Dimon. He had a problem. But how do you expect to play it while we have you trapped? And what is this list you keep? Speaking of, Izuku pet his head. Your list of demands? For my quirk. Demands? Izuku's eyes narrowed. Really? He sighed. Looks like this wasn't gonna be as quick and easy as he had hoped. Guess the virtual murder would have to wait. Did you really kidnap me without making the list first? I thought we were all past that. Seriously, you'd think after 10 years of this everyone would be up to date with this stuff. There was literally no reason not to make a list. It made the whole operation run smoother for everyone involved. Why did no one ever remember the list? The mist guy spoke up again. I apologize. The young master, and I don't know what you mean by that. This list. Izuku groaned, not even giggling at the master thing this time. He was so fed up with this. The list of what you want me to make you with my quirk. It can't be that hard to understand. He stood up and began pacing around, because for some reason these kidnappers also decided to not chain him up of anything. The mist guy said it wasn't their first kidnapping, but Izuku found that really hard to believe, because they were terrible at this. I mean, I understood before, back when we were all new to this kidnapping stuff, but haven't we learned yet? It's been 10 years of this and you all still can't be bothered to make the list before grabbing me? He stopped and looked at his captors who were standing there staring at him like he was insane. Which was a bit insulting seeing as he was not the one with hands on his body. Once again, the drip was astronomical, and if Izuku could without getting put in the asylum again he would totally copy it, but that just wasn't a sane thing to have, no matter how badass. Come on, don't you even have a sticky note or something? Anything? He grabbed the bars of the cell and began to shake them violently. What do you want from me? This time it was the crust man who stepped away. Good. He still did not want lice. Kurogiri, what kind of NPC is this? What's wrong with it? Many things. Many things. Izuku began to slam his head into the bars repeatedly. Stupid. Stupid kidnappers. Always wasting my time, he mumbled, not noticing as his hair began to glow. Calling me an NPC. Why can't you just plan ahead and dash? And now the cell door was in his hair. God damn it. Curse this stupid quirk. He already had more than enough cells in there. He didn't want another one. He paused for a moment, listening to the blood-curdling shrieks of pain coming from inside his hair space. Seems like the door crushed that perverted grape kid. That was nice. Izuku smiled as the boy continued crying and screaming in a way that probably shouldn't warm his heart the way it did. Maybe Izuku was actually insane, but after a life like his, who wouldn't be? Too bad his fun was probably about to get cut off. You know, since he was most likely going to get murdered right now. Forget it, I'm disposing of this glitch now. He looked up to see Crustman stalking towards him all creepily with his hand out, ready to grab him and probably spread his lice all over. Either that or he was leaning into the Discord mod stuff from earlier and was going to try to turn Izuku into his Susie little kitten. Neither of those sounded very fun, especially the last one. He already had enough creepiness in his life with Pedomite around, he didn't need any more. Plus, he refused to play Overwatch with a hot-tempered, unbathed freak again. Once was more than enough. Another long story. He pulled out a lice comb and threw it at the man. Get back. Back, I tell you. The man picked up the comb with a growl. You are infuriating. You're the worst NPC I have ever met. He pressed all 5 fingers to the comb and watched it turn to dust. What a cool quirk. Izuku might have to find a cat who wants to take on that one. It would make cleaning up his hairspace so much easier. He'd have to change the activation to something else though, since it would be pretty hard for a cat to keep one of its toes up for a 5-point activation quirk. Maybe he could change it to their tail. Kurogiri. Keep the kid still while I dust him. Alright. He kinda had to live to do any of that. Oops. No. Don't. He reached into his hair again and threw a Drake doll at the man, which got dusted right away. I don't want to get touched by a crusty person again. All Might was bad enough. Both crusty and misty. Wait, he actually knew the mist guy's name. Why did he keep calling him that, whatever? Both men completely froze. The mist guy, Kurogiri, stared at him with what seemed like a very worried expression. It was kinda hard to tell when he just had yellow light for eyes, but they seemed pretty concerned. All Might touched you? And wasn't that a sentence? Someone should put that in the quote book. Izuku nodded. Yeah, he kept trying to feed me his DNA. That seems extremely unpleasant. Izuku snorted. Unpleasant doesn't even begin to describe it. He reached into his hair, pulled out a manila folder and handed it to the man, very eager to show off his trauma for some reason. I mean, it was a little funny. Sometimes you just have to laugh your way through the horrible things that happen to you because some random 17-year-old has literally nothing better to do than sick a 50-something-year-old man on you. The author glared down at Izuku as they replaced the 4th wall's shower curtain with a less dusty one. It was, however, absolutely disgusting, as it was a nauseating orange with the effin' Lorax on it. Here, you can look at some of the evidence if you want to. Suki-san told me to collect it so he could start a harassment file if it was needed, but I haven't had a chance to get it to him yet. That's not all of it, but dash. Not all of it? The man was already flipping through some of the photos and written reports, and his yellow eyes were definitely concerned now. But there's so much here already. Yeah, that's only file. Number 1 though, he pulled out a stack of folders and set them on the ground. There's 9 so far. Kurogiri looked down at the pile of files, up at Izuku, then back at the files, before promptly passing out. Oops. Oh dear. That wasn't supposed to happen. Izuku nudged the man with his foot a little, before looking back at Krusty apologetically. He's out cold. Sorry about that, Crustman. The man frowned, but didn't seem all that upset. He lowered his hand and carefully brushed the dust off of it before giving the younger boy a more calculating look. Not again. Izuku glared at him and started picking up his files. Before you ask, no, you cannot write my biography. I already told 6 other people no. You all need to stop asking. This is for your own well-being. Why would I, whatever, the man started, once again confused, before giving up. A wise decision. No one was getting the rights to write his biography. Other than maybe Kaken, but he'd probably cause an uprising against Izuku somehow, so most likely still a no. You're not like the rest of them, are you? Krusty rasped, taking a step closer to him. You're different. Izuku took a step back. I guess you could say that. The man took another step forward. You're a very special character. He itched again at his head. Maybe even another player. That was about the nicest compliment he got from any of his kidnappers before. The only other one that was close was when that one lady called him naturally magnetic, but he was pretty sure that had less to do with his charming personality and more to do with her quirk and all the metal shavings he had been eating. Once again. Long story. Anyways, he definitely had to befriend this lunatic. Maybe they could play All Might's Journey Though Underworld together. Another very enjoyable game where you send All Might to hell and then get to torture him in fun and creative ways. Aw, Krusty. You're so sweet. Izuku fluttered his eyelashes at him, before reaching back into his hair. He just had one last little thing he had to do before he could befriend this guy, but I still don't want lice. So I'm gonna need you to stay put for just a moment. The man's eyes flashed fearfully. Wait, what dash? He pulled out a spray bottle and quickly sprayed it all over the man's head before he could move away, completely saturating his hair that was somehow dry and greasy at the same time. Kinda gross. Maybe he'd convince him to take a shower at some point, like how he convinced Himi-chan to stop eating rats. He's sure the man would get upset at first, just like Himiko did, but what kind of friend would he be if he let his friends fester in filth? And there you are. Izuku grinned. Lice-free. Krusty scowled. I didn't even have lice, you idiot dash. He paused, reaching up to touch his head. It doesn't itch anymore. See? You did have lice. I knew it. But how? He rubbed 4 fingers through his hair, completely in shock. Sensei said it was just dandruff and to not worry about it. He said the itching was normal. He stared at Izuku, literal years in his eyes. It's been years. Izuku winced. Poor guy. At least Izuku had finally helped him out. My dad was the same way, don't worry. There could be lice activity crawling and he would still think it was just a dry scalp. Couldn't tell them apart to save his life. Izuku sighed fondly, throwing the lice removal spray back into his hair's cape. My mom and I got really good at taking care of things like this. People like me have to be very careful about what gets into their hair. One lice outbreak could lead to a catastrophic Quirk meltdown. Catastrophic was honestly an understatement, but he couldn't think of a better way to say completely world-ending and would probably cause an infestation of superpowered, unkillable lice in every single person, starting in Japan before quickly spreading to all neighboring countries, and eventually the world, then space, then causing the universe to implode. He shuddered. Elementary school was hell, as you can imagine. Izuku looked back to see the man staring very interestedly at his hair. What do you mean, people like you? The green-haired boy once again turned his head in confusion. People with hair quirks, obviously. Krusty's eyes widened in understanding. That's how you keep pulling those things out of nowhere. You're pulling them from your hair, aren't you? He looked back towards a black TV on the wall behind him. Oh, Sensei would find that so entertaining. Okay, now Izuku was really confused. Yes. But didn't you know that already, Krusty? Why would I have known that? The man turned back around to glare at him. And stop calling me that. Would you prefer I call you Crustmaster? No. Crustman? No. Sir Christopher of Crustingville? The man's eye twitched irritatedly. No. Izuku scratched his chin as he thought for a moment more. What about handjob? Because he motioned to all the hands attached to the man's body. You know. Stop it. The man groaned, pressing his hands, minus the pinky, into his face. You can call me by my name, Shigaraki. Izuku grinned. All right, Shiggy. Shigaraki's eye twitched again rather murderously, but he didn't try to touch Izuku, so that was basically an invitation to keep using it. Just shut up and answer my question before I dust you. Oh right, Izuku had almost forgotten. You really don't know about my quirk? And wasn't that a surprise? Never in his 10 years of being kidnapped had he ever had a captor who didn't already know about his power. This was the first time he was kidnapped just to be kidnapped, not for his quirk. It was strangely flattering. Then maybe he did need therapy? Oh well, too far gone. Izuku smiled widely with that baby-eating grin he was so well known for, sending a horrible shudder down the unprepared villain's spine. Well, in that case, Dash. So, you're telling me that you sold hard drives to your middle school teachers, just so you could use it as blackmail on them later on to get back at them for quirk discrimination? The quirk explanation had gone extremely well. Shigaraki, luckily, unlike every other kidnapper, didn't immediately try to jump him when he found out about his power, which was super surprising. You're not gonna ask me to make you anything? Izuku asked him, his voice almost fearful. It was pretty weird. He never got this worked up about a kidnapper wanting his quirk, even if it was for something horrible, but this time just felt different. Shigaraki felt different. Blah, the author must have matured or something. This was gross. Should I? Well, I mean, why wouldn't you? Shigaraki shrugged. 'Cause I don't want anything, I guess. Sensei gave me really everything I need. I don't need some kid's quirk stuff. Izuku sat there in complete shock as the dry man just picked at his nails, seemingly unaware of how he had completely broken the other boy. Plus, it would be kinda rude to use you like that. He looked up and stared at Izuku's confused face for a moment, studying it, before he looked away with a hum. I might be a villain, but I'm not that mean. So, that interaction may have forever changed the way Izuku thought of his kidnappers from then on, and made him break down sobbing in front of a stranger. Well, less of a stranger now that the man knew like 90% of his lore, but it was still embarrassing as hell. He thought that he had outgrown the waterfall tears, but it seemed not. The curse of the Midoriyas was strong. Izuku looked away from the TV where they were playing split-screen Minecraft with an awkward half-smile. Well, yes, but they asked me for the drags first, so technically it's not my fault. His smile grew as the man next to him burst into laughter. Oh, Greenie. You are the best character in this stupid game. I am so glad we kidnapped you. Are you sure you don't want to join us in the attack tomorrow? Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise to him as well. He knew he should have been a little more worried when his new slightly insane video game buddy told him all about his super cool plan to show up at Class 1 as field trip tomorrow to kill the #1 hero with a horrifying multi-quirked mutant creature, which he also showed Izuku once Kurogiri woke up from his fainting spell and could teleport them, but really he couldn't find it in him to care all that much. He did talk the guy out of fatally injuring his classmates, but other than that he really didn't have a problem with the plan. All the guy really wanted to do was beat the sheet out of the #1 hero, and who was Izuku to deny him that privilege? At least nothing about his plan was pedophilic in nature, which was more than all Mike could say. Izuku hummed as he cut down another birch tree for their base. I don't know, Shiggy. I was kind of enjoying not having to deal with but wipe for a while. Shigaraki nodded in understanding. Yes, I know. But wouldn't it be so funny to watch the man finally lose his life? Torture him with the Nomu, make him scream for mercy? It would be hilarious. Especially in front of all those little heroes. His legacy would be forever ruined. The man giggled in a terrifyingly unstable way that would send Kaken running for Suki-san. Not Izuku though. He instead glared at the man, rather irritatedly. Shigaraki, he said, sounding extremely serious for once, we already talked about this, did we not? The older man winced and put down his controller, already curling in on himself a bit. Yes, Izuku. And what did I say? Izuku asked, gagging a little at how much he sounded like a mother right now. This was not in character for him. However, someone had to parent this guy, and from the 3 hours that he had been talking to the guy it was obvious that the mysterious sensei guy of his did not seem adequate. Not that he was very surprised, his own dad wasn't the best at DSPing either, but that didn't mean that it wasn't important. He was fine with torturing All Might, but he drew the line at anything that would hurt his poor soft classmates who had never even been kidnapped before. Imagine how badly they'd be affected. Izuku could not allow that to happen. No traumatizing the next generation of heroes to the point that they quit heroics and decide to live out their days as depressed fanfiction writers who take months to write horribly mediocre chapters to disgusting fanfics that no one wants to read anymore. Izuku waved him on. The man took a deep breath and continued. Or else you will blow up my Minecraft world, delete my Fortnite account, get me permabanned on Roblox so I can't play dress to impress and bully little kids, sell my location to Overwatch comp players, and dash, he paused with a deep frown, do I really have to say it? Yes. Shigaraki sighed heavily, and fill my room with rainbow dash jars, he shuddered, used. Izuku grinned, completely unbothered by the haunted look in his new friend's eyes. Any friend of Izuku's would have to get very used to his traumatizing behavior. He was not normal and the doctors could not help him. Good. We don't want any of that to happen, especially not the fanfiction thing. Imagine how sad that would be. He glanced up at the shower curtain fourth wall where the ugly giant was flipping him off. F you. Izuku rolled his eyes. Once again, you did it to yourself. He turned away and mumbled under his breath, what a freak. Shigaraki picked his controller back up and went back to trying to lure cows into his new farm, completely ignoring the author. Ouch. Okay. I won't traumatize the students. But you should still come. I got so many goons for this trip. He leaned towards Izuku with his eyes shining excitedly. It would be so fun to have my best friend there. Izuku didn't bother mentioning that he was Shigaraki's only friend, instead choosing to push the other man back playfully. Your breath. Take a mint. He grinned while tossing a hair mint to the man, who ate it without a care. Shigaraki might not have tried to use Izuku for his quirk, but that didn't mean he turned down the random little things that Izuku offered him, which the green-haired boy appreciated. He liked giving people things, he just didn't like only being wanted for his quirk. EWWW feelings. Stop. Thanks. He crunched the mint immediately. Izuku winced, feeling extremely bad for his teeth. Is that a yes though? Will you come with me? Izuku hesitated. I really don't know. Please? You'd be such a good player too. The green-haired boy grimaced. Shiggy, I promised my mom and Kaken I wouldn't be a villain. You don't have to be. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Being a second player in an infiltration of a hero school sounds an awful lot like villain behavior, Shigs. Shigaraki cringed. Well, I guess maybe. But you don't have to. The man insisted, his hands waving around as he moved closer to Izuku. You don't have to do anything incriminating. You could just keep your NPCs out of the way, pretend you were just a regular hostage and everything and not technically have anything to do with my attack. You just get to watch me completely destroy All Might, and you'd love that, right? He looked at Izuku with such a fragile look that it almost made him forget that this was a grown but 20-year-old man who could barely get through a conversation without making some sort of video game reference like the degenerate he was. It had only been a few hours since he'd met the man, but he couldn't deny that he had a soft spot for him, just like with Himi-chan. God, his family was going to kill him for picking up another stray villain. You're right, I would. Izuku scratched his chin thoughtfully. The proper thing to do in his situation would probably be to refuse, try to talk the other man out of it, the attack, call the police, or literally do anything that was not supporting the murder of the FING symbol of peace. But Shigaraki was nice to him. He listened to his rambling, didn't want to use him to make horrible illegal drags, played video games with him, and even offered him the next-door neighbors his Wi-Fi password, which Izuku actually turned down because he wanted to waste all of the data so Kaken couldn't get a higher DTI rank than him. Every time Izuku noticed that the other boy's outfit was a little too good, he unplugged the main Wi-Fi router so Kaken disconnected while Izuku happily continued playing thanks to his secret Quirk-made router. However, Kaken seemed to be catching on to the fact that his bad luck had something to do with Izuku's Wi-Fi and had taken to using data instead, which the green-haired boy could not allow. Hell, the guy even agreed to let Izuku make a cat with his Quirk, as long as he was allowed split custody of it. Izuku genuinely enjoyed Shigaraki's presence. He didn't want to let him down. He also didn't want to miss out on watching one of his least favorite people getting the absolute shit beaten out of them. The answer was obvious. Oh fine. Shigaraki pumped his fist in the air, but dash. The man paused and looked at him questioningly, but? I want to put the Nomu in a tutu. In a dark room, far away from the pair, sat a man in a suit, staring at camera footage of the two boys sneaking back into the Nomu lab with a ballerina tutu and a bow. His expression somehow managed to look extremely pained even though he had no face. The man sighed a very heavy, tired sigh, usually reserved for a disappointed father who just discovered that his son had microwaved a cup of instant ramen with a metal fork and no water and set the entire family home on fire. Or, probably more fitting for this situation, accidentally discovered his brother from the father's secret second family. Awkward. Well, Kurojairi, the man turned to the misty butler next to him. Am I screwed? Kurojairi glanced at him for a moment before looking back at the screen. Would you like the truth, sir? Or the nice answer? The suited man looked back as well, watching as the boys lifted up the Nomu to put a pair of ballet flats on the mutant. There had to be something morally wrong about that. Probably not more morally wrong than removing and combining the quirks of dozens of dead people to create the world's most powerful zombie, but wrong nonetheless. The truth. The two men stood there in silence for a moment. Yes, master. Yes, I'm screwed. The suited man clarified, though he really didn't need to. He knew very well what the man had meant, especially since he was now watching his successor lift up his biological son so he could put the bow on the Nomu, almost like putting the star on a Christmas tree. A very effed up Christmas tree. Very much so, sir, the mist nodded. Well as a cloud of mist can nod. Very screwed indeed.